He hasn't got a mic, so he just kind of waves it all right on the screen. Right, so that's good. Alright, let's pull get out of the way.
This is Surrey County Cricket Club, born in a tavern in 1845. The symbol of Kennington, we've seen London grow around us. Cricket's original champions, as Charles Alcock brought his vision to life and we cemented a reputation as a place of firsts. International football, FA Cup finals, international rugby, test matches, as well as where English pride came to die, before a great rivalry was born from its ashes. We share our feathers with royalty and pass on the honour of the brown cap through generations. We've seen England's best spend their careers with us.
Well, that's Jack Hobbs. Head and shoulders, yes, over all other living batsmen.
And the game's best finish under our gasometer. We've won 7 in a row thanks to Surridge, May, Barrington, Locke, Laker and the Bedser twins. In fact, we're well known for our famous siblings, but there's always been one family who've stood out. We saw the West Indies grip a nation on our doorstep, and a pioneer set records galore in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoake and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is. England have regained the Ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to our own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry and its only London derby.
Can you clear the pavilion?
Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the world's best are attracted to us too. We've come through tragedies. Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year. 175 years have passed. There's much more to come. This is Surrey County Cricket Club, heart of London, pride of the county, the grandest stage in world cricket.
Good morning, welcome to the Kia Oval, day 2 of Surrey and Worcestershire, and day 1 was an absolute beauty. The home side was sent in early trouble at 15 for 4, eventually made their way to 213. In reply, Worcestershire lost early wickets as well, and at the close they're 112 for 7. They still trail by 101 runs. So let's look at the highlights from yesterday, all 17 wickets, and back with us here for live action thereafter. Oh, shout, yeah, given. Full straight, low on the front pad. Mason Smith in there. Caught behind, next ball. What a brilliant start for Worcestershire. Burns and Sibley, who've been tremendous this season, they've both gone inside the first 20 minutes of the match. Oh, hits the off stump, that's a gem. That is an absolute beauty from Leach. Worcestershire have gone bang, bang, bang. Bowled for attack, 9 for 3. It's all happening at the Oval. Edge, and gets the second slip. He's done it again. Leach is on a hat-trick. Folks is caught in the cordon for 1. 15 for 4. Yes, that's right. Surrey, 15 for 4.
This is again superb bowling. It's just bowling in the channel.
Driven nicely from Lawrence. That'll race away to the boundary for 4. Profitable over for Surrey, 7 runs off it, 24 for 4. And Pope leans into that one as well. The run's starting to flow for Surrey, 28 for 4.
This is a counter.
2 boundaries. Drilled to the offside boundary by Dan Lawrence. Slightly full again from Smith. Starts the full toss, and that's driven to the deep third boundary by Dan Lawrence. Bit of a loosener from Singh. What a shot that is. What a shot that is. That has gone all the way from Dan Lawrence. We saw him have a think about that shot a couple of overs ago against Joe Leach, but this time Lawrence advances again, and this time it's over the man at mid-off, and it's 4 more for Lawrence.
Into Singh Chahal, that comes last. Shot. Ollie Pope at his best when he's finding the gap at cover. Timed away for 4. Into the 20s moves England's vice-captain.
Counter-attacking partnership.
Using his feet, doesn't get all of it, doesn't need to. Swings the bat so hard, Lawrence. Couple of bounces over the rope. Again, wanting to use his feet, get to the pitch and keep pressure on the change bowlers, Cam. He's up to 35 from 36. He's not playing at Lords. Leg stump line put away. That's the short boundary, and Lawrence, seeing it the way he is today, isn't going to miss out into the 40s.
That's full from Gibbon, and that's flicked dismissively to the mid-wicket boundary. That has drifted straight, and Lawrence has flicked that to the leg side boundary for 4. He brings up his half century. What a knock this has been from Dan Lawrence. 52 of 66 deliveries, 7 4s and 1 6. Slightly fuller this time from Gibbon, and that's guided by Lawrence. Tara was talking about Lawrence's inventiveness. There he is again, opening the face.
That's a fine shot, straight back past the bowler. It's put Pope on his bottom as well. What's Pope done here? He's come down the wicket and, well, offered something of a chance to Leach, who made a really good effort diving forward but couldn't get to it. Oh, that was not far away at all from deep backward point, but it will bring Pope his 50 as a leading edge, looking to work the ball to the onside, and it flew past point. With that couple of runs, and very possibly Ollie Robinson. Now that is a very rare shot. It is a tickled 4 down to fine leg, and there hasn't been a fine leg all match. We've just been talking about that. That's expertly played by Lawrence. A wonderful shot, waiting for the ball, finding the gap through backward point, just letting it come to him. Oh, I say that, just charge it down a wicket and has planted it onto the side screen for 6. Mighty shot that, just talking about. They make us look fools up here.
Since lunch. Stays at home and clips it away for 4. Lawrence into the 80s with yet another boundary. Edged and not taken. Oh dear. That just feels like the moment. Oh, next ball, is it? It is! Well, they've made the mistake, but it hasn't mattered at all. Pope's caught behind for 63. Swing and a miss. Has he hit it? The question being asked, and it's in the affirmative for Worcestershire. Wickets in consecutive overs. Short one, takes it on, catch the call, straight down his throat. The short ball does it. Abbott couldn't help himself. The first time we've seen Waite really bang one in.
That looks close, and it's out. It looked very close indeed, and Waite has got his 3rd. Worcestershire have got their 8th. Atkinson goes for a duck. Oh, has he got an edge on that? He has. First time he's shown some ambition, gone after the ball, and he's got a thin edge through to the keeper. And now Surrey are on the precipice. They're 201 for 9. That's a very un-Roachian shot, that. Big old heave, straight back over the bowler's head. A satisfying clump and 6 runs. I got that wrong. They're going to run through for a bye now that Worrall's not on the script. He should be out, and he is. That is not clever cricket. Jordan Clark obviously was going to run through for the bye. He must have said something of that sort. Worrall wasn't thinking. He swung, he missed, it went through to the keeper.
Here.
And especially when you look at that.
Lovely shot. Great timing. Boundary second ball. That's on the hip. Roderick puts it away to the short boundary.
Especially when you look at the team they selected, with leaving Cam Steele out and going for the extra.
Weak in the field. Roach finds a gap in that direction. Roderick off Roach. 4 more. So 2 boundaries to begin. Said last week Roderick was outstanding. Big 100 as Worcestershire went. Edged. Just wide of third slip, 4 runs. Edged, and it gets to third slip. Worrall in that channel. It does feel inevitable. Makes you play all day long. Roderick, the first to fall for 15, Worcestershire. Such a special part of the circuit. The straight drives just snuck through. Timed it a lot better than I thought off the bat. First boundary, that's motored along after beating Clark at mid-on. Oh, that is a gem again. Damn Worrall.
Nice shot. Slightly over pitched, lent into it beautifully, did Jones. That's a fine shot. Gashi Valley, he looks in really good nick.
That shot's been coming, hasn't it?
Yes.
She's been hitting fielders, and he drove beautifully back at Clark.
Let's flick that away fine. We haven't seen very many of those today. Worcestershire didn't stray onto the pads, but Jordan Clark has there. He's played that nicely in this spell. And that's gone fine. It's going to run down to the boundary for 4. Has that come off? Bit of glove by the looks of things, looking at the umpire's signal. Oh, edged surely and gone, yes. A third for Worrall, a horrible shot from Jones, wide outside the off stump, didn't need to go after it. A thick edge and a great diving catch from Ben Folkes. And so, well, that's a lovely shot.
Way to get off the mark.
Well, Adam Jose to that. That's been beautifully played, over pitched maybe.
Oh, first ball. How often does Sean Abbott pick up a wicket right away? Not a great shot. Hose placing it into the hands of Lawrence at third slip. His second snaffle. Sorry, Rob Jones. Oh, how about that though? Next ball. They've been hard held since they came together.
Oh, now that's got to be close, and is given. Roach breaks the partnership with one that maybe kept a touch low, and it is weight that's gone. He's been a thorn in Surrey's side. That partnership had put on 58.
It's a big appeal.
And he's given him 2 wickets in 3 balls. Padding up, don't pad up to Kemar Roach when he's bringing the ball back in. It's like being tenderised, isn't it? Not that I have ever been tenderised, you understand? End of the over. A threatening one, 112 for 7.
And that's where we pick up play today. 112 for 7, Worcestershire, still behind by 101, losing 2 wickets on the stroke of stumps last night. Wait, leg before to Roach for 35 after putting on 58 with the captain de Oliveira, who's still there on 22, but also the big wicket of Nathan Smith, the New Zealand all-rounder. Leg before to Roach as well from his second ball. Both of those wickets falling with the score on 111. That was a bit of a theme yesterday, with wickets falling on the same score. So having done so much right with the ball, they've got plenty of work to do on an overcast morning here in South London. Adam Collins with you to begin our broadcast as the captain de Oliveira and Joe Leach prepare to get going for Worcester. And joining me for the first time this season, we have Ben Jones from Crickviz, one of the geniuses who crunch all the numbers. G'day, Jonesy.
Good morning, Colo. How are you?
Couldn't be better. Nowhere better to be than the Oval on a Saturday morning with what feels like could turn into a bit of a low-scoring thriller on the basis of what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, when I was roasted in for day 2, there was a brief moment yesterday where I was worried I wasn't going to actually get to do any cricket because it was looking like a 40 day.
Yeah, it had its moments, didn't it, yesterday? 15 for 4, Surrey, where if you didn't pick up yesterday's, it was a bizarre day of cricket. 3 wickets fell with the score on 9 inside the first 20 minutes, another at 15 after Surrey was sent in. Then a huge partnership in the context of the day where they put on 148. Here we are, Clark. Beats the bat, first ball of day 2.
Pick up where we left off.
Exactly. So 148 put on between the England men, Pope and Lawrence, but they both fell with the score on 163. And then from that point, Surrey lost 6 for 50 to be all out for 213. And then when Worcestershire got their opportunity, consistent loss of wickets, 17, 26, 45, 49, 53. Then a stand of 58, which felt like it was going to take us into day 2, but 5 minutes before the close, losing 2 wickets in 3 balls, which puts them in a situation here where they've got some heavy lifting to do and tough work against this bowling lineup. Roach, those 2 late wickets. Down Warwickshire, 3 for 17 from 8. He was immaculate last night under lights here. Clark, who's bowling at the moment, 1 for 15, picked up the wicket of Rob Jones. Sean Abbott got a wicket with his first ball. It was Adam Hose. He's got 1 for 22 so far. And Gus Aktinson bowled 5 overs as well. So the 5 quicks, no frontline spinner. Dan Lawrence will get an opportunity you'd expect at some stage today. Top stuff from Burns to his left. We've seen that quite a bit in the last couple of years where Surrey have preferred to go with the 5-seamer model, Ben. But earlier in the year, Cam Steele insisted on selection, taking stacks of wickets early in the season, but they're back to the formula that won them the comp in 2022 and 2023.
And you can see why. You know, the quality of the players, regardless whether it's pace or spin, is pretty consistent across the board for Surrey. But it's interesting in the wider context of English cricket and trying to get more spin into the game, etc. You can look at it both ways. You can say you want to get guys into the game who are maybe sitting on the sidelines. Or you can look at it and say Lawrence is going to get a good old bowl now, and that's potentially, from an England perspective, really rather interesting.
Well, it is quite tasty, depending on which direction they go in the post-Jimmy world, I suppose.
You're saying give Lawrence the new ball?
Yeah, quite. I suppose more about the balance. Full and straight from Clark here. It's more that, I mean, is there a world where they look to kind of what they had in 2018, if I recall correctly? I think you wrote about it at the time, described it as total cricket, didn't you?
Okay, I thought that was in the past now.
I never forget. But when they had a slew of players who could do a little bit of both, and it actually worked quite well for about a year in the pre-Bazball times. They were the Trevor Bayliss times, weren't they? Made in to begin day 2, 112 for 7.
Yeah, Bayliss ball. It was before its time. It was underappreciated. Yeah, it was when you had Wokes and Moeen and Stokes, bit of root in there as well. Everyone could do a bit of everything.
And if Stokes is bowling again, and remember that's why he pulled out of the T20 World Cup, he's not the IPL, the stated aim is that he can be a genuine bowling option at Test level again. If that holds true, it does provide England with that flexibility that they crave.
And in this new post-Anderson era, finding creative ways to replace your greatest ever bowler is probably on the cards. It is interesting that, seeing Stokes coming in yesterday, he looked somewhere close to the bowler we've known in the past.
Looked quick, didn't he?
Yeah.
It's hard to know he didn't have the speed gun on that.
I haven't got the eye hook for that. So.
But the naked eye felt like he was really charging in, as was Dan Warwickshire late yesterday, by the way. He's going to start off from the Vauxhall end, his preferred end here at the Kia Oval. He bowled so well. Didn't concede a run for 5 overs. First ball back where he left off. Had Roderick caught at third slip. That was the first wicket. Kashif caught behind with a tempter and knocked over Jake Libby with an absolute beauty. Nipped back off the seam and ran into his off stump. So Dan Warwickshire, who only picked up a couple of wickets last week, we're sort of conditioned to watching him bowl and take 3 or 4 every time he fronts up for Surrey.
I'll come clean early on and say I've got slight PTSD about watching Dan Worrall bowl. I'll explain why in a second. So I work for a team in the SA20, the T20 League in South Africa, Pretoria Capitals, and we played Sunrisers Eastern Cape earlier this year. Dan Worrall's team out there, and he took 3 for in about 2 overs, decimated us when we were bowled out for about 50 spit, and he pretty much ended our season. So I'm glad he's wearing whites is all I'm going to go with today.
Didn't realise he was having a bit of a frolic on the T20 circuit still, Dan Worrall. Good on him.
He's getting himself out there.
Oh, good. Shows how my mind's aligned. Not without risk, the clip from the middle stump against Worrall, but it does get Leach off the mark in the first run of day 2. Means that Worcestershire are an even 100 behind.
Well, as you'd expect with Worrall, you know, he's a new ball bowler of the top class.
Yeah.
You can translate that across formats. If you're bowling 3 overs off the reel in the power play in T20 cricket, it doesn't really matter if you're sticking it on a length and swinging it both ways.
Such a luxury for Surrey that he made the decision to move over here full time, and well, there's the second stream of the conversation around his eligibility for England next year, but first and foremost as a senior county pro. 2 years here, two titles in Division 1. That's a good take from folks. It swung late, got it in front of Pope at second slip in the end.
The eligibility thing is always it always hangs over the conversation, but yeah, you're right, just on a very basic level, to arrive and have the record that he has done here is pretty remarkable.
Depends how you interpret the eligibility thing, really. I know Phil Walker, who is often with us on the Surrey live stream, has made the point before that if England don't have the ability to provide bowlers like Worrall, who are homegrown, then what's the system doing? Quickie shingle and through. That's the first run for the captain on day 2. The other side of it is that if he is the best at what he does in England and he's able to front up as of next April, which he said he's keen to make himself available for, well, there'll be duty bound to look at it.
Absolutely.
Especially with that 5-test series against India at home with the Dukes ball, followed by 5 test matches in Australia, where he's from, with the Kookaburra ball, and the vast majority of his cricket was played with it.
It's a great point, particularly given the only slight critique would be his age. But if you're looking to win a series next year...
Oh, might have just pulled inside the line if you're being generous, but ample movement either way from Worrall. 114 for 7. They trail by 99 after a couple of overs on this cloudy morning. Thick cloud above. There is rain forecast throughout the day, but we've had a little bit this morning. I'm optimistic. I've seen a lot of people on the tube this morning, Ben, carrying cricket bags around. We want to go out and play some club cricket this afternoon. Our very own Cam Ponsonby's been picked in the ones today, don't you know?
I saw that. He was all over his Instagram.
In the ones. I spoke to him last night about how that all came to pass, but we'll keep tabs on Spencer in the Surrey Championship later today. Might watch it on Frogbox. Oh, that's lovely. That shape from Clark.
Well, in the Cricketers offices, we've got a lot of club cricketers, a lot of people who were looking for a game on the weekend, and there was a lot of anxious checking of the forecast yesterday, and in the case of one of them, some very optimistic playing the rain card, I think. So Rufus Buller, who is the club mate of Cam Ponsonby,
yes.
has not quite Wands material, because I make him work too many Saturdays, but I think he may have gambled and not been rewarded, shall we say.
I think you reach a tipping point as a recreational cricketer from when you go from hoping it rains on Saturday and behaving accordingly to when you really actually want to just play cricket.
Yeah.
And I've hit that point in my life. Right? No, actually, I just want to play.
Yeah.
I don't want it to rain.
You've grown up, essentially.
Yeah, it's a sign of my wider maturity, perhaps.
Yeah, they're few and far between those signs, but we'll take them where we find them.
Well, I'm playing tomorrow, so that's where my interests are in the forecast. Out the middle of the bat, but over the mid-off. But yeah, the Worrall thing, if you view it through the prism of trying to achieve the short-term objective of winning against India at home, and that's a very worthy objective, and beating Australia in Australia, which is so rare, England having only achieved that 3 times since the war. 4 times since the war, my apologies. that if that is what you're trying to land on, and by the way, I'm not counting 78, 79 in all of that with the Australian second 11 who are playing in
I
that.
could see the steam coming out of your ears.
Oh, no,
there.
yeah, just, that doesn't count. Let's avoid that series, the World Series one. But if you're just viewing it as how does England do that bit, then I think that's a absolutely worthy conversation. Where it'll flip is that between now and April, I think they have to give Sam Cook a look, don't they?
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be criminal not to let Sam Cook have a crack at some point across the test matches this summer and the ones that follow in New Zealand, maybe not in Pakistan, different configuration of the attack. And if Sam Cook owns that spot, then, well, maybe there isn't room for Worrall to come through the middle.
From a data side of things, which is tends to be where I come from, it's very difficult to find a model that doesn't love Sam Cook.
Right. Single to finish the over, so De Oliveira keeps the strike. He's 24 from 68, did a good job last night, coming in with Worcestershire in all sorts at 49 for 4, and they were 53 for 5 shortly thereafter. That 58 run stand with weight. Didn't quite get to stumps, bad light stop play. Had they got 2 more overs down the track, we'd be, in all probability, thinking differently about this morning. 115 for 7, they trailed by 98. Just break that down for me. When you say that the model loves Sam Cook, give us a sense of what some of those inputs are.
Well, it's the basic top-line stuff of X wickets at Y, etc., which he always comes out well of. But when you break it down into, is he getting good batters out? Is he getting good batters out in ways that are replicable in Test cricket?
Mm-hmm.
Is he doing it on grounds that are similar to what we're going to see in Test cricket?
Second man drops back for the short ball. Oh, and straight away the tempter.
Double bluff.
And the movement and the recognition from the crowd. That's a lovely piece of bowling. So you watch the replay first, actually. So after putting the man back, you might anticipate a short ball, but instead he goes 5th stump line and draws him into the stroke. Good cricket.
It's about the kind of the granular things that we all kind of know are valuable. Are you getting good players out? How are you actually bowling? Are you being lucky? Are you being unlucky, etc.? Looking at more information.
So typically, I'm going to take on Burns at mid-off. Had Worrall not taken pace off it, that would have been a fraction more interesting, but they're through. Trailed by 97, Worcester. So, yeah, that's an interesting point about have they been unlucky or not. So you're modelling, am I right in saying, is it the expected wicket index, where you look at everything they've done with the ball, where it's landed, against whom, in what conditions they're playing in, and so on, and you work out how they should have gone and use that more as a measure.
Yeah, and you do that more effectively in Test cricket where you've got more data, tracking data, etc. But in county cricket, we know that Sam Cook is basically beating the bat twice and over.
And he's done it for the second time in the over here as well, Worrall. I think Worrall does it twice and over too. I'd like you to measure that for me.
Yeah, let's have a look.
When you finish playing with the Sam Cook model. So just on that, so you know that. But there's beating the bat and there's beating the bat, right? There's beating the bat in a way that you might call a bowler someone who sends it down at a pretty length. I remember there was that criticism of Mohammed Shami for a number of years, wasn't there? That
Correct.
He beat the battle locks, he bowled back of a length and protected his figures. Whether that's accurate or not, it's neither here nor there. There was that could be measured. With Cook, do you also look at how consistently his length is right when doing? Oh, that's the one that comes back. The skill level of Worrall's immense.
Beautiful to watch.
Genuine in swing, inside edge, so close to running into the front pad or the stumps.
And with those skills, Worrall is drawing what we call a false shot, so an edge or a miss, 25% of the time this season. So 1 in 4, he's managing to get the ball over the bat. Sam Cook, 27%, so a little bit more. So,
right.
But we're talking about 2 guys who are basically primed and ready for Test cricket.
So that measures plays and misses, inside edges, false strokes of other varieties.
Exactly, and not all of them are equal. Not every false shot is equal, like we saw a couple of overs ago. De Oliveira just bringing the bat in the line.
Yep.
Occasionally that sneaks through as a miss.
Okay. One hand off the bat there from Leach. Still that waiting cordon, Sibley and Pope and Lawrence, who took 2 good catches yesterday. So strong behind the wicket. Worrall's bit 8 catches, Pope, off Worrall a couple of weeks ago in the Hampshire game.
He must be getting up there for Surrey combinations in the last few years.
Yeah, that's a good point. So this is where selection has evolved a little bit from what the selectors do with their naked eye and what they do when they trawl through the stats. It's found a gap. Well worked by Leach. Couple of runs to end the over from Worrall. 118 for 7 becomes the score. So when the ECB or whoever it is that you're working with at any given time are looking at putting together a squad, that they'll be looking at the sort of numbers that you're referring to there.
100%, because it ultimately is just more information to make an informed decision with, isn't it? So you can send the scouts round to Wantage Road on a sleepy Monday, and one person's opinion is valuable, but if you can back it up with, actually, you know what, this guy's been incredibly unlucky, and yeah, Sam Cook's actually this season only averaging 30, but he's still beating the back with the same level of consistency.
Can you do that? Can you run the model for me? I'm just going to do like random cricketers. Can you run?
This is what me and you do in the pub anyway. So
yeah, no, right, quite. But you're better at this, so I'm going to take advantage of it while we have your computer with us. Dylan Pennington, who of course was with Worcester until this season. What's that hit on the way through? Maybe nothing. Certainly not bat, but Folks makes that look easy. To his left, the tumble turn. Like it's not even a thing. The only reason I cite Pennington is that the naked eye test has been met with a number of our senior colleagues.
Yep.
George Tabell, Shield Berry, others who follow the game closely.
He's actually a fantastic example.
Now, yeah, in terms of what the model says, I have no idea. I mean, this is just naked eye stuff, right? Let's go through it as we get into this over. That's a nice shot, though. Burns, more work to do. Had plenty of touches in the first 15 minutes of play. Trail by 94.
So we talk about Worrall and Cook as the two outstanding candidates we're talking about at the moment. They average in the teens, in mid-teens.
Yep.
Actually, you know, runs and wickets. And they're averaging about 25% false shots. Pennington, 24%, but he's averaging 27 with the ball.
Right.
So he's actually been quite unlucky with the level of control that batters are having against him compared to what he's actually being rewarded with.
Catch, not quite. Would have been a blinder. We saw a terrific caught and bowled last Sunday with Sean Abbott and had Clark drag that in. Had to pivot in his follow through to get to the contest. We'll see it again here. Nothing wrong with the athleticism.
It's a fantastic effort.
He's done so much right. Had he plucked it out, it would have done the rounds, not to be. But false stroke, one of those that we're talking about from Leach. Off the leading edge. Clark goes again. $120 for 7.
Pennington's an interesting example for a number of reasons, but I should declare my previous allegiance. Obviously today I'm a fully paid up Surrey supporter, but as a Shropshire boy, Worcestershire are my historical team. And
don't think it's unrelated to why you're here. I do know where you're from. I do know your allegiances, and it all makes sense. We did want to have that perspective on the program today. It's all feeds into our model on the Surrey live stream.
Broadcast viz.
So I mean, yeah, Pennington, you've been doing the naked eye test, watching him bowl, hoping Worcestershire win games of cricket until this year with him playing there. But you know, the model, when they're looking at the test squads and they look at Pennington, is your instinct that they will look at the false stroke percentage, the expected wicket index, just as much as they will his bowling average?
I mean, the various weights they give the different measures, I'm not sure.
Not middled, but we'll get to. Jamie Smith does the tidying up. 4 runs from the over, 122 for 7 the score. They trail by 91, Worcestershire.
I don't know if you saw, but there was a very interesting feature by our friend and colleague Dushan Daraja at Cricinfo, talking about the data that they get now called iHawk data.
Oh yes, I saw him posting photos of himself bowling.
Yeah, the less said about that, the better. But for anyone who hasn't heard, it's the cameras that are attached to the umpires now in county cricket, where they get a sort of light version of Hawkeye, and it means that they're getting access to speed data for guys who are only playing championship, whereas previously you don't actually get a proper figure, a proper speed gun.
There's that bouncer that Worrall had the second man back for. Interestingly, he's brought him up, so this is a game of cat and mouse that he's playing with Joe Leach.
And it's a useful thing for someone like Worrall, where you don't necessarily get that much exposure to the speed gun. We can see he's taking hatfuls of wickets, But they can also now say, and he's doing it whilst bowling 85, 86, which is more likely to translate into success in Test cricket. So you're getting a broader picture,
right,
in a way that previously you wouldn't have been able to see.
Neglected to mention earlier that Leach has had a pretty good year with the bat. 48 not out to open the season at Trent Bridge, 43 not out against Somerset a couple of weeks ago, so useful depth at number 9. The other thing that's been doing the rounds from the data selection perspective of late is the John Lewis, the England women's coach, spoke about the use of AI and the use of simulations that they adopted during the Women's Ashes series of last year. Again, past the edge, over and over and over again. Lawrence Booth, our colleague from the Mail, but Wisden Cricketer's Almanac editor, wrote a long feature about it this week. Actually, there's quite a bit of this going on with AI. What do you know about that?
It's a bit beyond my experience. I'm not a numbers person, as much as it may seem. But I think the potential is remarkable. Like the machine learning side of things, the AI side of things, in terms of whether it's simulating games for, if we pick this team, how many games out of 10,000 are we going to win, etc. But also things like you referenced the expected wickets, things that we do, which is basically a way of measuring whether people are getting what they deserve as a bowler. Are you bowling absolute Jaffa after Jaffa after Jaffa? And I think AI learning in combination with that data that you're talking about with the iHawk, it's limitless. And obviously it's slightly terrifying when it's taking people's jobs in supermarkets, but when it's potentially going to mean that England can win in Australia for the first time in 15 years, I'm a bit more supportive of it. It's particularly interesting in women's cricket as well, because the data is so different.
Second bumper in the over from Worrall. He clearly has a plan here for Leach, but kept the square leg up for it. So the main takeaway from it was that Charlie Dean, who's an exceptional off spinner, I'll never tire of watching her bowl, that they ran, I think they said 250,000 simulations, and worked out that she was a better matchup than one of her colleagues. I'm not sure who it was that she replaced in the side, and she had an influence in that series. I mean, it sort of beggars belief. The man drops back here, by the way, after the 2 short balls, interestingly, so we can't bowl another bouncer with the 6th ball of the over. Squares him up, well bowled, maiden complete, 122 for 7.
And that kind of thing's happening everywhere. It's just that people previously kept it under their hats because they didn't want to seem like a bunch of nerds, basically. They didn't want to get labelled as picking a team on a spreadsheet. Whereas now, whether it's because AI in general is trendier, whether it's because franchise cricket has brought data to the fore in a different way, people almost want to shout about their work that they're doing. Put the analysts out front, put the analysis out front, and show people, look, we're taking this pretty damn seriously.
Right.
It's as much about the climate as it is about the work itself, I think.
So you mentioned there in passing that the data collected for women's cricket is a bit different to the men's game. How does that?
It's not that it's differently collected. It's more that because the game has developed at such a rate in the last few years, it's almost like we're learning how to use the data in a very different way. So in men's T20 cricket, we know exactly, because it's evolved very organically over a few years.
Again, folks, that's just super stuff. I mean, we're behind him at our angle. The replay will be interesting, but it's like he's picked it up on the half volley in such a way that it gives the impression to the naked eye that that's straightforward. But there are so many things that can go wrong between the ball going down leg and him gloving it so simply.
Very tidy bit of work.
Takes on Roach, does it well.
But it's interesting that what you mentioned, Reid John Lewis, because a lot of the difference between men's and women's analysis is that in women's cricket, the concept of matchups is quite different. Often what you're mainly focusing on is the quality of the player, because you've got a slightly wider range of quality, but because the player base is less. So something like today, the Surrey analyst will have, I think it's still Louis, will have sat down and looked at Worcestershire and looked at the bowling technique records for all the top 6, all the top 7, probably the top 8 if they've done the job properly. And they know that the quality of their bowlers across the board is just very, very consistently high.
Another short one to Leach. This might go to what you're describing there. No ball signal, 2 runs added to the tally, all helpful in a low-scoring game. But we've seen 4 short balls to Leach in the space of a couple of overs, 2 men back. So just to use this as a
precisely,
their data will be telling them you are because they seldom bowl bouncers this Surrey attack. They've found something here in the numbers that suggests it's a better chance of getting him out that way than other players.
100%, and they're doing it to the short boundary as well.
Back here. And that won't be, I suppose, you go back 20 years or even 5 years possibly, it would be more perception. Oh, we think this guy's a bit iffy against the short ball. This won't be that. This will be, right, we've got a data set that tells us a story that bolsters our gut feel.
And if you give me 30 seconds...
You can probably bring it up. Yeah, there you go. There you go. I like this. This is great. Ben Jones viz.
That's just cricket.
Yeah. As I said, it's often pub viz. Now, what if we do this and do that?
We're a sad bunch.
Extra bounce to finish, well negotiated by De Oliveira, who advances to the 30s and retains to strike. He's been out there for 78 balls, the captain. If he can be out there for 78 more, they might get to a first innings lead here. They trail by 86, 127 for 7, a quiet first 25 minutes. They've added 15 runs along the way.
So last few years, Leach averages just over 10 against the short ball, which is broadly in line with what you'd expect for a lower order championship batter.
Okay.
But it's in the wider context of trying to add a bit of variety to your plan, so you're not just going top of off, mixing the odd bouncer, which the amount of bowling meetings I've sat in, that is essentially what it always comes down to.
Yeah, right, so we'd hit the top of off, yeah? But this does get a bit of an airing when, in the last couple of years, we see entire sessions defined by both ends having bouncers being bowled, not often in a venomous way, just consistent short bowling. The Lords Test last year stands out. Both teams did it, and it wasn't fun to watch necessarily. It was quite boring, really, but 5 men set back, a couple on the offside, often a fly slip, 3 on the leg side, and you just wait and wait and wait until the batter can't wait no more and gives you an opportunity out in the deep. When that's done to the tail end batters, there's often loads of criticism. I remember when edged and caught behind. The fuller delivery from Warwick is the one that does it in the end. His 4th wicket. Leach gone for 5. Nice low catch from Ben Folkes. 128 for 8. Worcester still 85 away from parity.
That's classic Worrall, wasn't it? Angled in, just moving away, and after all those bounces, Leach's feet are nowhere.
Seeing it here, off stump line, had to play at it, got squared up. You can see the back foot kick out after the edge is located and taken safely in front of Sibley at first slip. So Worrall, 4 of the 8 to fall so far, and having contained pretty well this morning and beat the edge plenty. It's going to be Ben Gibbon walking out at number 10 to join the skipper. I wonder whether it'll change the mentality of De Oliveira. Been happy just to absorb pressure for the time being, but now batting with 10 and 11, whether he decides to live a little.
It does feel like the time in the game where Worcestershire probably need to have a bit of a dart now, like you say. Try and get within touching distance of Surrey's score, because it doesn't feel like conditions are going to change hugely. The flinty skies are going to be set in all day. I don't think, whilst obviously Surrey have got extremely high quality batting line, it does feel like it's going to be tough out there for the batters all day. So while Oliver's got a bit of licence, like you say, live a little.
Gibbon hasn't had a lot to do with the bat this year. Indeed, hasn't batted in the 2 games that he's played. 3 slips for him. Oh, look at that. That is brilliant. Worrall completes a 5-wicket bag with his best ball yet. The top of off, the stuff you dream of as a fast bowler, angling in. He's on a hat trick. He is a terrific bowler. 128 for 9.
That was an absolute classic. That one wasted on B. First ball to a number 10. It's an absolute perler.
Dan Worrall took a 5-wicket bag here in the second innings against Hampshire a couple of weeks ago. 5 for 22 here, on a hat-trick as well. Has the chance to finish this in a hurry, and you wouldn't bet against it. He is just a gem.
A word for the flare take by Ben Folkes there, the one-handed take.
I must admit, just for the briefest moment, I thought, does that kiss the outside edge? Given the way that, then because of the camera angle we've got this week, you actually can't see the woodwork when it's hit. Just the naked eye test. Oh, yeah, no, that stump's bent back. So in at 11, the man on debut, Yudhvinder Singh Chahal. I doubt there's a lot of data to go on for him, Ben. He's only played second-team cricket so far.
I'll admit that when I saw YS Chahal on the scorecard yesterday, I did have to double check.
He's usually here.
Yeah. Well, also a bit from our perspective, hadn't been a huge database error. But yeah, I think they could do with him.
Another instance of wickets falling on the same score in this match. We've seen 3 fall on 9 yesterday, 2 fall on 163. Then yesterday 2 fell on 111 and 2 fell on 128. Andrew Sampson here, he might be able to find for us in first class cricket the most instances of wickets falling on the same score, something like that. Maybe with a couple of caveats there so it makes it look more impressive. Anyway, Dan Worrall on a hat-trick. 4 slips in the cordon. Oh, he's ever so close to getting it. It's the one that comes back off the seam and it's missed off stump by coat of varnish. And he knows it too.
You wouldn't say he's played that like a hat-trick ball, would you?
No.
It's a wild swing.
Yeah, it won't make for a particularly pretty replay for the man in his first ball in first-class cricket. He was trying to, I don't know, is he trying to shovel that? It's prompted a change in field, so the 4th slip comes out to, yes, Jamie Smith. It's deep backward square, but I think that's a catching position 15 metres in from the rope. 2 left in the over. Keeps it out. Front foot was kind of a fairly decent way from where the ball was pitching, but that's okay at this stage. She's got one more ball to get through, and then the strike will go back to the captain.
If he does make it through, I think we will see the skipper really go for it, because the number 11 does not look super comfortable, and quite fairly enough given the quality of bowling.
Edge caught behind. Worrall finishes it with 3 wickets in and over. 6 for 22. His analysis. Worcestershire all out in a hurry. It was a quiet first 25 minutes of play and a very busy 5 deliveries. They trail by 85 on the first innings, and Dan Worrall, well, throughout, it was with the new ball. He did everything right, asked all the right questions, got his reward. 3 wickets yesterday, then cleaned off the tail the way that a good fast bowler should. His contributions here at the Kia Oval over the last 3 seasons have been of the highest quality, and that a conventional 6th wicket. So De Oliveira, we spoke about how he might change the way that he plays after losing the 8th wicket. The problem being he didn't get to face another ball, stuck down the non-striker's end, 30 not out from 79. But now the change of innings. We're halfway through the match and we're only 3 and a bit sessions into the game. Yesterday, Surrey were in all sorts early on, scraped their way to 213, and Worcestershire have been rolled 85 short of that top score weight yesterday, out just on the stroke of stumps. Had he been there with De Oliveira this morning, it might have been a different story, but once Worrall got the scent, he wasn't going to miss out. Ably supported by Kemar Roach, 2 for 34. They both fell in the space of 4 balls before the close on day 1. Abbott, a wicket with his first ball yesterday. Clark chipped in as well, 1 for 25 from 10 through the middle part of that early collapse. And from here, Worcestershire are going to be right up against it, with Surrey the opportunity to make the most of an 85-run first innings advantage. Ben Jones.
Peculiarly low-scoring first innings here at the Oval. Fewest runs scored in the first 2 innings of the game since season before last.
Yep.
Largely that's the hosts generally piling on the runs. but you can see why Worcestershire have struggled there. It's a privilege to watch Warwick in that kind of form, averaging less than 20 here in his time with Surrey.
This might be a moment to pass the commentary microphone onto Simon Mann for the first time. So you stay put, Ben. You keep chatting with Simon for a bit. He'll talk you through the cards. We've got about 8 minutes or thereabouts until Surrey will commence their second innings. Ben, some further thoughts from you on Dan Worrall, then it'll be Simon Mann.
It's just such a nice opportunity to see a proper throwback bowler with the angled run in. Those kind of skills of being able to move it both ways. We talk about the opportunities for him to play Test cricket, and they may come, they may not. But this is rapidly becoming just his playground. This is his platform to just showcase these skills. Touched on the idea of him playing T20 leagues around the world. Maybe that pays his wages, pays the way. But he's clearly at home here.
Good morning, Ben. Good morning, everyone. Nice pitch on which to bowl, nice conditions to bowl in, you feel, this morning, well, and last night as well, because the lights were on. It's never easy when the lights are on. And, well, another fine effort from Dan Worrall. I was asking Andrew Sampson actually before play today, because he was at Gloucestershire, and from memory I was thinking, did he, as the cliche goes, tear up any trees at Gloucestershire? But actually his figures there before, is he better now, Andrew, after his 6 for 22 today, than comparatively? I think he took his wickets at Gloucester around about 22 and a half, but he played 12 matches for them. And before this morning, Andrew was saying he took his wickets at Surrey at 23, just a little bit more expensive, but it may well be those 3 quick wickets this morning taking him under the figures he produced for Gloucestershire. Anyway, he's been really consistent, and he's taking him in the low 20s, which is excellent. It was interesting listening to you, Ben, talking about, as we just wait for the Surrey openers to come out, and the Worcestershire team, a few doing some loosening up on the far side. So Surrey with this very handy lead of 85 on first innings. It's amazing how a game turned round in a day. You think this time yesterday Surrey were in all sorts at 15 for 4. 22.2 now Worrall for Surrey, and for Gloucestershire 22.5. Well, that's pretty consistent. But I just thought, listening to you talking about Joe Leach's batting, and how you can use stats, and there's a fascinating aspect of that's opened up for everybody really, coaches certainly, players, selectors, and also spectators as well. How the game has turned around, why you're picking somebody or why you're not picking somebody. So Joe Leach, you say he averaged 10 against the short ball, so how does his wicket go down this morning in the stats? Because it may well be the short ball got him out, because he faced a few short balls, he's possibly just hanging back, and he's not using his feet. Worrall pitches one up and he nicks it. So how does that go down? How is that recorded as a stat?
That's where the analyst really earns their money, is that you can just do the query and see the headline number and think, okay, that's all we've got to do, we're just going to bomb him for 2 hours. But actually it's cricketing smarts, isn't it? It's, you force them back, they don't use their feet, you pitch it up, that's what gets the wicket. That's where you have to dig into the video. You have to dig into actually doing your research and watching the over before a wicket, or watching the entire spell as a whole. That's where you've got to ally these newer opportunities to look at the numbers with traditional scouting and traditional analysis and coaching. It's all part of a broader responsibility, I think, of the analyst to take everything into account, not just the numbers.
Yeah.
For the reasons that you said.
Yeah, there's a lot of context, isn't there, involved in this type of thing. So Surrey with this lead, very useful lead, as I say, of 85 on first innings, a low scoring game. Actually, both these sides this season have been involved in relatively high scoring games. So something a bit different, but you look at the picture and the conditions, then you can perhaps understand why the game has been relatively low scoring. Let's have a look back now on the Worcestershire wickets that have fallen. Oh, that was the first one to go. Gareth Roderick taken at third slip, and that was a peach as well to get rid of Libby. The thing about this Surrey attack is it's relentless. Perhaps not the best of shots, but there is a relentlessness about him, especially on a surface like this. And Abbott chipping in. And there's Clark getting involved as well. And if you kind of feel if one doesn't get you, another one will. And here's Kemar Roach now, and that looked absolutely plumb. That one, well, he got the benefit there, the bowler.
Floodlights on affects the umpire as well.
Yeah. If you put the technology on, it might well have been a slightly different outcome. And then Worrall mopping things up, and that was an extraordinary dismissal. Some in the ground might have thought that was caught behind, but it actually flicked the top of off stump.
I think we were deceived up here.
Yeah, Ben Folkes catching it so nonchalantly, and often that's the clue, isn't it? Because if it had been a nick, he would have gone with both hands, but just sticking out the one paw because he knew the bails were off. And there we go, Surrey rushing through this Worcestershire batting lineup. And now it's up to Burns and Sibley. And the one thing you can say for the Worcestershire bowlers coming out in these conditions is that there is something to work with. The pitch is green, it is overcast. It's one of those days when you wonder whether it's going to rain. There has been a bit of rain in London this morning, but it's only been spitting. Daniel Norcross has just joined me, will not have seen the rain this morning in London because he's only just probably got up from his pit in South London.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Alarm went at 3 minutes past 10.
Exactly, I know you very well, Daniel.
Well, I had an extraordinary evening. It was entirely unplanned, and I think you might enjoy this, because I think this could be our theme for the day. So I got home, and a very dear friend of mine texted to say, guess what I've been asked to do? And obviously I replied with a series of entirely flippant and ludicrous things. And he said, no, Desert Island Discs.
Your friend's been asked to do Desert Island Discs, right?
So this was a point at which I felt deeply sorry for him, because I can't think of anything more existentially onerous than being expected to distill your life into 8 songs.
Incredibly flattering to be asked, though.
Well, I mean, lots of things are flattering, but you know,
let's focus on...
It's flattering to the monarch, isn't it? But that's quite hard work.
Let's focus on Leach first up, bowling to Burns.
I'm going to try and prize out your 8 Desert Island.
Oh no, you'll never get anywhere with that.
Really?
Yeah.
Why not?
Well, because for the same reason is that you said it's incredibly difficult to distill your life down to.
You don't want to be
records.
judged, do you?
No, you don't want to be judged. Right, here's Leach, and the first ball of the Surrey second innings. A nice carry through, but he's got a new ball in hand. Worcestershire with 3 slips, starting off 3 in the offside, 2 on the on, saving single and a deep backwards square leg. They would have hoped this morning to try, if possible, to get up to around 160, 180 with a really fair wind. But Warwickshire, that ruthless over, 3 wickets in the over. Surrey on course.
Feels like a bowling morning though, doesn't it?
It does, but not a huge amount happened until that one over, really. There was a few plays and misses. Leach looked fairly solid. The game was sort of kind of going nowhere, really. Surrey were probing, Worcestershire were conservative, and then bang, bang, bang.
I think I've heard that from Adam Collins before. Perhaps with a bit more heft behind it.
It's only 20 to 12 in the day. And that's Surrey's first run. Possibly runs. Burns is thinking about coming back for the second, and indeed he is going to do so.
Well, a feature of yesterday was that it did nibble about a bit for the entire day. There's something in that pitch, there's a bit of grass. And Leach was superb, he just probed on exactly the same length over and over and over again. I don't know if you've had a chance to see the Jamie Smith dismissal.
I have, I was watching live.
Could you make sense of how he hit the stump? I mean, Smith's quite a big unit. His bat and his leg and his body seem to have it all covered, yet somehow it's snaked through.
It's amazing that you can be in such fantastic form in one game and then one good ball.
By the way, When was the last time you saw a game in which there was no deep third or indeed fine leg? This was a feature of yesterday. Worcestershire had no fine leg for pretty much the entirety of the innings until the last sort of 9th wicket partnership or so.
There's a deep backward square rather than a fine leg in place for Burns. And he finds him. Well, there you go. The analysts have done their job. He finds him at deep backward square. Like Ben Jones, he's done his job, or his ilk. 1 to Burns. Are we continuing this desert island disc story?
Go for it. Oh well, okay. So
you won't get mine, but
he texted me, and I expressed extreme concern for him. I said, you know, this is about as difficult and onerous a task as there can be.
Are you going to put a name on this person or not?
No, I don't think until the episode comes out it's permitted. I might tell you off air.
And here's Sibley's first ball.
And so, end of the first over, 3 for none. We began by just texting each other and saying, you know, I don't know how you do this. What's your method? Do you describe your life in 8 songs, starting with, you know, being a 5-year-old? Like if it was me, the first bit of vinyl I ever bought was a Hawaii 5-0 theme tune. Do you go through that?
Of the what theme tune?
Hawaii 5-0.
Hawaii 5-0.
Yeah, loved it when I was 6 years old, but I don't particularly want to be judged on the things I loved when I was 6 years old. You know, I used to love Butterscotch Angel Delight, but if I go to a Michelin-starred restaurant, I'm not going to try and order it. So, do you do it that way?
They might make a nice one, though.
Oh, almost certainly, but they'd probably call it salted caramel mousse with honeycomb tweel or similar.
I think you're in the wrong job here, Dan.
I know. I think you know that I'm in the wrong job. Or do you just choose 8 songs that you currently think are bangers?
Characteristic flick off the hip from Rory Burns, gets him a single.
Because the music world is filled with snobs, isn't it? Any choice you make, you will be judged on. So do you throw your lot in with the whole thing, or do you go an entirely different way? Do you say, okay, this is a ludicrous premise, to choose 8 songs to define myself. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to take your desert island and I'm going to hurl straight at your idiotic premise that you're stuck on a desert island, yet somehow you can play 8 songs, but only 8 songs, and have the collected works of Shakespeare.
Smith to Sibley, meanwhile.
So what do you do when you wake up on your desert island? Well, you need invigorating music, don't you? You need something to get you out of your straw bed. So you might have a morning song, I don't know, like Feeling Good by Nina Simone. It's a good waking up kind of song, isn't it? Then you might need a kind of toilsome song through the day while you're sort of foraging for cashews and pecans or whatever you do on this wretched island. Something long, something like Bark, that helps you metronomically do your business. Then in the evening you might want a bit of quiet contemplation, but you might want some kind of strained psychedelic spirituality to take you out of the metronomic tedium of living on this island. These might not be your 8 favourite songs, but they might be your way of getting through the island
through the day.
Yeah, you see.
I think you just pick your 8 favourite songs, don't you?
But you don't. No one has 8 favourite songs. I mean, I quite like Dance Monkey, but I'm not going to be defined by Dance Monkey. The Test match special theme tune, I mean, there was one time when I was obviously contemplating in the shower the expectation of the phone ringing and saying, Daniel, you're a national treasure now, we need to get you on Desert Island Discs, what are you going to do? And at one point I just thought of filling it with my favourite TV theme tunes. Sports Night, absolute banger. TMS, The Persuaders theme tune.
Ski Sunday.
Problem with Ski Sundays, I suppose if you had Ski Sunday you wouldn't get it mixed up with the show jumping.
Squeeze that away, it'll only be a single.
I know how much you love daytime TV, but the modern day equivalent of not being able to sing 2 songs back to back You know, like you can't sing Yes Minister and To the Manor Born back to back. It's impossible because they merge into one. Similarly with skis.
It's a thought that's actually never occurred to me before.
Really?
But now you've articulated it.
Yeah, try it. You can't do it, can you? It's very hard to do.
I can't sing, so that's not a great start.
You can't do Ski Sunday and the show jumping. The latest conflation problem is Homes Under the Hammer and Bargain Hunt.
End of the second over, no real alarms for these Surrey openers so far, Burns and Sibley, and the psychology of the game is so different from yesterday morning now. You've got those runs in the bank, that lead, you've got a cushion, and although in theory the conditions are still quite tricky with the overheads and the greenness in the pitch and the new ball, somehow, I don't know, when you watch a lot of cricket, you just feel so much more secure as a team in this situation than when the pressure is on yesterday, even though it's the same pitch, the same bowlers, the same combinations if you like. Not the first batter to use their feet on this surface. A long way down there, Sibley.
It's a big feature of yesterday actually, when Surrey lost their 4th wicket. Pope and especially Lawrence came at the bowlers, and part of it I think is because Leach is not the quickest, is he? And he was trying to get him off that length. He's on a sort of metronomic length.
What would you say he bowls at? I was watching yesterday. I was thinking, he's very much on the medium fast side, isn't he? Rather than fast medium. Sibley again getting a long way forward.
I would put it
78.
Sort of 70. Ooh, I don't know if it gets quite up to 78. Might do on occasion. Where the slips are standing might be an indicator. The keeper, I think, never came up to the stumps despite Lawrence using his feet.
You feel he ought to better get it down there a bit quicker.
Do you? Well, they thought that about Jason Holder as well, didn't they?
There's so much time left in this game now. What are we? Just first session, second day. And you've had 2 innings of the game. Forecast for the next couple of days is
okay, isn't it?
Is reasonable. Today's we don't quite know. It's one of those days when it's deeply overcast in London. We may need the lights later on. There's been a few spits and spots of rain earlier today, but there is time here to really dig in. Just try to bat Worcestershire out of the game. Oh, Sibley lets that go. Shout for LBW. Umpire Lloyd not interested.
I think height. What I'd be quite interested in getting, I don't know if Jake, our producer, was able to do this for us.
Have a look at this replay. Yeah, didn't have a lot going for it.
Too high.
Nathan Smith was given out and playing no shot last night. Again, he's a long way down there. A nip bounce from Leach.
I wonder if we can get a side-on view of where Sibley addresses that ball from, because he's taking a little step, and I wonder where he's starting from. I think by the time he addresses the ball, he might be a yard and a half down the wicket.
Yeah, maiden over from Leach, 5 for no wicket.
Anyway, to sort of complete the first part of that story, the result was that after furious texting, we got to about 9 o'clock with a lot of anxiety to and fro. He just said pub in 15 minutes, and we then spent 6 hours wargaming it till 3 in the morning.
Right. Hence the alarm call at 10 o'clock this morning.
That's right. So
right.
We've got
the fact that you haven't seen the fact that it's rained this morning.
That's right. I certainly didn't see the rain. So he's got 7 out of 8, and then he's got to pick 1 out of 4 between now and Monday morning.
And presumably you're not allowed to.
Can't change it.
You can't share any of the songs with us. Well, you might be able to share one.
I suppose I might be able to. Yeah. Playing them out on Spotify at 2 in the morning on my TV.
There's Nathan Smith with his second over. A bit more pace than Leach, the New Zealander.
My boy Lollipop was one of them. You weren't expecting that, were you?
No. But then I don't know who the person is, so it's hard to make a judgment call.
Well, I wasn't expecting. When I tell you who the person is, it'll seem even more surprising.
Right. If you want to get in touch with us, surreybroadcast@gmail.com, by the way. Burns and Sibley have been in good form this season. And there's our first boundary. Allowing the ball to come to him, finding the gap. No one at home at deep third.
And that's awfully good of you to come in here today, Simon. Because I imagine you would otherwise have been glued to the Leicester live stream.
Well, I was actually watching both games yesterday, this one and the one at Grace Road. How many? The Gloucestershire over 400 now?
415 for 3, but there's only 2 overs left before the 110 over cut-off, so I don't think you're going to get the maximum batting points, which frankly is criminal after an opening partnership of that size.
More runs for Burns. It won't be 4. Good chance of 3. In fact, they're jogging 2.
He does like that area a lot, but they sort of play on that. And yesterday his dismissal was a sort of ball that fed that shot. Played around it, LBW.
Surrey here looking for their 4th straight win. And at this stage of the game, you wouldn't back against it. Lead nearly 100. Just a single this time.
By the way, do you know why we're not able to make back the overs we lost yesterday? Because is it because they went off after the scheduled close of play? Right.
With the configuration of both teams, it's unlikely the over rate is going to be particularly brisk.
Yes,
during this match.
Not a lot of spin.
No.
Actually, Worcestershire's over rate is currently -1. Surrey somehow got through theirs with +2 at the end of their bowling innings. I've come to the very joyful realisation that yesterday's shenanigans on the TV have translated onto my phone app, so I probably am able to tell you some more of these songs. Johnny Cash, The Ballad of St Quentin. No?
Is it something you're familiar with?
Well, yes, I'm familiar with it. Yeah, it's one played in prison.
Just a fraction of movement there from Smith, but not much for the Worcestershire bowlers so far. 4 overs gone, early days, but clearly if they are to restrict Surrey here, they'll need some early wickets. That's a very powerful Surrey batting lineup. You feel if
it sort of has to happen soon, doesn't it?
Yeah, you feel if Burns and Sibley don't get you, then perhaps Pope and Lawrence will, or
well, we thought that yesterday.
Smith and Folkes.
15 for 4. You did wonder.
Well, they did.
They did. There was that one partnership, at which point Andrew Sampson showed us an extraordinary game involving Natal and Eastern Province, in which 9 of the partnerships totalled 59, but the other partnership was 338.
Well, that's it. If you get in, you cash in. That's the whole point. But it has felt so far wickets, big partnership wickets, and that's how the game has gone. Okay, there was a bit of resistance at times from Worcestershire yesterday. The misfortune for them is when it was their turn to bat, the lights were on. We know how tricky that can be. round the wicket from Leach now.
I mean, it does feel pretty difficult and pretty gloomy at the moment. So if Worcestershire are going to claw their way back in, you sort of sense it has to be the hour either side of lunch, don't you? I mean, they are attacking. They've kept 3 slips in. And I do love the fact that they feel they don't have to waste time on a fine leg, because it just never strayed. I think yesterday 2 or 3 balls at most strayed onto the pads.
There's a hint of, I mean, of course you can have the fielders wherever you like. There was a hint of T20 in that, isn't there? The 2 fielders outside the circle in the opening 6 overs. Where do you have them? Do you have them at fine leg? Or actually, or does the ball, is it more likely to go to deep square or deep backwards square leg, say? Clearly that's what Worcestershire feel.
Well, no one tried to ramp yesterday. There was a sort of field you would imagine Joe Root ramping quite a lot.
Or Ollie Pope?
Yeah, but he didn't. That was a strange thing.
There was one extraordinary shot that Dan Lawrence played fairly early on.
Oh, yeah.
Going outside off, to a ball outside the off stump, hoofing it away over deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, they sort of came out of the blue, these shots, a lot of the time, didn't they? Now, I'm keeping my eye on the 110 over mark around the country. Essex have got 3 balls left to take the 9th wicket.
How many cricketers have done Desert Island Disc?
Well, do you know, it's funny you should say that, because my chum is a very big cricket fan, and he assumed that loads had done it. But you know, it's not that many at all. And one of the most surprising ones is Derek Randall in 1977.
Well, there's a shout for LBW. How close is this?
Ooh.
Not close enough for umpire Lloyd.
Goodness me, this looked close in real time. Ah, he's got outside.
Outside the line.
Outside the line.
Yep.
He does do that. He shuffles a little bit across. Our colleague Jeffrey Boycott was one, and I think he did his in about 1970, 71. It was quite early in the piece. Just as well, perhaps. I wonder what he chose. A lot of Gracie Fields is my guess. Can we get the song lists of them?
Well, that would be interesting, wouldn't it? Get the song lists off them. Well, the other 4. I think Derek Randall was on a bit of a high, wasn't he, around the
centenary test? I think it would have been soon after that.
Yeah.
I mean, still, it's quite unusual. It wasn't. I mean, he was on a high, but he wasn't one of England's greatest cricketers, was he? And given that there are only about 6 of them, it does seem a strange choice.
He was a charismatic character, though. I mean, he was someone who sort of called the zeitgeist.
True.
Cricketing zeitgeist. The other 4, by the way: Flintoff, Ian Botham, Fred Truman, and Tony Gregg.
Tony Gregg's was in the March before the 1976 series.
I'm going to go 12 for no wicket, 5 overs gone. The lead is 97, and Surrey firmly in control of this game. Adam Collins is coming in.
Thank you. Well, Adam is a man. Adam is a man who'll definitely play this game. I mean, I reckon he could choose 8 Eurovision songs for his Desert Island Discs.
I've been busy doing other things. What have I stepped into here? Desert Island Discs 101.
Well, a mate of mine, I'll tell you who he is later. Oh, there's Jeffrey. Yeah. Oh, and we've got his brilliant.
What was his? Was Boycotts? God Save the Queen.
So I'll tell you in a minute. Basically, a friend of mine rang up last night and said, "I've been asked to do Desert Island Discs."
Ah, how good.
Well, or how much of a nightmare? Because a lot rides on how you define yourself in those 8 songs. So we've been talking.
True. Like when Starmer did it, and some years ago, and that comes up quite a bit. It's like a meme on social media.
Yes.
The songs that he picked at the time.
Jeffrey obviously chose Frank Sinatra's version of My Way.
Yeah, I can see that.
Absolutely obvious. The Beatles, Yesterday.
No.
That doesn't feel like a Jeffrey song.
Jeff Boycott's not
yearning and regret, isn't it?
What's that line from? I'm trying to remember the context. Where when David Cameron was running for office, he referenced being a Smiths fan, and Johnny Marr put on Twitter, "No, you're not a Smiths fan. You're not allowed to be a Smiths fan." I sort of feel the same way about Jeff boycotting the Beatles. Don't know whether they'd permit him to be a Beatles fan.
Dionne Warwick, Say a Little Prayer.
Okay.
I mean, it's a catchy tune. Johnny Mathis, 12th of Never. I'm not familiar with that song. Trini Lopez, If I Had a Hammer. Bear in mind this was in 1971, was it? I think he did it. Oh.
Mix up, but retrieved. Sorted out.
So, you know, we've got to be fair to Jeff here, because 53 years have passed since he did it.
Oh, right.
So, you know, boom, bang, a bang, maybe, but he's not going to get much Eurovision in there.
No.
Now, who on earth is Rory Grist? Have you heard of this person?
No. Seems like a punchline.
Somewhere. He's got a bit of Tchaikovsky and a bit of Rachmaninoff. He likes his Russians, does Jeffrey. Yeah. Rachmaninoff's Rhapsody on a Theme by Paganini, and...
What's that absolutely bonkers Rachmaninoff? Is it Prelude in C sharp minor or whatever? It's an absolutely crazy one. Anyway, what are we now?
I'm sorry.
You lost the plot.
I've lost. I might actually corpse here.
Okay. All right.
Because he's chosen the Dance of the Sugar Plum Fairy. And now all I have in my mind is Jeffrey Boycott in a kind of froofy red skirt. Doing a ballet. Oh dear.
Yeah, okay.
I wasn't expecting that.
I generously call that a steer. At the very least, it was soft hands through the cordon. Sibley is taking his time to get going here. 3 from 18, leads up to 99.
You get a book of choice. What do you think Jeffrey's gone for? Here, this is not a curveball.
We could crowdsource this. We've got about 10 people in our commentary box right now on an oval tour.
Oh yeah, I wonder what they think.
I'm just going to take my cans off and ask. What do you think Jeffrey Boycott would have had on his Desert Island discs?
It's his book of choice. What do you reckon?
His book of choice. What's his book of choice?
And bear in mind, it's Jeffrey.
Simon Mann with the MCC coaching manual. Not bad. Not bad.
I mean, he's chosen the Dance of the Sugar Plum Fairy as one of his favourite songs. I think you're close, but I don't think you're thinking about how Jeffrey would like to twist the rules so that he gets perhaps more than one book.
Wisden Almanac? Wisden Cricketer's Almanac?
All of them.
All of them.
All of them.
Right,
I mean, I was actually quite surprised he didn't just go for the ones between 1960 and at that point 1971.
Oh, speaking of the Almanac.
Yes.
Well, two things. First of all, lovely thing at Lord's. End of the over, by the way, 14 for none. Lawrence Booth tweeted yesterday, the Wisden Cricketers of the Year are being displayed in the lunchroom for the players now at Lord's. So as you go in to get your lunch as a player, you'll see the 5 Cricketers of the Year. That's a nice touch. That's it. Yeah. This was spotted by someone who brought it to my attention on social media. I wish I remembered who it was now. A lot of Jimmy love last week, you know, naturally, given he's retiring from Test cricket. The first reference to him in the Almanac might make sense if I try and bring this up before continuing, but believe me, this is worth it. Here we go. This is from Andre Maddox in Wisden 2000. It refers to there's a passage here about club cricket in Burnley. Where Jimmy was doing his thing before he signed up properly with Lancashire. Here we go. There's a reference to Joe Scuderi, the Italian-born Australian all-rounder, joining Lancashire in 2000. Collected 1,000 runs, 71 wickets for Colne. Other bowling feats included Rawtental spinner Keith Roscoe, taking 7 Haslingden wickets for 4 runs, and 17-year-old James Anderton for Burnley.
Now you see,
a bowler who sends stumps flying, grabbing 43 wickets at 15.37. His first reference in Wisden in 2000 is a typo. And I've just got the feeling this is the kind of thing we can get amended in the next edition of the Good Book in 2025. In the errata section up the back. Nicely worked by Burns. Short side of the ground. He'll be happy with the single. There's a sweeper in that direction. Lead up to an even 100 for Surrey after finishing the job this morning. Bowling out Worcester for 128 down Warwick, 6 for 22.
Well, I think the chief constable for Manchester in the 80s and 90s was called Anderton. So that might have been the confusion.
That might be why this happened.
Yes.
To think it's reached, because often these typos and other errors in Wisden are picked up quite quickly. I know this hasn't been corrected as yet, because we get this errata section. It was what page this year, Samo? Page 1553 or something? Right there at the back. So this will mean that we can have a contribution.
Oh, brilliant. And then we can get invited to the Wisden dinner without having the trouble of actually writing something.
Yeah, I get invited anyway. I do write for it, though, to be fair.
Well, exactly. By the way, keepers
up to the stumps
to Leach. Which,
yeah. We talked about this a little bit yesterday, didn't we, Daniel, about Leach's pace lends itself to...
Apparently, Andrew Sampson, of course, has the person who does the corrections on speed dial.
Harriet.
It's like number 3 on his speed dial.
The best one this year.
Harriet Monkhouse.
Yeah.
Shares the name with a Surrey great of yore.
My favourite one this year went, I think it was 1928. There was a correction there from some initials in a scorecard that someone had found. I mean, to get hold of the edition of the Wisden Cricketers Almanac from 1928 is a tough thing to do because they're so expensive pre-war. So my goal for next year's edition, for the 2025, is to find an error in 1925. So I've just got to get hold of it. 1920.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and the database is quite good. Oh, lovely. And Roderick tidy up to the stumps. I know it's only 66 mile an hour, but still, you've got to get there, and so he did, whipping the bails off as well, as is his prerogative. 15 for none, 1 run from the over, leads 100.
I do have, by the way, confirmation. I thought it was right. The James Anderton was the chief constable of Greater Manchester from 1976 to 1991. So that's probably kind of what's happened subconsciously.
Yeah.
He was oft lampooned, was James Anderton, for being slightly something of a martinet, let's say. He features in a song by the Happy Mondays called God's Cop.
Okay.
James Anderton. I mean, unless actually James Anderton, the former chief constable, was tearing it up in the Lancashire Leagues in 2000, which seems unlikely.
Yeah, well, was he 17 in 2000? No, in 1999 it would have been?
He wasn't 17, no. I think it's, yeah, I don't think there's a problem there.
Isn't that great, though? The first Jimmy reference in Wisden was a typo. New over begins here. Smith is the quickest in the Worcestershire attack. Had an interesting day yesterday. Picked up a crucial wicket early on. Burns leg before. One of 3 wickets to fall with the score on 9 inside the first half an hour. Came back into the attack and had Pope dropped between first and second slip. He went and switched the bails over.
Oh, did he?
Per Stuart Broad last year. And next ball had him dismissed. It was the one clip that got popped on the County Championship Twitter account yesterday, was the bail swapping malarkey. And sure enough, it was quote tweeted by one Stuart Broad, who took interest, as you would, given that was his thing out here at the Oval last year. Did it a couple of times and picked up to. I kind of don't want it. I don't want it to be a thing where bowlers are constantly switching the bails, but correlation or causation, you know.
Well, I'm afraid if it's working, you've got to keep doing it.
Yeah, but Smith did do it, and it was the next ball where he had Pope caught behind, and that was the start of the second collapse where they lost 6 for 50.
There were a couple of instances yesterday where somebody should have been out one ball and was out actually the next.
Yes, Sibley as well, wasn't it? Good running from Burns, called Sibley through. 16 for none. Captain's up to 13.
Yep, Sibley got into a bit of a pickle. He came down the wicket, advanced to Leach, and he clipped it into the onside aerially, and then got stuck, becalmed halfway down the pitch. Should have been run out, and looked to have sort of had a talking to himself. And then very next ball, he uncharacteristically flailed at a wide one. This is a fun game, though. I think we've got a lot of cricketers in their desert island disc to get through. Oh, Brearley. Oh,
playing a miss wide, well wide of the off stump.
Well, Brearley, I'm imagining we'll have something. I'm not going to look at it just yet because I'm going to guess there'll probably be a bit of Messiaen and Schoenberg. There might be that. What's that? What's that song that scored something like 1 minute 44 seconds and it's just complete silence? You can imagine that being a Brearley classic. They're all here. Brahms, Bach, Beethoven, Haydn, Mozart, more Bach, very traditional, and then Ray Charles, Georgia on My Mind.
Oh, beautiful song.
Yes, I thought he might go more 20th century with his classical music.
Georgia on My Mind. That's my favourite scene of a TV show is set to Georgia on My Mind.
Typical Brearley, by the way. His book of choice.
Yep.
Is an anthology of English verse. I cannot think of anything I want less for the rest of my life on a desert island than poetry. I actually wouldn't mind a Geoffrey Archer novel. Certainly have a better plot than Paradise Lost. I don't know about you, I just can't get to grips with poetry.
Well, as you know, I work with a poet.
I know
well wide on the crease there, Smith. The complete is over. Not far away from, well, what used to be called back foot no balls. And you can see there umpire Blackwell just takes a look at the line, might say to him, you're pretty close there, mate. But you need to be actually breaking the line now, not touching it as it used to be. So, no concern, 16 for none.
I think I might take Infinite Jest with me, which was bought for me about 25 years ago, the David Foster Wallace book that no one has read. It's about 1,200 pages long. And a lot of people have it on their bookshelves. I think it's the most unopened book in the English language.
Have you read Ulysses?
I did five or six pages.
Yeah. It's one of those things where I want to set myself like 3 months to do at some stage.
Gravity's Rainbow is the other one.
Right.
My wife chose that for a book club.
So the keeper goes back and straight away Leach gets one to stand up from round the wicket, beats the batter Burns, does some gardening where the ball pitched or thereabouts. We'll see it a second time. Leach, it isn't about the pace, it's about what he does with it.
I mean, it's noticeable, isn't it? Keeper will go back to Burns because Burns doesn't tend to bat out of his crease. Sibley's batting, I think, about a yard and a bit outside his crease when the keeper's standing back. Now, Derek Randall, he did his. This is extraordinary. In 1977. And his first choice, do you know this song? Oh, you will know, you'll definitely know this song. The Australian cricket team from 1972 with Here Come the Aussies.
You know what? I'm glad to say I have no idea what that is.
Well, I think we need to find out. I think this is going to feature in the final word story time.
Maybe it is, yeah. We'll find an excuse to... Here Come the... 1972, so that would have been, I assume, the side that came out to England.
Yeah, they'll have come with their own official song.
Yeah.
About koalas and kangaroos and whatnot.
Bob Massey harmonising.
Yeah. Oh.
Couple. Again, weight out of the bottom hand as Burns does so well.
I mean, this feels pretty Derek Randall. We've got Demis Roussos, happy to be on an island in the sun. So he's, you know, he's getting down with the programme, almost literally. Connie Francis, Carolina Moon. Perry Como, Catch a Falling Star. Rod Stewart, Sailing. And the BBC Dance Orchestra with The Sun Has Got His Hat On. I don't know what the Bumpers song is. That's by the Bumpers.
I assume before I joined you on commentary when you and Simon Mann were initially talking about this, you've gone through what you would pick, because you are a national treasure in training.
I've gone through the very first game of cricket I commentated for the BBC was Surrey, Gloucestershire. I think it started
10 years ago this week, wasn't it?
That's right.
Yeah.
And of course, being an idiot, when I was booked, I was in Antibes. I was in the south of France. I was so excited. I had a shower and tried to imagine my desert island discs.
Does make me kind of think, what's your high water mark when it comes to these types of things? Is it
is it Desert Island Discs, or do you have a little
Celebrity Antiques Road trip?
Well, I was pondering, do you have a little late run? I mean, your Bowie legs might deny you this, but in your kind of weird configured body. But do you have a Dancing with the Stars in you?
No, absolutely not.
And by weird, I simply mean you have these spindly little legs and carrying the rest. I don't know how you played cricket for 30 years.
I don't know either. Graham Gooch, I suppose. Think of it like that.
That completes the over. It also completes Daniel's stint on colour. What an enjoyable one it was. Go well. Catch you at the lunch break, or maybe sooner. Overcast morning, where there was plenty of action inside the first half an hour. Well, more specifically, a quiet 25 minutes and a very busy over. So Worcester resumed at 112 for 7, 101 behind. That was with Leach and De Oliveira together at the middle after losing 2 late wickets on day 1. And they reached 128 without further loss, and then down Warwickshire went bang, bang, bang. Leach, Gibbon, Singh all out in the space of 5 deliveries. Worcester all out 128. Warwickshire 6 for 22 from 12 overs. Immaculate. Roach a couple last night. Clark 1, Abbott 1 with his first ball. Worcestershire trailed by 85 heading into the second half of the match, and Surrey have now advanced to 18 for none. They lead by 103. That's the call of the card as I welcome Ben Gardner on commentary for the first time today, the digital editor over at wisdom.com. I hope I got your title right. Hello, Ben.
Hello. First time today, first time ever on the Surrey commentary.
You've not been on the stream before?
No, this is a debut, yeah.
Goodness me. I thought we'd rinsed everyone who worked over in Wisdom offices in the beds to stand over there for a stint or two.
No, yeah.
This is exciting. Well, as you may have detected from the rhythm of the commentary you were watching before, no need to be nervous. Just come in and just talk about whatever you feel like. It's the county cricket stream. You can drift and you can take it where you want. We can talk about the cricket if you want. We can talk about your Desert Island Discs if you please. We'll just see where this goes for half an hour.
We're slowly blurring the lines between Wisdom and Surrey, so we'll be all out Surrey again.
I think we've had every single person that works with you or for you. Ben Jones with us as well today from CricViz, who
you'd say.
Friend of, used to work in the office as well. And we saw, Dan Worrall earlier, that spell where it just felt inevitable that it was going to come, much as it was yesterday. Feels like every time he bowls at this ground, he finds a way to enhance his reputation yet further.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with this Surrey attack, that there's always someone that puts their hand up, whether it's it's Sean Abbott taking a brilliant caught and bowled sort of break the game open, or it's if it's not one, it will be the other, and there's kind of no respite, which means they can allow sort of a partnership to build and not be too worried that when the breakthrough comes they're going to go bang bang.
Shaped there from Smith away from the right-hander, well negotiated by Sibley. He's faced 30 balls for 3. That's actually not been the way we've seen Sibley bat this year. He's been quite keen to put on a bit of scoreboard pressure himself, but tough conditions. Lights aren't on, but they could be. It's pretty dark.
Yeah, a greener tinged pitch than we've seen in the past couple of weeks as well.
Less brown, more green, I reckon.
Yeah, and it's interesting to think about how the county championship rewards good performances on different surfaces, because we'll just wait for Nathan Smith to bowl this one.
Yep, works it well there. Extra bounce, and Sibley from the balls of his feet. Burns wants 3 here, and no dramas whatsoever there. So Sibley doubles his score. He's 6, 21 for none, lead 106.
Just because Surrey are well ahead in this game and have played well to get to that position, but this doesn't feel like a pitch where maximum bonus points are going to be possible for anyone, really.
Well, yeah, I suppose we've passed that stage of the game, and both teams have collected their bowling points, but there have been no batting points
and you think
at all.
Surrey in this position have played. Are they more dominant than a team that's 450 against 350, and yet they'll come away from the game if they do win it with sort of a much lower tally of points. Not that they're short of points over the season, but
yeah, it is a good point you raise about the incentives when it comes to maximising your batting points. Hampshire found themselves in this situation last year, especially where they weren't getting their batting points. It was a more sporting surface, and there's been chat in the off-season about that's partly why Hampshire's so flat at the moment. They want to give themselves a chance. They won more games than Surrey. Was it 2 years ago? They won more games than Surrey, and they had the equal wins last year. But Surrey invariably got a stack of batting points because they're so good. But yeah, it's if you are a club or a ground that produces greener wickets, you are by definition making it harder to collect the batting points, which are greater in number than the bowling points.
Yeah, and I suppose that's what the ECB want to encourage with services around the country, and you can understand that. But when it comes to actually evaluating cricketing performance, or I suppose bonus points should tell you which team was the more superior in a given match or across the season, if all else is equal. And occasionally that's not the case, I suppose.
Roderick up to the stumps again. So 3 slips behind. I love that aesthetic of having 3 or 4 slips behind a wicketkeeper up to the stumps for a seamer. Always makes for a nice photograph.
Yeah.
The slips back there. Adam Hose at first. Jumper's making it hard for me to pick up who's second and third. We'll work on that next over when they're closer to where I am. Lovely. That's the challenge that Leach presented yesterday. Yes, there's the outswinger, but with the front on action, being able to seam the ball both ways. Certainly in these types of conditions, he's a very capable bowler, be it. Well, especially with the new ball, but the fact that he's got tricks means that he's always in the game.
Yeah, and you've got to have such accuracy, obviously at that pace, but with this field and with the field setting as well, how the boundary size is.
And again,
it's brilliant because you've got just the sort of the close in fielders on the offside. There's no sweeper there, and in a way, what would be the use of one, because the boundary is shorter on that side. You've obviously got the square; it's going to race away. Anything you can get on the front foot and drive is going to go, and yet he's conceding barely a run and over, and that's testament to his consistency and accuracy.
Just a reminder that even against top class batting, and you've got 2 test players here in Burns and Sibley, that an old fashioned medium pacer who lands it on the spot and can do plenty. Always a threat. He was brilliant yesterday. So the speed gun has him clocked somewhere in the high 60s and occasionally the low 70s, which is genuinely medium pace, 65.1. I mean, that measure bounces around a little bit on our speed gun here, but you get a sense of the pace that he's bowling at. And you're occasionally seeing spinners bowl up towards 100 kilometres an hour in short form cricket.
Yeah, you think back to Shahid Afridi, Marlon Samuels, they'd fire in that quicker ball, perhaps slightly questionably, who knows? But makes an interesting contrast to the guy at the other end, doesn't it? Nathan Smith, who is he's got a decent bit of pace about him, and I think New Zealand will be looking at him at some point. Played a bit of A stuff.
Yeah, he's been in those A squads, and I think he got picked for one senior squad, but hasn't played yet. It's a terrific signing. We were commenting yesterday that it's reminiscent of counties doing well to pick up a lot of Australian guys who were in the second 11 of the Australian team through the 90s and early 2000s, when the Aussie lineup was so clear who the top 6 were going to be. Again, 3rd time in the over, he's gone past the edge. Super stuff from Leach. Maiden complete, 21 for none. Surrey lead by 106. Worcester just need to hold on here. Need to find something between now and lunch, which is 32 minutes away. Make that 42 minutes away, my apologies, because I believe we're doing the 10 past 1 lunch. Although the overs remaining today doesn't suggest that, so a bit of inconsistent information whether we're playing a 106 over day or not. We lost some play yesterday. It was meant to be a 41 over final session, but bad light took them off after 34.
Yeah, I suppose it does. There's an interesting bit of sort of tactical nuance here, I suppose, at the moment, because some fans might tune in and think, sorry, I've got this big lead, even bigger considering the difficulty of the surface, and yet Sibley's there grinding away. Firstly, there's so much time left in the game that there's no need to score quickly at this stage, but also this is Worcestershire's opportunity. This is a bit of time when actually, although the modern way is to always apply pressure back, if you can absorb it for this 40-minute stint, get into lunch 1 or none down, then Worcestershire's lunch will be a lot more difficult for them to stomach, I suppose.
Ben Gibbon, first crack in the second innings from the pavilion end. Thought there were moments yesterday when he looked a real likely type, Gibbon. Left arm, had the ball shaping back towards the right arm as from left arm over, which always keeps you in the game. Picked up 1 wicket and was a little bit expensive, but yeah, it was more just to the naked eye. Felt like he's a guy with a reasonably high ceiling.
And it's just an interesting attack in terms of the contrast, isn't it? When you've got Nathan Smith at one end in the low to mid 80s range, and you've got Joe Leach, a completely different challenge, and then the different angle here. He's a bit taller as well.
Back of a length. Oh, run out chance. Not quite. A good stop. Well, the throw didn't come in the end, but nonetheless a good piece of fielding. Yeah, the route to Worcestershire for Gibbon. Cheshire was in the length set up for a little bit. Was working on a building site and was playing club cricket in Cheshire and found his way to Worcester eventually. Now 23 years of age. Debut a couple of years ago. Do like the fact that Worcestershire, there are quite a number of the players with interesting backstories. 2 Saka graduates, both of whom have played loads of twos cricket all over the place.
Yeah, Kashi Valley had been a 5 counts he trialled, and also trialling in all sorts of ways. He's got a 5 for Nottinghamshire twos, and then gets 200s in a game for Worcestershire ones. And that was a great partnership yesterday between Lawrence and Pope, but I thought that the shot of the day was probably that cover drive by Kashi Valley. He's a great player to watch.
He gets the bat up nice and high, and the swing looks graceful. It was his downfall in the end, chasing a wide one, but you can see a bit there, can't you? That's a mid-wicket. The other thing to note is the Charlotte Edwards Cup begins today, which is the women's T20 competition from the regional teams that become obsolete next year when they move back to the county structure, and the Tier 1 clubs that were named a couple of weeks ago, Surrey being one of those, but the club that Surrey are aligned to, the South East Stars, they play tomorrow at Bristol against the Western Storm. And the Central Sparks, which are Worcestershire's team, they're hosting tomorrow at New Road, which is a big deal. First game back at New Road. They've got the Sunrisers, who are mostly out at Essex and Lords. Well, Essex and Middlesex and Northants are the counties there, the first class counties anyway. We're about 40% of the way through the Rachel Hayhoe Flint competition. The South East Stars are 4 and 2 in second spot. So in that tournament, 4 teams have won 4 games and 4 teams have won 2 games. And the news this week from Surrey was that they've now named their Director of Women's Cricket for next year, Emma Calvert, who's currently performing a similar role with the Stars, but she'll move full-time to Surrey. There's that shape I was referring to earlier. I mean, it's a little bit wide of the off stump to make it count, but still you can see there's enough going on with him. Left arm over, 22 for none, 1 run from his first over.
Plays with that. Oh, that's nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's just a hint of the absolute dream ball there, isn't it? The one that curves around and comes back in to just clip that off stump. It's got to be careful of it, but you've got to get it exactly right as a bowler, and it's a fun thing to search for.
Ben, I'm going to leave it with you, and Simon Mann's going to replace me and take us through to lunch. 22 for none, Surrey in their second innings.
Hello Ben, we've never met.
Hi Simon, how you doing?
I know everyone thinks we know each other well behind the scenes, but I'm pretty sure we have never met, have we?
I'm not sure.
Or have we?
You know what, I've
got a very bad memory these days.
I did a bit of statistics work during the 2017 Women's World Cup. So I was in the comment box in the Andrew Sampson chair, and and would have given a bit of a number here or there. But I was a young whippersnapper. I was much older now than I did then, I suppose.
Yeah, well, we all do, don't we? 22 for no wicket then. And Surrey firmly in control of this match. There's a change of bowling, and Matthew Waite is into the attack. It was his spell last night that seemed to drag Worcestershire back into the game, and then that Surrey, that relentless Surrey bowling attack, just brushed them aside. At the moment, these two openers just sitting in, just seeing what's available. As the run rate has been slow, but it doesn't need to be anything other than that, really. I mean, they can do what they like. Sorry, they're in control of the game.
Exactly, and if there was going to be a time when Worcestershire would get back into it, it would be through a succession of rash shots now, or brilliant bowling. But this is the time with the ball, you know, still new enough, the pitch with something in it.
Brushed away for a single to Burns. Surrey just inching forward. There's so much time left in the game.
Yeah, exactly.
There is no pressure on them, and they also know these two build a base, and they've got players who can come in and really put the bricks into the building very quickly.
Yeah, and every over they face, as well as another over in the legs of the Worcestershire bowlers for later on, when you've got a partnership properly going and ticking along, and the bowlers coming back for a third or a fourth spell even.
Yeah, so the run rate at the moment, as you can see, is under 2 runs per over, but I bet it won't be by the time Surrey have finished in this second innings. So it's up to Worcestershire to, well, they need quick wickets, really. There's a hint of a way swing there from Waite, but no great pace, so Sibley is able to cover it.
Yeah, and you might wonder if Worcestershire are building pressure here, but if there's any batter who doesn't feel that type of pressure in the country, it's Dom Sibley. Not that he can't score quickly and play his shots, just that if at times he feels that's the way that it's to be played, he will do that for hours if needs be.
So Worcestershire need to get something going if they're to get back in the game. Just a fraction still there for the bowlers, and the pitch is not as green as it was yesterday morning when the game started. It should be interesting to get like a snapshot of the pitch yesterday morning and now, and then perhaps even then later in the game. Some of the greenness goes out of, so especially with some dry weather around. It's not the warmest of days in London today. It's uniformly overcast, but some sun tomorrow is forecast, and on Monday as well, if we still need Monday. Oh, that's a lovely delivery. Might just have flicked the pad there on the way through with the outswinger, so it's missing the stumps, it's missed the edge. But that was a fine delivery from Waite.
Is it going into the gloves, or is it just...
Difficult to tell. Yeah. I'm not sure it took the outside edge. There was such a good ball, it was hard to hit because it was that good. Well, that's the first one, I think, in this second innings that's really gone and caused problems for the batters. There's been a little bit of playing missing, not much. And that one really did go from Waite. So some encouragement for him. New over from Gibbon.
I suppose the other thing that Surrey will be thinking about when it comes to the conditions is that if the pitch is easing and it's going to be sunny tomorrow and Monday, is they'll want that lead to be properly big. You might think if the pitch is going to get worse, then you need to cash in, but it's not going to do that. It's going to ease up, you'd think, and then actually they're going to want that insurance in the bank.
Yeah, just to be on the safe side. Yes, because you know the pitch can go flat here at the Oval. But it did start off in a fashion that you can totally understand why D'Oliveira, the Worcestershire captain, when he won the toss, decided to bowl first. You look at it and think, not necessarily a defensive measure. It was a positive measure. It was greenness, like we can get at them, get into them, and that's exactly what happened. Straight to mid-wicket, no run. The other side of it, sometimes a captain might look at a pitch and do we really want to expose our batting lineup to that bowling attack? But I think it was a positive move. Yeah, we can get into them, and of course they did. And if you'd offered them 200 all out or 213 all out at the start, I'm sure they would have taken it. You get a bit more greedy when it's 15 for 4 though.
Yeah.
But then not every county side has the likes of Lawrence and Pope together when 4 wickets are down, which is the benefit that Surrey had yesterday. And, well, it was out there for the shot for Rory Burns. It felt like a tempter.
Yeah, just the first signs that maybe they feel now is the time to go. That there needs to be something transferred back, or maybe the ball's just there and he's had a go. And it's one of those where you think if you're going to miss it, you're going to miss it by a long way. So
there's a man back on the deep cover boundary. Well, it was wide, wasn't it?
Wide, wasn't it?
It felt there for clattering.
And he's gone so hard that only the thinnest edge is not going to fly away there.
Well, he's gone after it this time, and there is a man back. He's needed to be sharp to stop it as well. Kashif Ali out there on the boundary. Excellent piece of fielding. Really well struck by Burns. It is the short side.
Thought he'd open the face just the right amount there, but he's just managed to come across.
Yeah, perhaps the ball before was just a sighter for that stroke. It did move away a bit from given that ball that Burns missed. Oh. He got a bit fortunate there, Dom Sibley. That could have gone anywhere.
He is the kind of bowler that will make those sort of things happen, because if you look at those last 3 balls sort of in isolation, you look at short, wide, wide and full, and then a decent ball, but actually he's beaten the bat once, got that inside edge there, and sometimes that can be a different sort of challenge as an opening batter, can't it, when you've got a bowler who you're not quite sure what you're going to get.
Yeah, they open you up a bit, they free you up. As Leach, you pretty much know what you're going to get as an opening bowler. Different sort of challenge. The medium pace of weight did get the ball to move in his opening over. That's a friendly enough delivery. There's that man back though, so it's only a single to Rory Burns. Isn't it extraordinary strong Surrey batting lineup? They've all played for England at Test level, apart from Smith, who will play at Test level. You feel?
Yeah, he must do, and sometimes he looks the best of them, doesn't he? Like last week with that glorious 150 odd, and then you've got a batter of the class of Lawrence down at number 6, almost in a luxury position.
Yeah, it's riches beyond the imagining of, well, all other county sides really.
I suppose the only question is when it comes to a bit later this summer, if Ollie Pope will surely be in that 11, but Ben Folkes might be as well, and then you might have times when Jamie Smith could be a spare batter or Lawrence, and then you're looking at that and thinking, who are the players to come in? But they've ridden out those sorts of periods before, and I'm sure they'll be able to again.
Cautiously forward there, Sibley, after that fine ball in the last over. Yeah, that's why you do it. That's why you bring in that backlog of talent, if you like, because you know you're going to lose a few players.
But they've also struck a good vein of the players who are not quite in contention for that international band, like Burns and Sibley. They'll open together for the foreseeable. And even when it comes to the overseas spots, Kemar Roach is going to miss a bit of this summer, but often he has a pretty free schedule, and Sean Abbott is that kind of perfect county overseas sort of level where that Australia team, when you've got Cam Green and Mitch Marsh in there, he's going to struggle to get into that Test side, but just below that he's going to be available for a lot and is such a seriously talented cricketer.
Yeah. So you've got the sweet spot is quality that's not going to be picked at international level, or high quality it's not going to be picked.
And you know, for whatever reason that is, like you look at Burns and Sibley, and you know, in a different time, these two would be, as they were for a stage, would be England's openers and would be locked in, and would be doing this to, you know, to international class bowling attacks and blunting them and frustrating them, and that's England feel that's not their way to go, and so Surrey's gain, I suppose, to play in the way that they want to.
Yeah, and they've also had the benefit of playing at that level as well, to bring that back to county cricket. That's good from Waite. Sibley judging it. And these two biding their time. We've got about 15 minutes to go until lunch. Worcestershire bowling figures. Tight from Leach. Steady. I'd say didn't really look like making the breakthrough. So if anything, Gibbon and Waite have looked more likely to force a full shot in the overs that they bowled so far. So steady opening partnership from Leach and Smith, but perhaps Gibbon and Waite, for whatever reason, might find the mistake. Worcestershire with 2 slips in on a defensive field.
Yeah, they've got the man back on the offside, which obviously they needed last over, but which they didn't have in place for Leach, because when he's bowling, you know that he's not going to miss a spot or give any sort of easy drive ball. Yeah, just one man out at sort of a slightly square or fine leg, I suppose.
Yeah, it's halfway between fine leg and deep backwards square leg. Nicely cuffed away by Burns. It'll only be a single again, with Kashifali out there on the deep point boundary. A very lonely day today. Kashifali hit the field on the boundary all day, or large parts of it.
Unless we see some of his leg spin at some point.
Yeah, yeah.
So at the tail end of Worcestershire's game last week, I mean, it was sort of trickling towards a draw, but you know, I mean, I guess sometimes with these you see the highlights and you don't see the lowlights when something's clipped up. But the balls that were good were very good from that part-timer.
Yeah, they might need something different as the day goes on. But it's been inevitably, when you look at the pitch, it's been a game dominated by the seam bowlers.
I mean, you know, we talk about Surrey's strength and depth, and Cameron Steele not in this 11, having made such an impact in the first 2 rounds, and other seam bowlers on the bench. It's
well, he was their leading wicket taker going into this match. That's changed now, because Dan Worrall's gone ahead of him by my calculations. Well, there are 2 men back. Well, that's whipped away beautifully by Sibley for 6. And the 2 fielders on the boundary behind square kind of looked at each other there and see the ball whistling between them. That flew off the bat.
there for it, but real style that he's lent into that with. Sometimes those ones, sure, the two are both brilliant players off their legs, but the ones that are actually that far down the leg side can sometimes be hard to properly connect with, and he's taken full toll.
You often see batters missing those down the leg side because they're too far away, not quite in their hitting zone. First 6 of the innings. And the run rate goes above 2 for the first time.
Nice to double your score in one stroke, isn't it, when you face 50 balls?
Yeah, Steele was on 21 wickets before this match. Worrall was on 16, so Worrall's taken 6, so he's on to 22 now. End of the over from Gibbon, so 7 off, 32 for no wicket. Surrey 117 ahead after taking out Worcestershire in half an hour this morning. 3 wickets in an over for Dan Worrall. Nothing Brett D'Oliveira could do about it, watching on at the non-striker's end. He had to watch on as 3 wickets went down. There's no chance to try to counter-attack with numbers 10 and 11. Joe Leach digging in and not looking in actually too much trouble, and then Leach dismissed, and then the other 2 wickets falling in the same over. So Surrey with that sizable first innings lead on any pitch anywhere. Actually a lead in the 80s is handy, very handy. More runs here for Burns, or just a single in actual fact.
It must be, you think the worst part of being an opening batter would be some of the waiting around, especially when you've got a 10 and 11 in the middle, and so to not have to almost worry about that at all, or you think, okay, 3 wickets, I've got a little bit of time here, and then you can switch on quickly, but you don't have any of that sort of that awkwardness where you're worried about that first ball for 20-30 minutes before that last 2 wickets finally fall.
Yeah, definitely, and I mean even worse for an opener is when it's 8-9 down, and then there's someone coming in right down the order who's thrashing it everywhere. Short ball from Waite. Going to come back for the second. Sibley's on his way back. Leach can't do anything about that.
You sort of have to mentally adjust what the position of the game is as well. You're sort of thinking, okay, we're going to be leading by 80, we can approach it this way, and all of a sudden you're leading by 40, and then maybe it's not a decent chunk of batting, it's 20 minutes before lunch, and then you've got to all these things that shouldn't matter because all you're doing is facing the ball and playing on its merits, but that obviously do matter in the mindset of a batter.
Yeah, the psychology of the game. Mentioning actually the start of this Surrey innings, that was full but not put away by Sibley. Frustrated by that. They felt it was there for the big drive. Yeah, just replaying the shot. There was a tempter and not put away. Stopped by Waite. Yeah, the difference between yesterday morning and this morning for the Surrey openers. Yeah, you come out with that lead of what was it, 85.
Sibley's just played a couple of shadow shots after facing up, and more attacking shadow shots, which isn't something you always see from him. And then obviously he's flicked that 6 away in such style. Not saying we're going to see a flurry of strokes, but he's always got scoring in his mind, even when he's playing out a quiet period, I think.
374 runs at 74, and a couple of hundreds before this game. He's been in really good form, and a half century as well. Out for 1 yesterday, but lucky to make amends today. And Burns averaging 55 coming into this match as well. So really solid runs at the top of the order. It makes such a difference to a team. And you can do a job for your colleagues as well when you've got some dashers to come in, sitting in, blunting the new ball and scoring as well.
You feel that each has their role in that Surrey top 6, don't you? You've obviously got Pope, who is sort of technically so brilliant, but can sort of take the game away from a side as well.
Now, big shout, a long way forward. And umpire Lloyd saying no again. Didn't feel quite right. Of course you shout for it, but didn't feel quite right. Not a bad shout there. Outside the line? Or
Possibly.
Not?
It's one of those where just because he's taken that shuffle and then got that stride in, and then it's above the knee roll, that you're giving the umpire every reason not to give it out, I suppose, as a batter.
Let's have another look at it. Tiptoeing down the pitch, possibly outside the line, possibly, and then going over because he's such a long way down. But it's one of those that if you did have the review system, you might be tempted to have gone for it there, especially in this situation the game's at the moment.
You might get a few umpires' calls as well. So.
Yeah. That'll be a single to Burns, down to fine leg. Yeah, it felt like umpires call for impact, umpires call for height. But before DRS, I mean, all county umpires were just shaking their head at that and saying, nah, too far down. These days we know isn't necessarily so. So another change of bowling with Gibbon off and Yadvinder Singh into the attack. His first ball yesterday's first ball in first class cricket was a horrendous full toss, but you can understand a bit of nerves. He played a bit of second team cricket for Surrey. Been a few second team teams. So a big moment for him. Out first ball today. Was it first ball, Andrew, or second ball? Second ball, yeah. Caught behind by Ben Folkes. Third ball, sorry. Yeah. Anyway, naught anyway.
I don't think he minds too much if he's faced 1, 2 or 3.
He didn't have the best day with the ball yesterday, so chance to make amends today. Well, that scatters the pigeons. And batters trot back for 3. It's one of those that if they'd really gone for it, if you needed 4 to win, they might have been able to get 4 there. Sibley was just waiting to see whether it was going to go into the rope, and then I'll come back for that third. Yeah. It's a big boundary out there.
Yeah, because you normally think any drive with half decent timing along this square, you think is going to just race away, but it is so long that, you know, there was time for it to slow up and for the fielders to catch up.
Probably later in the season that might well have gone for 4, because those pitches would have been shaved down, but there's a lot of green out there at the moment. The practice pitches are shaved down right on the edge of the square. You call it a square here, it's a huge oblong. All the pitches here at the Oval.
You told someone who didn't know anything about cricket that you were on the square at the Oval, and then they'd ask, well, it's not a square, no. And it's just about oval, but it's there's a few straight lines.
Yeah. Give it 2 this time. Gibbons onto it.
Just needs to find his radar here, doesn't he? The bowler, especially with yesterday having gone, as you say, you know, these two might sense a chance that even though they're just, you know, hitting the balls that are on their pads or that are out there to be hit, that if they can sort of put him back into that position, then that would just leave Worcestershire sort of looking around for overs.
Yeah, that's the problem for them. More runs for Surrey, more runs for Burns. It's another chase for Joe Leach and Gibbon as well. They're both joining in, and it's another 3. Yesterday on his debut he went for 5.5 runs per over, very nearly 43 from his 8 overs on a pitch that was good for bowling on. His colleague Leach picked up 3, Smith 2, Waite 3 for 19 from 12 overs. He was the only one to go wicketless, so some pressure on him, and not the best of starts. They picked him off in his first over.
17 in his first over yesterday.
Well, a dot ball to end. His first ball was a very un-first class cricket-like delivery, really. It was a horrible full toss, and I think it surprised the batter. I think Sibley, who put it away? Pope or Lawrence?
I think,
yeah, Lawrence put it away behind square on the offside. A bit of a miscue, actually. I think took him a bit by surprise.
So Andrew was saying it was 17 off his first over yesterday, and then 9 off his first over today. I suppose so his economy without that 17-run first over would have been sort of half decent. So I suppose hopefully he can get into his spell here. But
well, it's only going to be a 1 over spell. That almost certainly will be the last over before lunch. 12:59 by my clock, and also 12:59 on the scoreboard, more importantly. So wait to bowl the last over before lunch. And Burns and Sibley doing what we've seen them do so often. And the lead is 130. It's a tough road back for Worcestershire from here, especially when you see what's to come for Surrey.
Yeah, we've said it before, but that just is the value of that opening stand. When you're thinking, okay, lead of 85, get a couple with the new ball, all of a sudden you might feel you're back in it. Whereas now, going to lunch 130 for hopefully naught. Hopefully from a Surrey perspective at least. He does like to walk at the bowlers, does Sibley, and you can see why he does it. It's quite in vogue with a few county batters, but it's just interesting to see how you can have a batter sort of so disciplined as Sibley, but set up to in different ways at different times.
Another big shout. Umpire Lloyd not interested in that as well. He walks away very quickly. Through for the leg bye.
Sliding down.
Yeah, the shout in the previous over looked a lot more going for it than that one. Quick look at the replay before the next ball. Yeah, leg side-ish. Two balls to go in the morning session. Session dominated by Surrey. 15 for 4 seems a long time ago. It's what good sides do to you. You feel you've got a grip on the game. They can wrestle it away pretty quickly. All right, side edge, but more runs. And that boundary from Burns raises the 50 partnership. Controlled. Soft hands, that's the key there. The ball going down.
Just a classic opening batter's shot, isn't it? You think the bowler might think there's half a moral victory there, and yet the batter's played it pretty much exactly as they want to, yeah. and it's gone away for 4.
Last ball before lunch. Safely negotiated by Surrey's captain, who'll be feeling pretty happy about the situation in this game. Surrey top of the table, and with a firm grip on this game against Worcestershire, and hoping for another win. Early days in the match. We're only in, we've had 4 sessions of the game, but Worcestershire are going to have to do something decisive and dramatic to force their way back into this game. A lead of 135 at the interval.
Yeah, I guess it's just you know, Worcestershire have to look at it as a, you know, they've they've had that new ball period and that's gone wrong, but the new session will be a start of a new session. But that is their window coming up after lunch. So we often talk about big first hours, but it feels like a big first hour of the second session when it resumes. But for Surrey it'll just be more of the same. These two have managed to increase their rate without having to increase their intent much, just as the ball's got a little bit softer into the change bowlers, and more of that, and then they've got such firepower to come that they'll feel in a very, very comfortable position.
Absolutely. 135 ahead, finishing Worcestershire off for 128 today, with Dan Worrall taking 6 for 22. So Surrey that's feeling a bit vulnerable after 213 yesterday. But Worrall and Roach, etc., bowled them back into the game, and then Burns and Sibley have built on it. So Surrey 135 ahead at the lunch interval. Just quickly elsewhere, Somerset have racked up 539 for 9 against Kent. Hampshire 61 for 3 against Nottinghamshire's 235. That was a real grind yesterday in that match between Nottinghamshire and Hampshire. Very slow scoring. Durham 78 for 2 in reply to 357 made by Lancashire. Ben Stokes has not batted yet. 2 for 71 from 18 overs, Stokes with the ball. And then into Division 2, Northants 409 for 8. Middlesex 170 for 1 in reply to Glamorgan's 183. Gloucestershire over 500 against Leicestershire. After that massive opening partnership yesterday, 527 for 4. And the wickets are clattering at Hove. Sussex 150 and 18 for 2. Yorkshire 195 all out. So there's your action from the Oval this morning. And there's your roundup from around the country. So lunch here, the crowd are being allowed onto the ground here at the Oval. Saturday crowd stretch their legs and just warm up a little bit. It's not the warmest of days, but sun forecast tomorrow and Monday as well. And Surrey flourishing. But here's Adam to introduce our lunchtime feature.
Thank you, Simon. Yes, go and enjoy a bit of fish, some bargies, potatoes. You're laughing. Yes, so 50 for none here. What we're going to do here at the lunch interval is go to an interview that I recorded with Greg James a couple of weeks ago. It was day one of the Hampshire game, so about 3 weeks ago. We sat up the back towards the Galladari stand in the Peter May Terrace and spoke about a whole number of issues around the game, but his relationship to cricket over the course of his life as a fan, coming here to the Oval as a young fella, through to playing the game at a decent standard, having been involved in the cricket media himself, and of course his juggernaut podcast Tailenders. Greg is the host of the Radio 1 breakfast show every day. He's a terrific fella, and this podcast was recorded on the Final Word stream, which you can pick up in all the usual places that I co-host with my colleague Jeff Lemon. So for the next 25 minutes or thereabouts, an edited extract of myself in conversation with Greg James a couple of weeks ago. Enjoy.
It's the Final Word Cricket Podcast. I'm Adam Collins. I'm sat at the Oval in South London. It's a lovely kind of morning, few clouds in the sky, sun beating through them, and sat across from me in the used to be the Peter May stand is the man who's actually the chairman of the Oval Invincibles, co-chairman, Greg James. We're watching Surrey enjoy a good morning. It's 49 for 4 as I begin our interview. You've just rode your bike down from the BBC. You love being at places like this, don't you?
This is my favourite cricket ground in the world, and maybe my favourite place just to be, I think, honestly, particularly when the sun's out. I mean, look at this. There's almost too many people here. Because it's a very special place, the Oval. And me and Felix, my fellow co-chair, we talk about it a lot, and we realise that actually as kids, me and him were here, but obviously didn't know each other. So we would have been sitting watching Surrey or England or whatever here as kids, and it's quite nice that we've both become really good mates in later life.
We've interviewed Felix at the Oval a couple of different times with his various creative projects, and we've been wanting to get you on. I think originally we were talking about your documentary you made with Sky a couple of years ago, which we'll come to later. But I thought if we anchor our conversation to cricket and we drift from there, we can't really go wrong.
But that's what singing the cricket's like, isn't it?
Yeah.
You start with the cricket, and then all of life unfolds, and you tell everyone your deepest, darkest secrets.
And part of that, like when I've sat with you here before, well, invariably at the cricket, your dad's been sat with us as well, Alan. It feels like he is an enormous part of your cricketing story, the influence he has on you, the fact that you still bring him everywhere, it's lovely.
Yeah, well, he brought me everywhere. So it's nice to repay the favour and keep that going, because he got me into cricket, like his dad got him into cricket. And I was a Warwickshire fan because of my granddad to start off with. He was a bear. And yeah, this place is, well, this place in particular is where he brought me first. And we used to sit up, we've always been Surrey members ever since I was about 8, so I was a junior member, and we would sit in the pavilion top, and I just remember they were the best days. I mean, that's not a unique experience. That happens to a lot of people who fall in love with this game. It's about the cricket, but it's about who you're with at the cricket and who gets you into it, and the feeling that a ground gives you, and this place will always be so special to me. And it's actually quite weird when I'm not here with him, because he first brought me here, and we'd take trips down to London, and I go, oh my God, this is it. This is like we've got 2 days at the Test. This could not be any better. So yeah, it's nice to still bring him along to cricket stuff, and I've got him to thank for being completely and utterly obsessed with it.
I have that gratitude with my parents as well, especially my dad. We sometimes take the piss out of him on the podcast, for we used to leave things early, which was a source of deep frustration when I was a little boy. But
was that due to travel
yeah,
problems?
and often irrational travel, like, travelling home from the MCG, half an hour in the car. Doesn't matter an awful lot if we stay till the end. But still, like now, I'm nearly 40, and I really respect how much graft that must have been for him, dragging along two little rat bags, I'm sure my brother and I were, to almost everything that was going.
Yeah.
And now, I haven't sort of had the experience of taking him to the cricket quite so much, because often I'm working at it, but I did get him sent to Lords last year after our wedding with my brother.
Nice.
That was quite special, that he was able to go. This for him is a bucket list thing. Him coming to Lords feels like a noteworthy moment in his life.
Yeah, but I think watching any cricket always feels special at whatever level. I'll watch anything, and I'll always sort of turn up to any village team, even just for 20 minutes, just to be near it. You sort of want to be near this game, don't you? If you're obsessed with it, that's why you have ended up working in it, why you changed your career, and you thought, oh my God, I want to be near this game, because it gives you so much. Not only is it fun to watch, but it's the people you meet and the memories that it gives you, but also just stupid memories. Like I remember the only things we'd bring in the call bag would really be Yum-Yums and Pringles. So whenever we're here, Dad would always go, I've got the Pringles. So it's those little things that I don't know. They're
it adds the texture, doesn't it?
Yeah,
and
you've got so much time. You just got time. I remember you just spend so much quality time with people, and it's not always chatting. It's not always that, but you get a lot of time, and I think the luxury of that. It's even more magical now. The world is so quick and so busy that you can just come here on a Friday and just sit. There's nothing better than it.
You can benchmark different parts of your life.
Oh God!
Where were you when the cricket was on? Where was the cricket where you were doing this? Whether you're listening to the radio, sat next to somebody. Yeah. That's actually often quite a nice silence, isn't it? When you're both listening to the radio at the same time, you're both tuned into the same conversation, while saying nothing between the pair of you.
Well, if you're brilliant friends with someone, or you've got an amazing closeness with someone, then that silence is supposed to happen, and is actually a great thing, because you don't have to fill every second, unlike us when we're broadcasting every second. But yeah, Felix writes about that beautifully, how cricket just winds through everyone's life, and it's the thread that holds it all together, really, because no matter what anyone goes through, breakups, jobs, health problems, whatever it is, cricket's always there, and I always feel like I get reset when I was excitedly cycling down here today, thinking I'm going to be reset. There was this amazing bit of writing, I can't remember who the person was now, but they said when you're with nature, when you touch nature, you feel clean again, and you sort of do. It's like a nice reset watching cricket, and it's nice to chart me and my dad's relationship, and then I guess it's a friendship now. We're both old.
Yeah, no, I totally get that. I've found that increasingly now with playing again and coming back to playing, and I had that boyish link to playing cricket, which I think I'd lost somewhere along the way. Maybe it's because I was working in cricket, or my body wasn't as nimble as it was when I was in my 20s, or whatever it was. But now turning out and playing, you can't keep me off the cricket field. I know you played as well. I think that for a lot of young people, when we came through watching a lot, it also meant playing until, I guess, the lights long here in the UK. You would have been playing till 10 o'clock at night, midsummer. It's part of your experience as well.
Oh my God, yeah, Sundays. 20 overs after 6. So, some of the worst phrase you can ever hear. But yeah, you can you while away the day, and I loved playing. I really, really loved playing. But I think similar to you, I refound that boyish excitement for it, maybe in my early to mid 20s, because I lost it a bit when I went to university. It just happens to a lot of people. Other things take over. I still watched it and watched the 2005 Ashes in my summer at university, so you'd have this whole summer to do nothing apart from put the TV in the garden and just sit there. But I remember falling out of love with playing it when I was about 17, because I did manage to get to the heady heights of Hertfordshire under 17s, whatever it was. And
that's not nothing, by the way. I mean, the fact that you did play for your county, a minor county at a junior level, but it demonstrates that.
Thanks for qualifying it. You played for your county.
A minor county
at a junior level.
A national county, they would now call it. Some people in the game don't always quite remember that doing what they're doing out there right now, the degree of difficulty for success is quite high.
I didn't want it to be hard, though. That's what I learned, and I wish I'd realised that quicker. And I didn't want to take it too seriously. I didn't want it to be too hard. I really liked it. And so I've had a weird weird and also boring, but I was born in Bromley, so I'm from Kent. Then we moved to Essex when I was about 11, and then we moved to Hertfordshire when I was about 14. So I really have done the Kent, Essex, Surrey, but a little bit of Hertfordshire journey.
Yeah.
And but Surrey's always been the place that we've come to, especially when we were down in Bromley. It was just easy to get here. And then when I was at school, I was like, this is great. I was quite good. And I was really good until I was 17. Then everyone was better than me. Then I couldn't mentally deal with it. I was like, this is not fun anymore, because everyone's being it's too pro for me. And I just got completely overawed by it. And I remember it vividly. I remember, because I was basically the only kid from my school that got a trial. And the team was made up of, it was made up of a lot of kids from public schools in Hertfordshire, and there's some really good ones with amazing facilities. And by the way, this is not me saying I was dragged up, but I didn't go to a posh school, but all the public schools had about 3 or 4, maybe 5 players that would all be in a group. And I just remember feeling so left out of my favourite thing that it made me really sad, and my head completely went. And that was the moment I thought, it's not fun anymore because I'm not in the gang. And I wasn't a big enough personality to force myself into the gang. I think I'm one of those people that's only comfortable being part of it, being loud or confident when I feel part of the gang, and I just really didn't. And I then refound that with village cricket in my mid-20s, I think.
Right. Do you still get that? I mean, that, by the way, that reflection there about how you felt in relation to kids with different schooling. There is a serious point underneath all that, right? The ICEC report went to this last year, that there is deeply better than with English cricket. There's a classism which the game needs to try and find a way to break the shackles of through lots of different things. But at some level, you can identify with that. It's interesting.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I definitely can. I felt left out of the trials, and I didn't feel like my facilities were good enough at the school, or my kit wasn't quite good enough, or whatever it was. I didn't fit in with that gang. But that's just teenage boys as well.
Yeah.
I wasn't particularly confident. My technique was flawed, and I just didn't have that edge that I think I've sort of have got much more in my actual job that I chose to do, which I think is totally fine. It all worked out. I think I've got a competitiveness and a confidence doing the job I do now that I never had when I was playing sport. So I think it's all landed all right, because I still love the game, and I love watching brilliant people play it. I take a lot of joy out of that, and I don't need to play it, unlike you. Because when we sat with you a few weeks ago, you were telling me about like new deliveries you were working on, which I love, because you've still got the hunger for it.
It sounds like something I would say.
Yeah, but you're right. The state school thing is interesting. I mean, Jimmy Anderson, famously like a big poster boy for state school cricket. But he didn't play cricket at state school. He had to go to a club. He went to Burnley. And I'm very grateful to all those amazing clubs that I played for. High Roding was an amazing club in Essex that I spent a lot of my years playing cricket for, and I loved it. And Mum and Dad would always drive me out to this little village in Essex to play for High Roding, and I loved that. And I got to learn about all the Essex villages and all the Essex teams and playing around Chelmsford and all of that, and that was really fun until it wasn't.
Do you still dream about running in and bowling
Yes.
quickly? I think that's quite a common thing from people that have drifted from the game, that they
Yep.
maybe don't wake up in a panic necessarily, but I know certainly with me, I still have those cricket-related dreams of being a much better player than I am now. But
you are a really good player, though, aren't you? You are a really decent player.
But only in the context of games you're playing in now. I mean, like for you, having played at the level you played at, and that idea of the wind being in your hair, top of your mark, maybe finding the outside edge, being caught at first slip, that's addictive, isn't it?
It is addictive, but I think this is something we talk about on Tailenders quite a lot, is when things get tough in a test match or a high level game, I always say to Felix, I'd start crying. If Virat Kohli was having a go at me from slip, I say to Phil, I'd cry. If Jimmy started having a go at me for missing a couple outside the off stump, I would crumble, and that is how I feel. So I do remember lots of great times playing cricket. And when you're in the flow and you've got the ball in your hand and it's just doing enough, and it's just you're landing it just right, or you're managing to move your feet and you can hit a glorious cover drive, or my favourite shot in the world, the straight drive, the on drive, then those are things you fantasise about. But I also remember the anxiety, and I think I was a very anxious kid. And I've managed to control that as a grown-up now, but I was very, very anxious, and I didn't realise it at the time, but looking back I was, and I just was terrified of dropping a high catch if there was someone on the team who would have a go at me, and I would just be devastated if I got out for naught. And also I remember the sort of horrible silence. That's the thing that I do remember, is that sometimes at the top of your mark, I just thought, I don't know if I can do this. Because I don't like hearing my footsteps going up to the crease. Soft to begin with because you're on the grass. Then you get to the edge of the cut strip, and then you think, oh, it's got hard, and then you can hear the click of the studs going into the actual wicket. And so I really did overthink it a lot. And I think the best sports people underthink. I could never do that. I could never turn my brain off. Well, it's cricket, and we have a similar sense of humour. We like the same comedies. We would exchange music stuff. But the thing about Jimmy is that he is also incredibly kind. He's a very, very kind, generous man, and he's also very empathetic. And not when he's playing. He's a complete machine when he's during a test match.
I suppose that's partly the image you get, right? Like I've worked with him, but also you see the Jimmy on field. You're getting a different side to him.
Yeah, you do. And if you're let in, and I think if he trusts you, and I think it's like a lot of people. I understand Jimmy to a certain extent. Not when he's playing. I don't understand that Jimmy. We can get onto that another time or later. But I understand the real Jimmy, because there is a shyness to him. And there is sometimes a lack of confidence, maybe in a social situation, or maybe when we're doing an interview bit on a podcast. He won't have all that. He won't have the same skill set that he does when he's running in and bowling to people. He doesn't have the same thing, and I understand that, because he feels really at home and confident and king of the castle when he's playing cricket. So I relate to that with him. But he is an incredibly thoughtful man. He's got a really good relationship with my dad, and similar that I have with Michael, his dad. That there's obviously he sees that we mean it. We cricket fans turn up for years and years and years. You mean it, don't you? And he understands that I love the game in different ways to he does, but with the same level of depth. But just an example of how nice he is. My dad was raising some money for a new pavilion at Bishop Stortford Cricket Club a few years ago, maybe 10 years ago or so, and it was the day before the Oval Test. I want to say 2013 maybe, and my dad was messaging me the week before saying, it'd be really great if you could come and open this, do you want to come and open the pavilion? I was like, yeah, I can do, because I played a lot of cricket there, and it'd be nice maybe to go back, and a couple of people would be like, oh, cool, nice to see you, Greg, whatever. But it's not that special, because me turning up to Stortford Cricket Club is like, oh, you're back, are you? But I just said, well, maybe I'll ask Jimmy, see what he's up to, because I think he's in London. And it was an immediate yes. Nothing in it for him.
Yep.
So he just said, yeah, all right, yeah. Pick me up in the morning. So I drove to his. They were playing at the Oval because they were staying at Tower Bridge, some hotel there. Drove to pick him up. Drove him out in the M11, out to Bishop Stortford. No questions asked. His kids were just like, oh, sorry, is that actually Jim? Why is he here? It was like the David Brent, what are you doing here? And they were really pleased to see him. And it was a ridiculous thing. It was ridiculous. And then I just drove him back to the Oval, basically, because he had practice for the Test match the next day. So he loves the sport. He still hasn't ever lost that love of it, and realises what it can do to people's lives if they fall in love with it like he has. But I think I know what I can add to the game with tail-enders, and that community of listeners has been one of the best things I've done with my life, I think. Like, becoming mates with everyone who's on tail-enders, matching Jimmy, Felix and Sharky. We are the best of friends, really, and getting to show off this game to a new audience, partly new. I think Tailenders has played a small part in it. There's lots of other brilliant podcasts, but it's like an entry point, isn't it? Like,
yeah.
All you need is a gateway. My gateway was luckily my dad, who said, watch this. Do you want to come to the Oval for a day? I went, yeah, all right. And I remember him saying, and we did it at the same at Lords, actually. We used to go and watch the Benson and Hedges and the NatWest finals when Warwickshire were in it in the mid-90s. And he'd say, you're not going to be able to hear the commentary in the ground. I go, yeah, I think we'll be all right. And my sister was sort of on hand to pick me up if I needed to, if I just got bored. But you just need somebody to go, what about this thing? And I like that as my role. If I have a role, I quite like guiding people towards things they might like, I guess. But that's why radio is the greatest thing ever. My love of cricket and radio basically happened at the same time. And it is, as a lot of people say, TMS was the first thing they maybe ever heard on the radio. And there's no music attached to it, apart from the amazing theme tune. But that community is very special. The community of TMS listeners, the shorthand that the listeners have with the presenters. The same is true of cricket podcasts as well, because cricket is a game based around community spirit, fans, tribalism, but team bonding, friendships, all of those things. So I'm not surprised that cricket podcasts have those sorts of followings, because we are desperate for connection. And as I said at the start of this, when you're feeling low and you're feeling lonely or scared or sad or ill, then this amazing game is here for you, and the people who make it up are also there for you in terms of a cricket podcast, even if it's something as silly as that. So it's really, honestly, the greatest joy of my life that I've managed to marry up radio and cricket and sort of make friends through it. I'll never not be immensely proud of it.
Vaguely seriously, you were quite cynical and sceptical about the 100. I mean, you advanced, despite having had the relationship with the ECB. You went. I quite admire that, actually, from a journalistic perspective. You were still advancing questions about challenges that the 100 was going to present to the domestic game, as well as the opportunities. And now you're actually ensconced within it. So again, that where you've been able to kind of walk both sides of the line a wee bit.
I think you have to be welcoming of stuff, but also appropriately sceptical of things. Because just going, oh yeah, let's just swallow this. This would be great. Like, you have to have some critical thought with everything. And I think when you work in the media, you also have to just check everything's as it. Like, you go, not everything's as it seems. Surely, what does this actually mean? So you can't just be like, hey, yeah, this looks amazing, and take everything at face value. That's not the job of. That's not my job, really. It's definitely not your job as a journalist to go, yeah, I'm sure that's fine. You go, no, hang on, we've got to take the piss out of this a little bit.
Yeah.
All these teams are sponsored by crisps. That's funny. Things things can be both. It can be a really good thing for the game, but also it can be embarrassing and funny at the same time. And suddenly going, all right, so what are the rules? Have we got to? Oh right, so it's 5, is it now? 5 balls and an over? Not an over. Oh, it's a set, is it? Okay, sure. Well, let's just completely. That is just funny. But whatever I think of the format, I mean, 100, fair enough. I'm still. I like what it's done. I really do like what it's done, and I've seen it, and I've been in the grounds, and I've seen my niece, anecdotally, and that's one 16-year-old, but she's like, I like this. I like being here. I like the atmosphere. I like who's with me watching it, and I like how exciting it is. I like the fireworks. I like the kits. I like these players, and that's sort of enough. Again, it's gateway stuff. That's really where I came round to. I thought, well, look, it's like me sitting on Radio 1 saying, why are you listening to Ed Sheeran when there's 30,000 other brilliant singer-songwriters? It's great that anyone's listening to anything. It's great that anyone's taking note of any cricket. So I would never be snobby about anything new like that. But also, our style on Tailenders and the way I've approached anything in my life is to take the piss out of it. Really, you have to, because otherwise you just turn into a propaganda machine. But yeah, I think you can still believe in the thing, but also realise that it's flawed. Like a lot of things, I believe in English cricket, but it's massively flawed. I believe in the game, it's massively flawed. I believe in cricketers, a lot of them are massively flawed. The world is massively flawed, and I'm a big believer in cricket being imperfect, because life's imperfect as well, and it's not always going to be right. Why do we hold cricket to such a high standard? We're like, oh, morally, that's the wrong thing to do. Life is messy. People make bad decisions. People get it wrong. That's celebrated in the game. So there'll be things that people got wrong in the 100, and they'll iron it out. And who knows if it'll stay as a 100-ball tournament forever? Maybe not. Maybe it turns into 20 overs. Maybe it is bought by some big companies. Maybe that could also be great. But being in the inside is really fun, because we're not paid by the 100. We're not on the payroll. But also it's quite interesting to learn how a franchise team's put together. I love that. Our first board meeting, me and Fee, we sat up there in our chairman's box, and which we're allowed one match a year, so it's not really ours. And the first bit of chat about them in the meeting was about kit sizes, delays on kit being delivered. Where are the women's team going to train? They're going to train at Beckenham. Who's booked that? Oh, we need to speak to the people who've booked it. Player welfare, immediately interesting to us, because that's a bit of the game we've never learnt about, which was loads of young players were playing suddenly in front of 100,000 people on Sky. So you've got 16-year-old girls, women, playing in front of a massive audience in the ground and on telly.
Well, you've got a duty of care. Yeah, you've got a duty of care as a director.
Exactly.
A bunch of young people.
They drop a catch.
Yeah.
Suddenly people pile on Twitter. Yeah. Start having a go at them. They start having a go at what they look like. Whatever it might be, you've got to have all that welfare stuff in place, and I find that really interesting. So that's the grown-up answer, is that it's been interesting. So I understand why Rob Key went and did his job actually a bit more. You realise that you love this game so much, you'll take the opportunity and go, yeah, all right, let's see what we can do. And me and Felix would love to make some little changes. We'd love to make our mark on that side or those sides.
Or be it on radio or with Tailenders or everything else that you're doing, your enthusiasm and your spirit is contagious in the best possible way.
Thanks.
You make a great contribution to the game. You've been a terrific guest. Greg James, thanks for being on The Final Word.
Oh, Colo, it's been a pleasure, thanks. And as a long-term listener and fan and friend of yours, it's been nice. I'm glad that you could pin me down finally. Did we try and get this done in 2021? I'm sorry.
Sounds about right.
The pandemic was sad, and we were all quite sad, but thanks. It's been a pleasure.
Welcome back. Lunch has been had. And Surrey will resume very shortly with a lead of 135. They have turned this game round from 14 for 4. Or was it 15 for 4? I beg its pardon. 15 for 4. It's only the second time this century that Surrey had lost 4 wickets and only reached 15 runs. The other time, 14 for 4 at Hove against Sussex, I believe, in 2004. But they have turned that situation right round. Firstly, by recovering to 213 in their first innings, and then I think we can call it a bundle. They have bundled Worcestershire out for 128. In 42 overs, they picked up 3 wickets. Very well done, Warrall, of course, taking 6 for 22 in the end, picking those 3 wickets up. It went, as Colo would say, bang, bang, bang. Alongside me is a man who's very familiar with the rhythms of Colo's speech, and it's not Colo, it's Ben Jones. Welcome back.
Thank you, Dan.
Quick visit, Ben Jones. Am I contractually obliged to call you that?
Not contractually, but it's kind. It's appreciated.
Right.
Give them a plug. They deserve it.
Now, the situation for Surrey is very comfortable. There are, in theory, 8 sessions left in this match. A lead of 135. The weather forecast is improving. There's no sign of rain at the moment. There is no real need for Surrey to go hard. There's just a requirement for them to bat, and bat the day and see where they are. That, you would imagine, is the plan. It's not a thrilling plan, let's say, but there are times in a 4-day game where we've had such an excitement, 20 wickets falling inside 1 session and half an hour, that you're allowed the natural rhythms of 4-day cricket to pop in and give us a quiet, gentle session here and there. It's fair, isn't it?
I think so. Dare I say it's getting a bit brighter? I think it is clearing up a little bit.
I think you dare, and I think you'd be right to say so. I mean, there's no hint of sun. Don't be crazy.
Let's not get optimistic,
No.
but it does feel like Surrey have maybe got through the worst of that early onslaught.
19 overs gone. Yep. I mean, the ball will still be fresh enough and hard enough and shiny enough to do stuff. But when Worcestershire had Surrey at 15 for 4, I don't think they were expecting to be bowling again with Surrey 50 for none 24 hours later.
Yeah, if it was a video game, you'd have saved it at 15 for 4 and given yourself infinite numbers of go to get the job done. And they might have needed it. No, it does feel rather ominous for Worcestershire at this stage. These two sat and rest of the day to bat, and as you say, no urgency. The forecast for the next few days far more positive. The platform is there, blank canvas to paint, as you say, a slightly drier painting than might be expected. It's no Hieronymus Bosch, but
yes, well, one doesn't expect it to be Hieronymus Bosch from Worcestershire's point of view. I think there still is. There's sort of an hour, maybe even this session, in which they can fight back, but they'll need wickets to need them early. Here's Gibbon with the first ball after lunch, and Sibley immediately looks to just gently push drive into the covers. It has been a feature of his play actually all season, his access of the offside. He became somewhat typecast as a man who can only work the ball into the leg side. Well, that is certainly not the case, and he's played some very elegant shots this season. All of Surrey's top order, of course, failed to fire yesterday pretty much. I say top order, Pope and Lawrence both made half centuries, but Burns and Sibley were out cheaply in the first innings. They'll be looking to redress the balance. Nicely worked away, just the single. Now then, you can get in touch with us here with all of your queries, all of your ideas, and we also provide a kind of counselling and advice session if you like. The Reverend Jones is in and can take any of your concerns. Relationship advice, money advice, he does the lot. surreybroadcast@gmail.com, and Andrew Sampson is here with his wizarding fingers coursing across his laptop, ready to unearth stats and records and the past at your beck and call. That's what we do for you here. And already we have had an email about Desert Island Discs. I'm going to give you more in a minute. Now, the reason we're talking about Desert Island Discs is because I brought it up, really, and I'm an incredibly selfish broadcaster.
Same reason as we talk about anything else.
That's right. I had a long night with a dear friend who has been asked to do Desert Island Discs and has to choose their discs by Monday, so there was a certain urgency to this, it being Saturday now. So we were up till very late, and we've whittled it down. We've got 7 out of 8. He's still got one. He's got a choice of 1 out of 4, which he was still working over last night. Oh, now that's lifted and flown through to the keeper. There's still life left in this pitch, I tell you. Gareth has been in touch, and he says, "Morning, chaps. Norcross is exclusive about one of the songs chosen by his friend for Desert Island Discs. I happen to live on a street which has a blue plaque for my boy lollipop singer, Millie Small. It's slightly hidden away, so not many people spot it, and I don't think it's an official blue plaque, so not many people know about it." Oh, we like this, Gareth. In the style of David Lloyd commentary, I mean, we can now move into other areas as well. There's all sorts of blue plaques out there.
It did feel
all
like
sorts of plaques.
The praise. I'm going to move swiftly on from that. It did feel like the praise slightly tailed off towards the end. From we've got a blue plaque.
We've got a blue plaque.
We can't see it, and it's not real.
It's not official, and it might not really be there. No, it's there. Well, I think we know it's there. But Millie Small, singer of My Boy Lollipop, if you live near a blue plaque connected to anybody who's had a song on Desert Island Discs, let us know. Nicely tapped into the onside. Burns is underway in this afternoon session. 4 runs from the first over, 54 without loss. It's all very comfortable at the moment for Surrey. We sort of discussed it downstairs over lunch, didn't we? You said you're too young to be on Desert Island Discs. I mean, that's certainly not the case, because we discovered that Jeff Boycott was doing it when he was about, what, he'd been about 30?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's more just giving me a breadth of time to, select different eras of my life. I think Adam and yourself are a slightly better fit for it.
Well, I mean, I'm old enough to have eras.
Yeah.
Whereas you've got...
We could break it down by Prime Minister for you.
Well, what would I choose from the Liz Truss era?
You've got a very, very small...
Very narrow series of possibilities.
Maybe just a funeral march from the Queen's funeral, there you go.
How many... I've probably got slightly too many Prime Ministers to do 8 songs. I've got Wilson...
I've been too kind to
Heath, Callaghan, Thatcher, Blair Brown, Cameron...
Went a bit just a minute, that. Trying to sneak through. No, I think I could cobble together 8 songs that I like. I'll give myself that. But can I give them a narrative? Can I give them some structure?
This is the thing, is it? I mean, does it have to have a narrative? This is my objection to Desert Island Discs. Well, it's not my objection to the programme. It's my objection to the pressure it puts you under to define yourself. In many ways, I'd like to have them picked for me by my wife, probably.
Are you going to stand by that? Yeah. I feel like that's opening yourself up to more concerns.
Yeah, but then it's not my fault.
True. Just jumping back onto the blue plaque thing, there's a street in Cambridge where I used to live where all of the residents, about 100 years ago I think it was, decided that they wanted blue plaques for themselves.
Oh, really?
And so they all designed unique kind of things about them, little quirks and little stories. It's a little bit of a tourist trap, and one of them was a cricketer, and their kind of suggestive thing about themselves that made the blue plaque was that they'd appeared for the Blues at Fenners.
Oh.
So yeah, tied it all together.
Now looking to access the cut shot. He does like that shot, but it's not always that he plays it on one knee. Yes, well, sort of here lies Arthur Toaster, took 2 for 14 at Fenners.
It was that level of faint praise, yeah. It wasn't emphatic. I think that's largely the appeal of it as a tourist trap, is how.
I think it's a lovely idea.
Yeah.
I might put one on my front.
Would you go route 1, or would you go for a quirkier approach?
Oh, he's gone for the shot again, and they think about running, but don't run on that there misfield. Double misfield, bit of a fumble. I don't know. I suppose I might put, Daniel and Catherine watched an inordinate amount of Homes Under the Hammer in this building.
Yeah, that's very much the spirit of it. Yeah,
between 2020 and 2024.
Yeah. BT Jones lived here for 10 years and watched far too much of the Bangladesh Premier League.
Yes, it's hard to imagine how any watching of the Bangladesh Premier League wouldn't count as too much. Oh, now then, looking to guide that down through sort of vacant deep third region, because Worcestershire have largely kept behind square untenanted. There is a deep backward square, we've mentioned this a few times, no long leg and no deep third.
He's bowling very wide, Leach, isn't he? He's been consistently keeping that fourth stump line all day, or all match I should say. But since lunch he has come back and he's bowling more like a fifth, sixth. Maybe that's why Burns is trying to drop onto one knee and guide it through rather than hanging back.
He should get a run here. He does, comfortably enough, which completes another tidy over from Leach, 55 without loss after 21. And Tim has been in touch. He says, given what Burns has achieved as captain at Surrey, could you see a world where he could have gone on to captain England? I did actually envisage that world. If he had managed to cement his position in international cricket more convincingly. I've always wondered this, having been a big admirer of his county career, and often find myself thinking, what if he'd just kicked on after his Ashes century at Edgbaston, of course, 2019. All the best, Tim. Thank you, Tim. Well, do you know, I think there was a very good chance if he had dug in that he would have been the captain after Root, but England went in a very different direction. And it's really the away Ashes series was the issue, wasn't it? Now he's gone for that shot again. He's got it away. He looked to access that area off Leach in the previous over a couple of times, and this time he's got it past that sort of wide fourth slip down to the boundary for four. It's a lot. There's a lot of sliding doors moments, aren't there, for Burns? As we just have a look at this replay again. Left armour to left-hander. Meat and drink for him, really, with nobody down there on the boundary. But the Ashes series do this for people, don't they? It's a sort of carnage and cull approach. After
it's the natural cycles of English cricket, isn't it? You can.
And he goes again, but there is a deep point in place. Yes, it's sort of basically you develop a plan, you tell everybody about the plan. This is how we're going to win the Ashes. You lose it 4 or 5-0, and then everyone gets fired.
Strangely comforting in its own way, isn't it?
It's sort of, yes.
With Burns, though, I think when he was being touted for the leadership, I think it was that he was basically the only guy in the team that was actually consistently being selected. Everyone was chopping and changing, and
had been a captain.
Exactly,
because it's quite rare, isn't it, for guys in the England Test team to have captaincy experience. And this has come about since central contracts, whereas Burns was that sort of rare person who came into the side having been a captain at Surrey.
It's interesting because I think in white ball cricket, I think there's almost far more respect for the tactical side of the game from a captaincy perspective, and so you feel like England wouldn't necessarily look towards a white ball captain internationally who hadn't captained at domestic level, but it's seen as it's more about the statesman role in red ball.
Well, you get more opportunities to captain, don't you, in white ball because of the number of different franchise tournaments.
Correct.
So you can sort of cut your teeth and demonstrate your ability to do the job.
And yeah, before you know it, if you captain one season in the IPL, you've captained 14 matches at the top level, etc. So I think with Burns it just didn't quite fall right with the times. You can envisage a world where post Stokes' knee lasting for another few years, maybe there's a vacancy at the top of the order, Crawley and Duckett aren't going to play forever, etc. If he did get back into the side, he would return as one of the candidates to be a captain.
Oh, now that looks close, but too high, you think?
I think so. There's a bit of spice still in the pitch. It's still kicking.
Oh yes, I mean it's testing and it's cloudy. Let's take a look at this again, see how close Gibbon got here. Look, that's a decent shout. Might be a bit leg-sidey. It's a good shout. You can see why they all went up. The keeper's not moved to the leg side. And yes, there's still a bit in this pitch. It's not by any means treacherous. We haven't seen any uneven bounce, but a Duke's ball on this surface. It can move off the surface, and it will move through the air on a day like this. It's balmy enough. End of the over, 60 without loss, 22 gone. It's warm enough. It's not warm. It's warm enough. You sense for it to swing. It's a very still day. You can look at the flags above the pavilion. The barely moving. Why would I say that, of course? Union Jack has a little flirtatious waft.
A Norcross salute.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like the main movement, the main challenge to the batters is going to be that up and down movement. Not inconsistent, but more just that little bit of spice, that little bit of lift, rather than necessarily right to left.
The problem Worcestershire have really is that the bowlers don't have a great deal of pace. Smith probably the quickest of them. I mean, they bowled commendably in the first innings. They were really on it. Gave very, very little away. But Surrey are in the rather luxurious position of just being able to grind the Worcestershire bowlers down.
Having said that, Burns has been relatively aggressive since lunch. He has seemed, as we were speaking about, looking to go through point and backward point.
Oh, look, there's a deep third in place. I say, oh, look.
Very easily excited.
And again, you can see he's shaping for this shot, isn't he? Time and time again. And we will also be keeping our eye on Ben Stokes. It's Ben Stokes' watch today. Because I need to see, he was due in next at lunch. He's still not arrived. 95 for 2, Durham. We're also keeping our eye on Essex, because they are currently the closest challengers to Surrey in the county championship, and they have lost their first wicket. Feroz Kushi, he's gone, caught by Bethel off the bowling of Ray for 10. Which has Essex at 16 for 1, still 381 runs behind Warwickshire, and what a recovery that was after Warwickshire. It was 64 for 5 and 104 for 6 yesterday, but a partnership of 209 between Ed Barnard, who was a thorn in Surrey's side last week, made 165. Burgess made 108. They do bat deep, Warwickshire.
Just a relentlessly good cricketer, isn't he, Ed Barnard?
He really is.
Just all facets of the game. Brings something in. You can't keep him away from it. Bit like Jordan Clark down here.
Where does he sort of rank in, because, I mean, cricket is one, does everything, but you're particularly assiduous at your T20.
Absolutely.
No, where does he rank as a T20 player? Because you'd think he has the attributes. You know, he's obviously a solid batter with really good numbers and a bowler, so he ought to be a double threat.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because his blast record is solid, but he's not had a chance to make it in the 100 yet. He's not been selected and been given a game there. So that's kind of your first step as a young English cricketer these days, stepping out into the world of T20. You know, prove yourself on home soil first. I think it's more in the longer forms of the game where he offers.
That's nicely pulled by Burns. He's going to get 4 for it. He's gone very deliberately in front of square. There's a deep backward square, and there's sort of straight-ish, square-ish deep mid-wicket. So Burns has gone for that gap, and he's found it really well. He plays this shot exceptionally well when he's on form. He's taken that from outside the off-stump, Leach coming over the wicket. He got it through a straight mid-wicket for 4. Moves into the 40s.
It's a lovely shot. Worcestershire have lost a lot of discipline since lunch. They've been characterised by that nagging line of length, and they've just gone away from it.
It must be difficult, because you're looking up the scoreboard. The deficit 149 now at the end of that over. Your opponent's got all their wickets in hand. You know you've been bundled out for 128. Pitch is still doing stuff. But it's now or never really for Worcestershire, isn't it? In this game, it's this session where they've got to pick up, you'd think, 5 or 6 wickets to give themselves a chance.
Correct. I feel like that's partly behind Burns' slightly more aggressive approach since lunch, to try and not just sit through and get through the storm. The game is there to be won if they can get through it, but it's also there to be won if they can kind of demoralise the opposition yet further. And obviously we all know about the power that Surrey have got in the middle order. If the onslaught starts now, it's not going to stop until until the end of the day.
No.
That's the worry for Worcestershire, is the speed with which they can accelerate away.
Again, a nice drive from Sibley. In his England iteration, we saw balls like that not really being attacked.
I think he had the lowest strike rate I say ever in Test cricket history, since 2006 when the data's available, against balls in the channel.
Is that right?
Yeah, which makes sense with the eye test. You're watching him leaving and blocking, and not necessarily the most proactive outside off stump. But you mentioned earlier, he has tried to develop that offside game. I think he's scoring on more than half of his runs against pace this season have come through the offside. First time, certainly in a long time, if not ever.
But he's also got a good leave on him.
You don't lose that.
Nah. I love a good leave.
Hate to see you go, love to watch you leave.
Well, Rory Burns has got one of the best leaves.
Slightly more elaborate.
Very high. Yeah. There is no way that ball is going to get on his bat or his gloves.
Personally, I always have a penchant for the pulling inside the line.
Oh,
like
yeah.
The Carberry kind of.
It's brutal, that one, isn't it? Because it makes the bowler each time think they're in with a chance. There was a guy called Mark Benson of Kent. He used to do that to distraction. It would drive the bowlers insane. Now that has flown through to the keeper. So we see there's still plenty of carry out there.
81 mile an hour from Gibbon as well. It's not flown through, but it's carried nicely.
So what's the next assignment for B. Jones?
World Cup with yourself at certain points. I think we're overlapping in New York. Fingers crossed. Yeah.
So you go straight to New York, do you? That's your first assignment?
Absolutely. I've managed to wangle a rota of New York, St. Lucia and Barbados for my World Cup journey.
It's a tough old life for
Someone's
you,
got to do it. Someone's got to do it.
How do you think? I mean, we've got no data to go on, do we? Or do you? Do you actually have data to go on about New York? What we're expecting?
Well, no, because the ground's been built. The ground's been built in the last 6 months or in the last 3 months. But we know where the pitch is from. It's a drop-in pitch.
Ah, right. Where's it from?
I think it's an Australian pitch.
Sorry, is there only one pitch?
Oh, well, I mean, might be a number of drop-ins.
Oh, right.
But
so there'll be 3 or 4.
You'd think so. You'd think so. I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, Australian pitch. You would expect a bit spicy.
Again, nice driving. It's the onside of straight, but fielder will cut that off. I guess it depends which bit of Australia, isn't it? Are we getting a Perth-style flyer, or because we don't want one of those MCG,
an old-school Boxing Day sludge fest?
No, thank you.
No, I'm not 100% sure, but as is always the case, those early social media photographs that have done the rounds, it looks as green as the grass of home. But actually, obviously, it'll get shaved down and hopefully just play consistently. That's always what you want with the drop-in.
Oh, now then. That's been picked up at slip as well. So if there was inside edge, I think they've got a double bubble here. But evidently the umpire doesn't think there was inside edge, nor that it was adjacent enough to be given out. Let's take a look at this again. Oh, I mean, has he just got outside the line?
I think so. Gibbons, he come very wide, very, very wide of the crease, with the left arm angle as well.
He is really wide, you're absolutely right. See where his front foot lands.
You know what? I don't think that's far away at all.
It's not far. It's a good shout. He might just have sneaked outside the line. Both Sibley and Burns tend to just cover off stump and beyond. I mean, you see a lot more of that now, don't you? Technically, especially in red ball cricket, guys getting outside the line. Amler used to do it to distraction to England for a while. I think there was a mad stat about him in LBW. Oh, it's been clattered away by Burns. He's been trying to get the cut out today. Don't think it's going to make it to the boundary. It should just be hauled back in, but he's showing a lot of intent here. Surrey's captain will pick up 3 more.
Feels like the ball he's been waiting for. That bit fuller. We saw him pull in front of square from Leach's previous over, but that was obviously a lot fuller. Got a chance to properly throw his hands at it.
He's getting down on that knee as well, giving it a good old larrup.
A little bit of Caribbean flair coming through, don't mind it. On a grey day in South London.
Speaking of the Caribbean, again, Caribbean pitches, you will have lots of data on this because of the Caribbean Premier League, I guess. So they don't tend to be particularly high scoring, do they?
It's a really interesting place to play T20 cricket, I think, because the pitches do tend to be relatively low scoring. There's a couple of grounds which are very, very high scoring, but it tends to be because of the dimensions. They're small. They're small grounds, similar to India, but the pitches are a little bit lower, a little bit slower. Do take a bit more turn. Most teams will be looking to try and get a slow left armour in there. I think that's probably why England have gone with Tom Hartley.
Guyana was very slow, wasn't it? For
traditionally,
quite a long time.
yes.
I mean, what's rather fun about this World Cup is that, with the exception of Jamaica, which is a sadness I'll come to in a minute, England, of course, England don't play any longer in Trinidad and Guyana. Whenever they go abroad, they go to the Caribbean. They always go to the sort of tourist destinations: Barbados, Antigua, St Lucia.
Yeah.
So we get to see cricket in places you otherwise might not. And I will come to Jamaica after this ball. That is a sadness, because hasn't Jamaica lost its CPL franchise? The Jamaica Talawas.
Yeah. It's all it's internal politics, isn't it? It's all very beyond cricket. I think that's the main issue.
The incredibly high-profile series, though, is going to take place in Jamaica, isn't it? The warm-up series between the West Indies and South Africa.
I did make significant eyes at you there. I thought I'd missed something. Yeah, my friend and colleague Patrick Noon is heading out there for CricViz to watch that series. So I'll pretend that it's more important than it is, just to keep his motivation up.
Now Sibley's going after it. Quite a expansive drive. We'll just get the single though.
The slips are very, very close in. I know Leach isn't express, but it's given what we've seen in the last few overs of the ball pinging through, it's...
Well, and with the Surrey batters actually going quite hard at the ball as well.
Correct.
So an edge, you imagine, if it comes, might fly. So yes, what's happened with Jamaica? Jamaica just used to be an absolute given when I was growing up. England would play test matches in Jamaica, Barbados, Guyana and Trinidad. And then Antigua was sort of added in, I want to say like 1985-6 tour, Andrew. I think that was the first time England played a test in 81, did they? In 81, played the first test in Antigua. Viv Richards blasted England to smithereens.
As
with an incredibly quick 100. I think John Embry might have received a bit of tap. That's a lovely shot from Burns. He's definitely looking to get on with it. It's to the long side, so again, won't be a boundary. He'll pick up a couple, think of a third, it's not there. He's edging ever closer to his half century.
Again, these wider lines from Leach, it's not showing the discipline that he showed on the first morning to devastating effect. You do just wonder whether the Worcestershire are slightly reaching for it, as we've spoken about. They know that this hour, this session, is probably where the game's going to be, if not won, but hopefully not lost.
Well, the danger is for them that they get into a position from which they're just waiting for Surrey to declare. And they can't afford to think like that. They've got to keep on thinking about attacking Surrey. 70 without loss, 25 overs gone. So as a general rule, we're not expecting the kind of score inflation that we've been seeing in the IPL in this World Cup. Would you say that's fair?
I think that is fair. I think we'll see a score inflation because that's the way the game is going. The players who are making these totals in the IPL are the players who'll be at the World Cup. But you would imagine there'll be a slight more of a variety of pitches and conditions. A certain level of unfamiliarity for the players as well. A lot of these guys haven't played in the Caribbean, so it'll take a bit of time.
That's flown fine down to the boundary for 4, and he's got a bit of something on that, be it bat or glove, but it is absolutely flown on the angle from Gibbon. Again, bowling really wide of the crease, and that sort of help yourself stuff for Sibley. We didn't see any balls like that yesterday, really.
Just trying to force that angle, and it's just the margin for error when you're coming that wide, especially to someone so strong off his hip like Sibley. Very minimal.
It's great to see the West Indies back in a World T20. They didn't qualify for the last one.
They didn't make it through the initial group stage, correct.
Which seems preposterous given that the strength and the history they have in T20 cricket and the players they've got, but I'm never quite sure until they announce a squad who I'm going to speculate is even in it. So
I mean, they've got a remarkable side this time. The power that they've got is probably going to line up with something like Charles Hope, Paran, Hetmeyer, Powell, Russell,
Shepherd.
Shepherd's probably going to come in about 7.
Akil Hussain.
He'll be
devastatingly effective as always. Shafane Rutherford as well might not even make the first 11. The power that they've got in the batting lineup it's a bit of a throwback to when they won their 2 titles. I think all the neutrals, without wishing to be too patronising, would love to see the Windies really turn up on home soil.
But what of Narine?
Well, it's disappointing, isn't it? I think he got the call and turned it down.
Bit of inside edge, perhaps. Sibley thinking there might have been a run there, but discretion became the better part of valour.
Between Surrey and the Oval Invincibles, nobody here needs to be reminded of what a high-quality bowler Son on the Rhine is.
He's a cheat code. I mean, I've done so many IPL games of late and watched a lot of this year's IPL, and I remain completely flummoxed. Hopefully you can explain to me how he does it, and put more simply, why does no one else do it?
Well, before we say why, I think just what is interesting.
Yeah. That's a great shot from Sibley. He's not going to get more than a run for it, but once again, looking very fluent on the drive. So yeah, what is it that he's doing?
Well, if you just look at in simple terms, if he was just the most economical bowler in T20 cricket, bowling in the power play, bowling with the field back, whatever you want really, he'd be one of the best in the world. But fluctuating throughout his career have been times where he has managed to find form with the bat that specialist batters haven't been able to get near, and we've seen it in the IPL this year, particularly with KKR. Him and Phil Salt at the top of the order have been remarkable.
Even more remarkable because of his record opening the batting before this season.
It's interesting.
Driving and missing. Because I mean, I believe he averaged 8 in that role
for a long period of time. He was one of the most bizarre cricketers from a statistical perspective. But equally, for KKR, him and Chris Lynn opening the batting was always a great partnership, because Lynn, fantastic pace hitter, and Ryan specialised against the spinners. And it's always been waiting for Phil Salt, is now kind of the reincarnation of Chris Lynn. Fantastic hitter of all bowlers, but
Phil Salt has hit a remarkable number of sixes in the first over, and first scoring shots being 6. There's no compromise in the way that he bats.
He's an absolute maniac, and it's wonderful.
Do you expect him to be first choice for England?
I'd be very, very surprised, given how well he went on the last tour of the Caribbean. I think that England will have to compromise and take Will Jacks away from his preferred opening position, because
Butler, Salt, Jacks.
I think Butler, Salt, Jacks, and then Johnny Bairstow slotting in at number 5, Harry Brook at Bairstow at 4, Brook at 5.
Livingston.
I'd still say Livingston. Livingston's been in poor form, but I think he'll make it in.
It seems like a lot of people going very hard, doesn't it?
Yeah,
which is probably the right thing to do.
Welcome to England white ball cricket. I think if there was if Ben Stokes was available, then he would be in there, and I think that's the reason Ben Duckett's there, obviously, to offer that left-handed batter. But I think the quality difference between Duckett and Stokes will tell, and I think Duckett will sit it out. So it's a lot of intent merchant right-handers. So it could be a lot of 220s and a lot of 120 all outs, but that is what's won England 2 world titles, and they will back it.
Change of bowlers, Singh's into the attack. The South Asian Academy graduate.
The game itself, of course, is South Asian.
But back to Narine. What is it that Narine is doing when he bowls? Because nobody seems to be able to monster him. It's almost like he comes on and, well, he's just going to go at 6.5. That's just what it is. You might as well just actually not bowl the overs.
28 for 1 off his 4 overs, done.
Thank you very much, yeah.
It's interesting. Nathan Lehman, the former England analyst and now works with KKR, I wrote a book with him a few years ago, and he did some research basically looking into why does everyone in cricket bowl at one of 2 speeds.
That's a lovely shot from Sibley. Might get a couple here. Fielded a lot of ground to make to his right. Again, been talking about his driving. It's looking in really good order today. Sorry, yes, so 2 speeds.
Basically everyone bowls at 85 or 60, don't they? Everyone's either a quick or a spinner.
Yeah,
why do so few people bowl at that
67?
Yeah, the high 60s, low 70s. Because actually, it's remarkably difficult to hit, and especially if you're doing things through the air, like Narine is doing. there is a body of evidence that suggests that that is a very, very difficult speed to hit, and if you're consistent with your accuracy, and obviously Narayan's doing several different things in an over, a very similar bowler in certain ways, you wouldn't necessarily think about it, but his Oval and Surrey colleague Tom Curran, when he bowls his slow balls, is essentially bowling Sunil Narayan deliveries, you know, at the back of the hand and all of that, and those are very effective deliveries. That's the basis of his T20 game.
So why don't other people imitate this?
I think it's a little bit like how you don't see many people bowl like Lasith Malinga or
yeah, it's true.
Or
Although we're
Patirana
seeing a couple more like Patirana and
Nuwan Tushara, again all the Sri Lankans. But I think there needs to be a structural and coaching culture of allowing people to be unorthodox and to express themselves, to use the cliche. Because if everyone just runs through and tries to bowl in an orthodox way, if you coach that kind of thing, you're never going to set up to teach a 10-year-old, run up and try and wang it behind the umpire. So you've almost got to have a perfect storm of a coach that backs you, a team that selects you, the inherent natural skill to do it, to do something that peculiar with the ball. You see it with Mujibur Rahman as well. He bowls very similarly to Narayan, a bit more orthodox. Bowls more swingers than necessarily that kind of knuckle ball. They are out there, and franchise cricket does encourage it.
I suppose much like Noor Ahmed is a sort of left-arm version of Rashid Khan, isn't it? If you sort of put them in the mirror, they bustle to the wicket in much the same way.
I think all cricket, but particularly T20 cricket, really rewards novelty, the idea of things that you've just not seen before. And so that's why left-arm wrist spinners are so valuable.
Surrey going along very nicely here, still haven't lost a wicket after picking up the last 3 Worcestershire wickets to fall in pretty quick time this morning. They've extended their lead very healthily up to 162. I think I was talking to Paul Collingwood on the subject of innovation and T20s, because of course he lifted England's first global trophy in 2010 in the Caribbean, and I think he said it was Nathan Lehman.
It would have been, yeah.
Yeah, well, because I asked him what got them to suggest to Ryan Sidebottom that bowling what to our eyes at the time looked like slow short filth, to put too fine a point on it, was the right way to go. And he said, well, Nathan Lehman had looked at where you bowl a ball at what speed and what tends to happen to it after that. And he said, if you can bowl it in this box here, and then he sort of described basically sort of shoulder height outside the off stump, those balls, they don't go anywhere.
Yeah.
So well, let's give it a go.
But that's a terrible ball in every form of cricket we've ever played.
That's right.
And most of the cricket we've all watched. But actually it's getting away from those kind of received wisdoms. And that's not to say that, you know, it's a received wisdom for a reason. That ball in 4-day cricket is a terrible delivery. But when you're trying to hit a 6 or a 4, if it's there and there's no pace on it, you're having to manufacture it. It's not an easy delivery. That was very much the start of Nathan's kind of analytics journey, I think.
Well, speaking of terrible balls, our colleague Cameron Ponsonby has bowled 2 wides. He has bowled a maiden, but praise be, he's taken a wicket.
Go on, Cam.
For Spencer.
Good man.
He's currently got 1 for 27 off 5. I can't believe that we're getting updates on Cameron Ponsonby.
It's outrageous.
In the Surrey Championship. It's monstrous. Second 11, I think.
Absolutely not. He's made the first.
Has he?
As anyone who's spoken to Cam in the last few days would know.
Is Ponce's in Spencer first?
He's made it to the firsts.
Well, fair play. Wow. That's a decent outfit.
He was very, very excited. Will be even more so now he's got a wicket to his name.
Well done, Cameron.
I'll have to try and avoid him for the next week.
Yaz, we don't have Yaz either because he's playing.
Do you have any updates from him?
No. He was playing against Hawley and Send, which was the seed of my most devastatingly dreadful piece of captaincy, when I demanded my fast bowler attempt to nut the 70-year-old opening batter. And he succeeded, causing much blood and kerfuffle and guilt.
It's not so much captaincy as kind of mafioso behaviour.
It was a bit, it was really.
You essentially ordered a hit.
I did do that, and I got it as well. I said whack him. rare leave from Rory Burns. Surrey were 50 without loss at lunch, so they've added 29 in one ball shy of 9 overs. It's not scintillating seat of your pants stuff, but Surrey will be very happy with that. To them, they're taking the sting out of the game. It's been a strange old game when 20 wickets fall inside a day and half an hour, and now we've had basically 2 hours of batting with very few alarms.
Calm after the storm, really.
Another leave to finish the over, but a man who can inject life and hazard and jeopardy, a man who lives on the very edge, is about to come in. So good luck, Ben. This could all get a bit stormy for the next 9 overs. It's Simon Mann.
Strapping in for the excitement. It does feel like the game needs a slight injection of vigour, but only really if you're in green. I think Surrey will be very happy with the way things have progressed since lunch. Rory Burns has looked to be slightly more aggressive than his partner, but Sibley's looked solid. That one LBW shout aside. How are you, Simon?
Yeah, fine. It's also nice to be given the Dan Norcross build-up, the tongue-in-cheek Dan Norcross build-up.
I made the mistake of already being on with him at the start, so I didn't get the introduction. That was the problem.
Yeah. It's always a mistake being on with him full stop.
I didn't want to say that, but...
No, you should. Right, well, Worcestershire in desperate need here. 64 ahead. Something we actually did talk about before we came on air today. We didn't see Gus Aktinson with the ball today for Surrey. There are lots of options for England with Jimmy Anderson's impending retirement and Stuart Broad having retired last summer. So yeah, looking for his first wicket in first-class cricket. He's bowling against the wall here at Sibley. 79 for no wicket. So lots of options for England. Lots of them. But which ones do they go with? What do your... I suppose what I'm interested in is what does your statistical analysis say about who the top 4 are, say, or top 3, if you assume that Ben Stokes is going to play the all-rounder role. So you don't need 4 other seamers, you'll need 3 plus him. So who are the 3 that cry out to be picked? Perhaps not so much for Lords, because we know that Anderson's going to be one of them, but we might say who are those 2? Someone actually posed me the question the other day. Can you tell me who you think is going to be England's 4-man pace attack for the second Test match of the summer? Oh, he's got him! And there is his first wicket in first-class cricket. Sibley pushing out. That was a lovely moment for him. And there we go. He's getting the congratulations of his teammates. Gareth Roderick taking the catch. And Dom Sibley on his way for 29. Lovely moment for him. Probably didn't need to play, just pushing out a bit.
It's just a touch wider, isn't it? It's a lovely delivery, though, for a first wicket in first-class cricket. We've spoken a lot today about Dom Sibley's expanded offside range, and it's definitely a net positive for him. But that's the slight downside, isn't it? If you open yourself up a little bit more, you play a little bit more often. Law of averages, you're going to nick the odd one as well.
Yeah, he'll reflect that he didn't need to play, but out there in the middle, he may just have felt he did if he thought the ball was going to slightly angle in, but he did end up pushing out at it, and so there we go. The first of many needed by Worcestershire in a relatively short space of time if they had to check Surrey's progress here. Effectively 164 for 1. Ollie Pope, who's not been in the best of touches this summer, makes his way to the middle, although he played nicely yesterday for 63 after a pretty lean time of it this summer compared to his teammates anyway. Yeah, 72 runs from 5 innings with a highest score of 44 before yesterday, so his first half century of the season. And well, congratulations to Yadvinder Singh for his first wicket in first-class cricket. It's a lovely moment. He had a very nervous first ball yesterday, I was mentioning earlier, and you'd have seen yesterday on the stream a horrible full toss outside the off stump that was hit for 4, and that's more like it, inducing the outside edge from Dom Sibley. So now Pope in his sights. A couple of slips in. And Pope's first ball. So back to that question I was posing about England's best option statistically, if that's the right way of posing the question. It might not be, because there's so many things that go into selection.
I think there's always I'm always nervous of statistically, because it suggests there's a correct answer, whereas it's only ever one element of the argument.
Yeah.
But there are certain players who data and analysis likes more. I'd say that
well done to Edwinder Singh. Applause for his wicket maiden. His first wicket maiden in first-class cricket after a difficult day yesterday, and also an expensive first over today. But his last 2 overs have been far more accurate, and he's got the wicket. 79 for 164 ahead.
I think Ollie Robinson stands out among the established candidates, amongst the guys who've probably considered themselves first on the team sheet. I think frustratingly, Josh Tongue would have been right up there, but obviously he's been ruled out for the first 3 tests of the summer. Ongoing injury frustrations for him. It does feel like England would really like to be investing in him and giving him experience.
Here's Gibbon, picked off by Burns for a single. And there's his half century. Half century for Surrey captain Rory Burns. That's the 4th time this season in the Championship he's reached a half century, and on to make 100. 2 other 50s, and after a relatively slow start, he's got there in decent enough time. 79 balls.
He's been particularly fluent since lunch. Just started to take the game away from Worcestershire. Me and Dan were discussing about how he's been adopting that Caribbean one knee on the floor, flick through point. I mean, indicative of a player on the march. But no, I think the other big beneficiary of analysis is probably someone like Matthew Potts. All of the numbers suggest that he is.
Pope's first ball around the wicket. Given only 1 slip in for Pope. Quite a strong onside field with 2 short mid wickets in. You can't actually see that on the screen, but there are 2 short mid wickets in.
It's a strange field. Almost suggests they think the pitch is a little bit stoppy, but it's not seemed like that. It's flown through pretty nicely. No, Matthew Potts, I think all of the underlying numbers suggest that his success in Test cricket is very, very sustainable, and that he can be that very reliable, banging away, a bit like how Anderson has done so successfully for so many years. Kind of the stock bowler who can challenge the bat at a decent pace. Among the guys who are coming through, we spoke about him this morning with Adam, Dylan Paddington is very highly rated and does very well by a number of metrics. But the thing is, all of these guys are all, they're all in the England pathway already. People like Sam Cook as well, we've spoken about him. They're all of a level. It's just who do they choose to plunk with, I think.
Pope getting that through that mid-wicket area where the 2 fielders are stationed. Scatters the pigeons. We've got that man back on the deep mid-wicket boundary, so it's only a single to Pope, so he is underway.
I'm interested why they're doing this from this end to Pope. Be interesting to see if they do it when they swing around. It does feel like playing on his ego a little bit to try and pierce those 2 fielders.
Two men back for Burns. On the leg side, that is. One on the off as well. Enough of a gap to work with there to pick up another single, so he's ticking the board over. So we kind of know the names, don't we? I suppose it's, we're thinking, well, who do they pick? That was the question I was asked the other day. You can list about 8 names.
Exactly.
But who are they going to go with? And it may well be they do what lots of county sides have done this season, and Surrey have done it, and Gloucestershire have done it. You have a battery, you have half a dozen, you have to mix and match because the games often come close together.
Absolutely.
So you might want to take in, put in, take out again. Last ball of the over. Oh, is he taking a catch? He has! Leg slip. Pope has gone for 1, 2 quick wickets for Worcestershire. Well, there was that leg trap set with a very heavy onside field, and in normal circumstances, leg glance, that might well have brought you 4 runs, but there was a leg slip in, and Pope walks off shaking his head, and suddenly Surrey are 2 down.
We've spoken a lot about Gibbon coming around the wicket and bowling very, very wide, and I think that's what's deceived Pope here.
Well, smartly taken, and the way Gibbon celebrated that, well, it's nice when a plan comes off.
There's an analyst somewhere very, very happy with themselves, I'd suggest.
In normal circumstances, that's a regulation tuck off your hip for 1, 4, whatever, down towards that fine leg area.
Yeah, frustrating dismissal. Pope's exactly the kind of player that you would want to be stretching his legs as the lead grows towards 200. Don't think anyone in the Surrey dressing room will be particularly concerned quite yet, but just a bit of a reality check, you'd say, in the last few overs. Still a bit of a game to be won.
Yeah, it's amazing this game, it can turn around quickly. And Worcestershire now, I'll be saying 2 more quick ones. Come on, we're in the game. But you would far rather be in Surrey's position with this lead of 167. Anyway, what it does do is it just concentrates minds a bit. Surrey were waltzing through the afternoon at one stage.
Interested to see what Burns' response to this will be, because he's been trying to get on the front foot, not literally but figuratively. Whether he just takes a beat here. Also for Jamie Smith, having got that absolute jaffa yesterday from Joe Leach, he'll be looking to get himself into the game.
Yeah, it was a fine ball that got rid of Smith for naught, so he's on a pair, but for now it's Rory Burns on strike. Yeah, those of you who haven't seen that ball that got rid of Smith yesterday, you'll be able to find it on the highlights on the Surrey County Cricket Club website. Angled in a fraction, or just angled in and left him a fraction.
The platonic ideal of the red ball delivery, I think, to a right-hander. The one you're imagining, it's that.
Right, first class wicket in his last over. Worcestershire just feeling they're back in the game here with those 2 quick wickets. And Singh continuing. Nathan Smith took that catch at leg slip. Good smart catch away to his left from the New Zealander.
Always looks a tidy catch at leg slip, doesn't it? Just goes so quickly, even if it's straight into the hands.
I suppose you feel you're in the game with a left arm bowler bowling round the wicket. You know the plan, you know that he is going to be angling them in.
You're on your toes a little bit more.
Yeah.
And you are aware it's going to come to you.
Yeah, there are some times when you're catching close. Well, that's on the pads, and that got what it deserved really. Leg stump half volley and put away very efficiently by Rory Burns. One of those that if you bowled there all day to most players, they would hit you for 4. Just where you like them.
Yeah, it's a bit of a throwdown. We've seen Burns go through point a lot. But regardless of your plans or your intent, that ball's going there, and there's a man out there now to try and cover off just that.
Yeah, 2 leg side fielders on the boundary, 1 offside fielder on the boundary, and those 2 slips that you can see. No gully. It's a backward point walking in. Rory Burns normally likes them out there. There's a couple of times he's played that shot and he's missed it. Well, that could have been 4, a single, or nicked behind. Just on Ollie Pope, actually 9 first-class matches since his 196 at Hyderabad. 274 runs at 19.57 with 1 half century. That half century in yesterday. That's 63 he made. Just in one of those ruts at the moment. Some easy pickings there for Burns again. Full and on the pads. Not quite the same shot as the one he played earlier in the over. It was a bit wider and fuller, but just emphasise the point. You bowl there, you will go. You will disappear all day.
You'd be frustrated for Worcestershire there. They've just put 2 men out there with the protection, and they've still managed to find the gap. Testament to Burns' ability, but as we're saying, really not the finest bit of bowling you'll see.
That's more like it. Drawing Burns forward. So the end of the over, 90 for 2 after 31. So another half century from Rory Burns. Let's have a look at the best of Rory Burns in this Surrey second innings. Just guided away nicely.
He's looked quite organised, hasn't he? In a good run of form so far this season. Averaging 65 coming into the game. Lovely 100 here against Hampshire to set things up. Very comfortable targeting that short boundary as well. Clever player. Such a well-drilled team, Surrey, under Burns' leadership.
Persisting with that leg slip with Smith in his first ball. He's on a pair.
Couldn't have batted any better last week. I'm not sure how much of the highlights of that you caught, Simon, but he's 155. It's just a reminder, not that we really need one, but a reminder that he's going to be playing Test cricket soon. Just what position he ends up playing in and when he gets an opportunity in that fairly well settled England top order.
Well, that's the interesting thing about it. Is that the batting lineup looks settled. The bowling lineup after Anderson goes is unsettled. So where does he fit in? I mean, sometimes you just have to make a really ruthless decision. If you believe a player is good enough, you put him in.
Well, you watch the England team closely in your other job with Test Match Special. I mean, do you think that the England lineup will include Johnny Bairstow this summer? Is your instinct that he'll play?
Well, that's a really good question. My instinct is, I mean, they do. Brendan McCullum always talks him up, but there's Harry Brook to come back. How do you fit them all in? Who keeps? That's the thing. Well, extravagant there from Smith. Half a shout. He's a long way down.
I suppose that'd be it, wouldn't it? If much as it was 12 months ago, as we were building into the Ashes series, they arrived at the conclusion that the only place that Bairstow could fit was at 7. So they felt that Brook was a must play.
Zach Crawley out first ball today. So he's been struggling in the championship. 67 runs in 7 championship innings, an average of 9.57. But I mean, Brendan McCullum said in the past, he's not the sort of player that's going to score consistently. I mean, I think he's actually said that, hasn't he? You know, but every now and again he will flourish and produce something like that. But he feels that one of the plus points from England in India was that opening partnership. Actually, they often got England going, Duckett and Crawley. So I'd be surprised if they jettison that.
And the thing was, last year during the Ashes series, he was extremely consistent against Australia. He made nearly 500 runs in the series. Yeah. And we all remember the headline act at Old Trafford, the 190, which was just Crawley at his. It was Crawley at his most Crawley. Risk taking early on. Looks like he was every chance of being dismissed, but once he got through it, he was able to apply so much pressure on the Australians. They were all going at a run of ball. But
so
yes,
you're not going to jettison that, are you? Well, even though Crawley's in poor form. We've also got this strange situation, of course, where we've got one more round of championship matches and there's a break for a while before the Well, long break before the first test.
And
That doesn't take place till early July. There's Smith's first run, so he's off a pair.
And there's other championship cricket in there too. The county championship returns for a round at the end.
There's a couple of matches, aren't they? So they're playing Worcestershire away in June, then followed by Essex at the Oval on the 30th of June.
Yeah, that's it. So the fact that there is still some championship cricket to be played before the first test at Lords is an unusual but good function of the T20 World Cup being spliced in. Good in the sense that it'll give the test players more opportunities. But I think with Crawley, his past performance is not a reliable indicator of his future performance. To borrow from a tagline that I've occasionally read on my podcast, it does not matter what he does for Kent. I think from McCullum and Stokes' perspective, they just have this inbuilt belief that he's a match winner.
And so could you read the same into Johnny Bairstow? Or is it one of those where the sands of time are beginning to run out?
The leg as well.
100 test matches. And yet you go back to Old Trafford last year and he played that swashbuckling innings of 99 not out.
Not to say it wasn't an exciting innings to watch and to work on. Memorable for many reasons. Clouting balls into the temporary stand there at Manchester that day. Oof. Gem.
That's lovely bowling. When he gets it right, there's a threat there, but there have been too many easy balls, I think, in this match from him.
Better today than he was yesterday. Let's put it that way. More bounce too.
Yeah.
You think with his height that he would be doing that kind of thing more often. Yesterday he was just skidding it through. Perhaps some day one nerves. First professional match.
Well, there you go. You see, there's the leg stump half volley that, hit by Smith straight at mid-wicket. He's going to get a couple for the parry at mid-wicket, but it was a ball that probably deserved to be hit for 4.
But yeah, that Bairstow innings, it is worth remembering that Crawley had ruined the Australian bowling lineup by that stage. And they didn't have a spinner that week. They didn't play Todd Murphy. So it was all seam, all right arm over the wicket, and they were going at more than a run of ball, well, roughly a run of ball, sorry, when Bairstow came in. It was a good time to destroy a side, and he did it superbly.
It's a silky looking shot from Smith. It won't bring him a run though.
It was a fair bit different to the types of innings that he was playing in 2022 when he truly was at his best, when he rattled off 4 centuries in 3 matches. Those twin tons against India, I think, sometimes get lost in all of that. We think about those innings against New Zealand, but it felt like a bit of a one-off final, didn't it? Because it was they came back the second summer to play the one-off test match at Birmingham.
Right, at Edgbaston, yeah.
And that was a real humdinger of a test match, with so many twists and turns, and to bat so well in the first innings when they were under pressure, and then to haul down 370 odd or whatever it was, with he and Root both making hundreds. That was extraordinary, but I'm not sure whether, I mean, time will tell, but I don't know how much credit will be in the bank from 2 summers ago, owing to the fact that he has, in the middle of all of that, unfortunately suffered a horrible injury, which and it's changed his role. He did all that at number 5, not at number 7.
Again, just losing his line there. I think that's been the problem so far, just consistency. 2 runs off the over, so 5-1 for 21. Surrey's lead 178, just checked in the last 15 minutes by the loss of a couple of wickets. One for Gibbon, bowling round the wicket to Ollie Pope, who glanced one to leg slip. Before that, Singh getting his first wicket in first-class cricket. And Dom Sibley pushed out at a ball he probably will reflect on. He didn't need to play at. But it always looks so different from up here than it does when you're out in the middle.
Test player first up. Case of Sibley, not bad for Singh. You'll always remember that.
And the other thing as well, I mean, they've moved on from Jimmy Anderson, haven't they? That's a semi-ruthless decision, I suppose. I mean, it's been, in some quarters, it's been seen as a bit of hard-headedness, but you could argue, well, it's time to move on. Is it that ruthless? Is it just sort of a natural selectorial decision? And so you wonder whether they might do something similar with Johnny Best. But there's Harry Brook to come back, and then they have to decide who's going to keep wicket. So, I mean, Smith can also keep wicket as well.
This is the big question, which I think is difficult to answer with Smith.
That's very well struck by Burns. It'll only bring him a single, though.
And this won't please a lot of people watching the Surrey stream, but if they end up in a situation where they're moving on from folks, and I'm not saying that's the right call, by the way, but if that's the call that is made, Smith at 7, in one sense, could be compelling, extending the batting lineup with someone who is good enough to warrant a spot in the top 5 on the basis of what we've seen from him the last couple of years. It gets him in earlier than would otherwise be the case, because the top 5 is so hard to break into, injury aside. Because that Bairstow conversation, he's not batting in the top 5, it's 7 or nothing for him at this stage, I would think. Because Harry Brook needing to come back into the first 11, there's no doubting that. 2 sparkling hundreds in the championship so far, just to reinforce that he is of that standard. So there is a world where you can build a case around Smith being the wicketkeeper at 7, despite not being the wicketkeeper for Surrey.
Yeah, and actually displacing the wicketkeeper at Surrey. It's a weird one, isn't it?
It's incredibly bizarre. It wouldn't be the first time we've seen a player turn out for their country when they're not getting a game for their domestic team in a specialised position like a spinner or a wicketkeeper or an opening bat. But still, you could do it. But my concern with that would be, do you run the risk of his returns with the bat being suppressed, as they typically are for wicketkeepers? If you look at the averages over time, do you run the risk of him having a slightly more rugged start to his Test career with the bat, which puts him on the back foot and doesn't give him necessarily the best chance of success? Is the better option for Smith just to wait for the right moment when there is a natural retirement or an injury that gives him a sustained go inside the top 5? So I think that's the debate. And as for his keeping, that's even more difficult. That's such a hard question to answer when you're not seeing him do it week in, week out, isn't it?
Well, he's out there at the moment. He's feeding his way into this match after his duck in the first innings. Again, he struck that beautifully, but well stopped, and it's followed through by Smith, who's back into the attack. So Smith to Smith at the moment. Then you're probably more dispassionate being an Australian, sort of looking in. What would you do? What would the Australian take on it? Sort of looking in from the outside, when in a sense there are no allegiances, particularly to any player. You take a sort of utterly ruthless decision.
I'd actually play Ben Foakes, which is perhaps the least Bazballian option at their disposal. But in saying that, I think that term Bazball gets misunderstood sometimes. It's about applying pressure and absorbing pressure when you need to, and Foakes has shown that he's quite good at the latter.
Well, England don't say they play Bazball, do they? Do you see what I mean? They just play in the way they want to play. But that is the term that's been stuck on it.
Yes, I think we all know what it means, right? It's an easy way to describe something that is clearly a real thing. Looking at the scoring rates for England from the June of 2022 onwards, Lawrence Booth did a great job of going through this in the editor's notes of the Almanac in last year's edition. It isn't something that has happened in quite the same way before. Some breaking news from up north, Simon. Here you go. You can do it.
Nathan Lyon has picked up a wicket. And who has he got?
His old mate.
Yeah. If only he'd done it at Headingley. Oh, he did do it at Headingley, but there had no reviews left. And Stokes. Again, Burns easy as you like through the leg side. Ben Stokes out for 2. Caught Bruce bowled Lyon. Durham 45 for 5 against Lancashire, who made 357 in their first innings.
Lions' penultimate game with Lancs. Plays next week and then he's done, which is a shame. He was going to be a 3-format player for the whole season, but not. Yeah, just to finish off on folks, whether he's going to be the wicketkeeper the whole way through for the next 18 months, I don't think that's clear-cut, but I think as it stands right now, I don't think any other option is compelling enough to displace someone who is the best gloveman in the world and has shown at test level that he is able to step up for England. I know that he didn't make a truckload of runs in India, but I mean, who did? It's the hardest place in the world to be dominant. And yes, his ceiling isn't as high as Jamie Smith's with the bat. Absolutely acknowledge that. But if I come back to my point before, I would just wait with Smith for a top 5 spot to emerge. So then you're really looking at, is it Bairstow? Probably not. So is it Ollie Robinson, who is untested at the next level up at this point? I mean, the other Ollie Robinson. Yeah. Let's call him Oliver.
The one that plays for Durham.
The Durham Ollie Robinson. Is it him? Is it a 20-year-old in James Rue? And I only mention him because he's had such a prodigious start to his career. Who is a wicketkeeper as well, of course. Or is it the incumbent? And I don't, my sense is that if you can't find a compelling case to make the change, then at least in the short term, I'd be inclined to go that way. I think he just straightens them up so much with the gloves as well.
Let me put a different perspective on it. After this delivery, here's Smith defending. Just on Smith, by the way, in the county championship, was keeper, 12 matches, 676 runs, an average of 42, best of 234 not out, couple of hundreds, 250s, 26 catches and 2 stumpings. The only problem with 26 catches and 2 stumpings is you don't know how many catches he could have taken or stumpings he could have missed or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
You don't know how straightforward those catches are. As not a keeper, 34 matches, 1,755 runs, an average of 39. So he's actually got a better average in 12 matches as a keeper than he has 34 matches as a non-keeper. I mean, yeah, 42, 39, they're quite similar, aren't they? So
2, 3, 4 not had a great day there clearly, but that does certainly help.
Just skew it a bit.
One innings, nearly a third of the runs, more than a third of the runs.
Oh, Burns there with a low pull, is risking playing on. Wasn't quite short enough. Went down with a low pull, but got away with it.
Look, I might be misreading this, and Smith as keeper might average 40 at number 7, and he's a transformative figure, and you back him to do that. That might be the right call as well.
The other side of it is that when push came to shove last summer, England picked Bairstow as their keeper. When they went to India, where the ball does turn more, and you probably need a more specialist keeper, and the feeling is that Ben Foakes is a good player of spin. Ballooning short ball, and too high, so no ball signalled. Surrey happy to take whatever they're given. 2 more to the total, 97 for 2. So that they went with Foakes, but it may well be just horses for courses. So come this summer, well, Harry Brook comes back. Johnny Bairstow, we had him with the gloves last summer. We'll have him with the gloves this summer. Why change that template, if you like?
I think the argument to that, well, the other view to that is Bairstow a good enough out and out wicketkeeper anymore?
Well, except they kept faith with him for 5 tests last summer. It's a nice shot and a nice piece of fielding. You know, they didn't change.
They didn't, but they would have been justified in changing on the basis of his glove work in the first few test matches. That wouldn't have been an unreasonable decision to have made. That Edgbaston test, and I don't want to be hypercritical here, but it's just the facts, is that Edgbaston test match probably goes the other way if Bairstow is better behind the sticks at the time. His keeping got dramatically better when he did the job. You're going back to when in 2016 he had a great calendar year with the bat, but his keeping was iffy. He got much better, but unfortunately then he had a terrible injury, and that's of course going to affect his mobility. He talked about this openly. He had a good game at Old Trafford, did the media after making 99, having not wanted to do media to that point, proceeded to say, he got very cross, of course, because that's what he does, about all the criticism, and then freely said what everyone had been saying about him, that the broken leg had impeded his ability to move around in quite the same way. It's not a question of his character when you make a fairly clear, obvious statement as a pundit. People like Kumar Sangakkara on television who were talking in those terms.
That's also what I mean about being completely dispassionate as well. So
Yeah.
Kumar would have come to that as a Sri Lankan
Exactly.
player, looking in, just seeing what he sees, with no allegiance to anybody, and I would have made that observation.
Yeah, and look, that's why they're tough jobs, right?
But the simplest thing to do, would be just say Bairstow keeping 7, Brook back in.
Yeah.
And that solves your problem.
Maybe they do. Maybe they run the gauntlet a little bit on the keeping, and they take the view that keeping in England, how often will he be up to the stumps? Well, obviously for Leach, if Leach is first choice spinner, we expect he will be.
Let's run away. Might pick up a couple here. He's looking for 2 Burns, but no. Just a single.
Because Bairstow took that stunning catch to get rid of Mitch Marsh at Old Trafford as well. So he did do things with the gloves last year that showed that he's still got the ability, but it was the consistency across the 5 Test matches with the gloves that wasn't there as much. Yeah, and Ollie Robinson, the Durham Ollie Robinson's the interesting one here, because you're not asking a batter who's a keeper to do the job, you're asking a wicket keeper who's making a truckload of runs, or has been, sorry, across the last 12 months, and had that experience with the Lions, and bats at a high tempo, so in line with what they've been after the last couple of years. Shot.
It's glorious. It's the best shot in cricket when it's played well. And Smith played that superbly. His first boundary, Surrey over 100 in their second innings, and the lead, an imposing 187. Just on Johnny Bairstow's age. I'm not sure how relevant that is, but it's always worth keeping an eye on with cricket, isn't it? He's 34, he's 35 on the 26th of September. So there's still cricket left in him.
Sure. It might be that he has a couple more years as a white ball gun. I mean, he's made runs in the IPL this year. There's no doubt that he's got just a great eye, and his record for England in 50-over cricket is exceptional.
Well, he was involved in the most sort of dramatic, well, one of the most dramatic T20 matches ever played in the IPL this year. The highest successful chase in a T20 match for Punjab. They chased just over 260 to win.
Look at you watching the IPL, Simon. Look at you.
Yeah.
Swatting up on your IPL stuff.
I've watched a lot of it, yeah.
Go on, you. Yeah. Watch a lot more than me by the sounds.
Well, that's a whole other conversation. Bowlers disappearing here, there and everywhere.
Sure.
In the last couple of months.
Shot
Another
again.
bowler disappearing there. Rory Burns picks up a boundary. There's Gibbon there around the rope who couldn't stop it. Probably should have done, having got there. Big fast bowler getting down, but not a great delivery, and then just expertly tucked away. Leg stump half volley. You're asking to be hit for 4.
It's Burns' best shot, isn't it? When he can get across his stumps, the way he sets up.
It's compensating, but probably felt he should have done better with that. Burns, he's going to get 2 for it. He was out there, it was a bit of a long hop outside the off stump. So a mixed bag from Singh. But he does have that first class wicket of Rory Burns just to G him up.
The other thing is maybe whenever you're talking selection, you can overcomplicate things, right? You can do the pros and the cons.
I think that's kind of my point about
Bairstow, right?
Yeah, just like what's the simplest solution? Just, we think Johnny Bairstow's quite good at cricket. You play at 7. We think Harry Brook's quite good at cricket. Well, okay, you play at 5. Yeah.
Captain at 6.
Yeah,
job's a good one. If you want to strip it back a different way, is Jamie Smith the best 7 batsman in England? Yes.
Burns is going to pick up a couple there. That man sweeping, Joe Leach.
I mean,
but then you get into issues of It's not quite as straightforward as that, though.
But
It's a
if
no
you
ball,
want to be that straightforward.
That's a no ball as well, so that's going to be 4 off that delivery.
But I guess my point, if you want to reduce it to that, if you want to do it really simple, who are the best 7 batters in England?
It's not quite. You can never say that, though, because you have to compartmentalize where you bat in the order.
Right.
You say, are you in the, I don't know, are you in the top 5, in the top 3 in the country? Oh, that's low catch and taken. Well, there's a second wicket for him. It's been a mixed bag. There have been some loose balls, there have been some leg stump half volleys, there have been some short balls outside the off stump, but he's got a couple in the right place, and Rory Burns has to go for 70. 3 wickets for Worcestershire in this afternoon session. Although Surrey still with those 197 runs in the bank. Good low catch.
Yeah, good pair of hands, Rob Jones. Solid acquisition for Worcestershire, showing his raw to worth here, low to his left, just on his boot. And yes, Yudvinder Singh Chahal, second first-class wicket, another England opener in Rory Burns. He batted very well, 101 deliveries for his 70, laid the foundation. Takes the lead to 197 by the time he's done, so he's done his job today. But 3 wickets in relatively quick time for the visitors in the space of 8 or 9 overs, and it's the man we've been talking about, Ben Folkes, making his way down the stairs of the Bedser stand.
Yeah, so Folkes and Smith coming together. Do you see my point, that you're actually you're talking about middle order players, you're talking about top 3 players, so he might be, I mean, you might say that he's a better player than Zach Crawley, but you wouldn't want him to open the innings. That's my point.
No, quite. Yeah, that's fair. It's perfectly reasonable. I suppose how I'm coming at that, if you wanted to see it this way, is that is it important to try and nurture talent who the talented players who you see as being right in the middle of the England Test team for a decade? Is it important to get them in the side, per what happened with Brook, right? A couple of years ago. They thought, well, he's going to be there eventually, let's get him in now and see how he goes, and clearly he swam.
Didn't he play though because of an injury? I'm just trying to make...
He came in for Bairstow when he broke his leg.
Yeah.
Played here, made his debut at
so
the
they
Oval.
wanted to play. He had that great summer. They wanted to play him, but they couldn't actually find a spot for him.
Yeah.
And then one became available because of an injury.
And then he made himself undroppable. Yeah. And if Smith got the chance to come in and wicket keep, he might just do that. Yeah. The only trepidation I would have is that you want him to have the best possible chance of starting his career on the right foot, and having to keep for 90 overs a day does make that a little bit trickier, again, for most cricketers. Not all cricketers, but most cricketers.
There's Ben Folkes' first ball. Folkes out for 1 yesterday. Mind you, it was a phone numbers job for the Surrey top order, 1801. Top 4.
He just pushed it Leach's outswinger yesterday, part of that clump of wickets. It was 15 for 4 when Folkes came and went. It's been a very busy sort of 5 sessions of cricket, hasn't it, Simon?
Yeah.
You think about this morning, there were 3 wickets in an over to finish it off from Dan Warwick. Relatively sedate second hour as Surrey made it to lunch at 50 for none, but again, busy hour of play here, quicker scoring rate and 3 wickets in half an hour or so.
Folkes pinching a single to get it off the mark, and over comes to an end. Successful one for Singh, second wicket in first class cricket. Yeah, it doesn't have a feel of a game that's going to see a huge amount of play on Monday, but we all know with cricket, one big partnership, and then someone digs in tomorrow in the sunshine and the game can be extended then. 113 for 3 then, the lead 198. Time for Daniel Norcross to return to the microphone and talk about who knows what. It could be anything.
He always comes well prepared. Sorry. I think Daniel's going to end up talking about the time when he made an old man bleed.
I think that is going to come up. But before Simon goes, what a time to be alive, ladies and gentlemen. I saw that Gloucestershire had gone to their second highest total in their history. I don't know what their highest total is, but they're now 676 for 5.
Blimey.
Andrew Sampson's on hand to tell us. Graham Van Buren has got an unbeaten 100. The Van Buren boys will be delighted with that. Another couple of runs for Ben Folkes. And what is Gloucestershire's highest ever total? 695 for 9 declared. Will they keep going? Another 20 runs, a history would be made. They might as well, says Simon Mann, a man of the Shire.
Having
this
waited,
could be a red letter day.
Yeah, and to think where they were.
Oh, that is a very, very, very close leave.
I mean, they've started this round in bottom spot of Division 2. They had their first win last week for 18 months. They had those financial returns a couple of weeks ago, which feel quite significant. The loss, which led towards a change in chairman there at Gloucestershire as well. So just when everything's trending against them, a stoic win last week to knock off Sussex, who'd won their previous 2 games, which has been Northants, my apologies. Get wrong club there.
Ooh, that looks close. It's given. Well, wickets are tumbling again. Folkes this time trapped in front. Umpire had very little hesitation. Up went the finger. Suddenly, a couple of wickets have gone down in quick succession. Well, since lunch, Surrey have now lost 4 for 36. And that lead is looking a little bit more slender. We did say this is what Worcestershire would need. So we have a look back on the replay. It's not the perfect angle, but it looks like it's hit him in front of middle. Folkes perhaps a trifle surprised to be given. This is our best shot. I mean, he bowls quite close to the stump to stump. That looks out. Height would be the only consideration. It did bounce up off the knee roll, but that looked pretty much in front. So
he's been a bit under-bowled weight when you consider the work that he did yesterday containing Surrey when that partnership between Lawrence and Pope was really firing, then picking up 3 for 19 as part of the second collapse, only into his 5th over here. But we saw yesterday that he was able to swing the ball away from right-handers and occasionally straighten it up back towards them, and that's an example of the ladder there, trapping folks on the crease. I think that's a perfectly reasonable decision, and it does bring Lawrence to the middle with a lead of an even 200. If they can go through Surrey's lower order, acknowledging that it's only 4 down, but a couple more wickets here, this game remains alive, make no mistake. It does feel at times like it's drifting a bit for Worcestershire, but not in the last 45 minutes it hasn't.
Well, we said they're going to need 5 or 6 wickets in this session. They've got 4 of them already, and there's still another 16 overs to go. And Surrey haven't got away from them. They're going at a pretty modest run rate, just over 3. So, you know, they'll be thinking anything under, well, they've got to think anything under 350 is gettable, because the pitches here have tended to get a little bit easier as the match has progressed. And that's quite a long way away for Surrey at the moment. For Surrey to feel comfortable, really comfortable, they'd want that lead stretched out by another 150 or so.
This becomes a huge partnership, doesn't it? Smith and Lawrence.
Yes, and we saw Lawrence come in much more testing circumstances yesterday. The score was 15 for 4, and he had that terrific partnership with Ollie Pope of 148. And he's got a Pope kind of player at the other end in Jamie Smith, but can lightning strike twice for Surrey. I've got an email which I'm going to come to at the end of the over, which concerns the story I was telling to Yaz yesterday. The background to the story.
And just before you say that, just want to finish off on Lawrence before you drift off. He said after play last night they made a decision in the middle to really go after Worcestershire and take them off their lengths and dance at them straight away. I just wonder whether, you know, it's not 15 for 4, but they have lost 4 wickets quickly, whether Lawrence does a similar thing here or whether he plays it more conservatively. Watch this space. Back to you.
Also, watch his bat twiddle, because he is one of the most fearsome bat twiddlers on the county scene. So, fine over for Waite. He's impressed in this game with both bat and ball. Picks up his first wicket this innings. Surrey 115 for 4 after 38. And you can see those 4 wickets to fall since lunch. Sibley, the first to go, caught behind off Yadvinder Singh. That's his maiden first-class wicket. Another man who's got his maiden first-class wicket today, by the way, is an Anglo-Barbadian called Shea Simmons, who's picked up his first wicket in first-class cricket for Warwickshire. Then Ollie Pope caught in the leg trap off the left arm of Gibbon. Burns well caught by Jones off Singh, and then just in that over, Ben Folkes, LBW to Waite. Now then, the background to the story we're about to try to delve into is that in my most shameful moment of captaincy. I allowed the urge for 13 points. In a match played, I think it was probably Division 4, second 11, in the very early part of this century. The urge for those 13 points got the better of me. We're just taking a look at replay here.
Unorthodox shot, wasn't it?
Jamie Smith's setup. Yes, he got a little bit discombobulated by the short ball actually in the first innings, and Smith's got a little bit of pace about him. So you may yet be tested again, Jamie Smith. It's a lovely shot, but there could be trouble here if he hits. No. Goodness me. That's a fine bit of fielding. Short extra cover. Really, Dan Lawrence is sort of running on the sound of the shot. Smith connected terrifically well. Gibbon with the dive and save, and then he threw left arm with one stump to aim at, but he was lying on the ground when he did it, so very much off balance. Beautiful flowing shot, but Smith has seen that the field has picked it up. And I wonder how close Lawrence might have been there. And they think about another run. It's all getting pretty perilous and helter-skeltery out there at the moment.
Well, it would have been very close, and of course, no television replays. It would have been a massive call for umpire Lloyd.
We might get a good view of it here. So you just watch where this is brilliant stuff from our guys. Slow-mo. Where's the ball? Where's the ball? Where's the ball? It would have been out. It would have been out. That was in the air.
But look where the umpire was. And I'm not at all being critical. But the direction he was wheeling towards, which if I had the Tony Gregg marker, I'd point towards the pitch to the right of where we are here, and well behind the stumps on that sort of diagonal angle from the stumps. It would have been nigh on impossible to have made that line ball call.
And it would
which
so
probably
close
means
well.
I think it would have gone the way of the fielding team, because direct hits 10-2, right?
Yes, 10-2. 10-2. It was a terrific bit of fielding from Gibbon, and although the throw didn't hit the stump, I tell you, we had basically one to aim at. So yes, essentially the background to this story is that we'll come at the end of the over, because we're having another little look here at Smith. And that super bit of fielding, diving and then throwing from a prone position. It's never easy. And Gibbon knows, I think if he'd hit the stump there, that would have been the end of Lawrence. And suddenly Surrey would have lost 5 in a hurry. They may yet. Oh, an authentic thick edge, but there's no one at second slip. So Lawrence gets off the mark with a streaky boundary, and Surrey end the over. 120 for 4, 5 runs off that over. You look at this again, it went low. I don't know if it was catchable height if there was a second slip. Yeah, I think it might have been. And perhaps Worcestershire just need to have a little think here. They've got a chance. It's a toe hold in the game, not a foothold. But a couple more wickets added to this, and then it would be a foothold in the game, and perhaps they need to be thinking about just attacking. They've got 2 relatively new batters at the crease. Smith's been there a little bit longer, of course.
This comes back to a point that we were making yesterday, Daniel, that visiting teams at the Oval might get 1 or 2 moments across a match where they have a window. And if you don't get through that window, if you don't seize your moment, you live to regret it. And we certainly saw that last week with Warwickshire when they were here. They had their moment. When Surrey were 8 down in their first innings. And
Abbott walked out at number 10.
And they 100 partnership later, and the game felt gone. It feels like we're in one of them here right now for Worcestershire. If they can get rid of Smith and or Lawrence in a hurry, and they get a real look at the lower order, which hasn't got Cam Steele there this week either, isn't it all to say that Surrey aren't deep. They've still got Sean Abbott carted at 9, but still.
8.
8, my apologies. 9 last week.
Atkinson at
9. Yeah, that's right. If they can get down to that kind of area with the score, or the lead, I should say, and not much more advanced beyond, say, 220, 230, 240.
Oh, they're really in it.
They're absolutely in it. But if this drifts for an hour and these two bat for an hour, it'll close that window.
Down the wicket comes Smith and plays a beautiful shot. There was a feature of his 150 last week. Shots just like that, advancing on the bowler and all along the ground. Majestic, elegant, gorgeous shot.
Just keeps his
shape.
Keeps his shape the whole way through. We saw how keen he was to get down the track last week in his 155. Often that was to take on a bowler from the first ball of their over, but yeah, with weight, couple of siders and wanting to knock him off his length.
Meanwhile, I mean, there's so much cricket going on. Gloucestershire now need 4 more runs to register their highest score in their history. The Van Buren boys will be disappointed to know that Graham Van Buren has gone for 103. Rayan Ahmed, the man with the wicket. But Bo Webster is that. The tall, big basher. He's unbeaten on 40. Middleton unbeaten on 5. Ed, 692 for 6. Punishing stuff for Leicestershire.
A little bit surprised that that Gloucestershire have never made it to 700 in a first-class game.
I'm surprised at that.
Samo, can you check? Is it the lowest highest score across the 18 first-class counties?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose they are one of the very few counties never to have won the county championship, aren't they? Alongside Somerset and
Derbyshire.
Is it North?
No, North.
I think Derbyshire have won it.
Derbyshire, yeah. No, they've won it. Yeah, of course they have. Yeah, I'm thinking about how long it's been.
Northants.
Northants.
Mm. Oh, now showing some aggression. Bartfielder out there and drops the catch. Oh, and it's a debutant. What a moment that could be.
Kashi
It was Kashi Fally.
Yeah.
It's Kashi Fally out there in the deep. And he got underneath it. He was in just the right place.
Oh.
He made good ground coming in off the boundary, but perhaps just slightly off balance. And it's burst through his hands onto his sternum and out into the ground.
And it's Lawrence, and it's exactly what we spoke about. We had a conversation yesterday about this as well when that ball went between first and second slip. Now on that occasion, Pope was out next ball, but I mean the probability of...
You can understand the shot. He's looking for the short boundary.
Sure.
That makes sense. But
early on, miscuing in that way, it's just got to be taken.
The next ball's pulled brilliantly through deep backward square for 4, and that is rubbing salt in the wound for Worcestershire. A 5th wicket there, and you'd say the momentum was with them. They could really get back in the game. As you said, though, this game has featured a lot of times people getting away with an error and then getting out very shortly after.
If these two are batting at tee...
Well, Surrey will have about another...
Well,
13 over the way they're going, probably about another 70, 80 runs.
Yeah. If they're batting at tee, Worcester are in all sorts. It'll require a sort of a...
Yeah, they've got the hurry up on here. Another couple of runs, good running as well, showing sort of intent I think we're going to see here, and Gloucestershire have done it. They have surpassed their highest score in their history. What a time to be alive. Simon Mann, I don't think I've seen him this happy since the day that I don't want to remember, which is when we were commentating together at Lord's on a final. Surrey had the game in the bag.
Yeah. The Royal London.
Yes, we had been selected basically, so there was a Surrey voice, a Gloucestershire voice, and I think there was a neutral voice, and I was left thumping my hands on the floor of the TMS box in furious rage and disappointment. Simon, on the other hand, looked like the cat that got the cream.
Guess who the other counties are without a 700? One is in a way not too hard to work out because...
Durham?
Yeah, the most recent arrival, right? The other one.
Will it surprise me?
It will, I think, on the basis that one season in particular, they scored more runs than any club's ever scored ever.
Ooh.
That Compton fella.
Oh, Middlesex, really?
Never got 700.
In 1947?
I thought in 47 they would have done it at some stage.
You would have thought, wouldn't you? I mean, they got Patsy Hendren.
Yeah.
Compton Edridge.
Oh, pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, when it was 3-day cricket, it was hard to get to 700. But they've done it. Gloucestershire have posted their first 700 score. We send our congratulations to them all. They've joined the 700 club. So it's only Middlesex and Durham that haven't.
Well, there you go.
Oh, how are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling up for Gloucestershire. Tell you what, I just feel like a club that's been so under the pump. Vaguely serious point. I mean, you know, we were having a conversation with Ben Bloom, a fortnight ago on the stream, or 3 weeks on the stream, about the situation that Gloucestershire find themselves in. Not just them, but they're a bit of a poster boy for it, wanting to move facilities, how much that will cost. The challenges with just being able to operate in this competitive environment, not having a 100 team, having no wins after 5 weeks in the season, bottom of Division 2, relegated a couple of years ago from Division 1, and then to win last week and then rack up 700 today, you beauty.
Yeah, things are on the mend. Nice crisp shot to end the over. 41 gone. Sorry, 132 for 4. I've got to get to this email.
You do.
Because Aidan Dennis, the treasurer, I think, of Hawley and Send, has been in touch. And why Hawley and Send, you ask? Well, because Yas Rana is playing against Hawley and Send today. And I remembered playing a game, almost certain it was against Hawley and Send, in which a very experienced, long in the tooth batter, who I think had been in their first team for some time, now dropped down to the twos at this point, in the very early part of the 21st century, came to play the Old Elanians at what we call Potash Farm, our home ground on the South Circular, close to Dulwich College, close to Streatham and Marlborough Cricket Club as well. And what used to be Honour Oak's old ground. And they arrived, and in my urge for 13 points, we were being defied by the experienced batter. And so I gave instructions to my fast bowler, who had been bowling, you know, attacking full length. I said, look, he's just playing you with a stick of rhubarb. You've got to stick one up his nose. You have to. Sure enough, he stuck it up his nose. Our hero top-edged it into his face, collapsed onto the ground. Blood poured from the eye. But in going down, he just flicked the leg bail off. And while I suddenly felt deep guilt at prioritising 13 points in Division 4 of the Second 11 Surrey Championship over the well-being of a perfectly reasonable, nice, likeable, rather elderly man.
Possibly old-age pensioner.
I think he almost certainly would have been, yeah. I thought, maybe I've taken things a bit far here. But my wicket keeper was having none of it. He said, no, Dad, you've got to appeal for hit wicket. Oh, beats the bat. Smith just groping at thin air there. Anyway, the treasurer has been heard about this. He said, had been alerted to us being mentioned on live broadcast, both as playing us tomorrow and a story about an oldie. Who is it who is playing us, and are you coming to us tomorrow? Well, Yas Rana is coming. He's going to be the captain of the old Poor Lines Second 11. And Aidan Dennis, the treasurer, his son, Harry, will be playing against Yas today. So we might get more information tomorrow. He says, we'll need a bit more info on what year to see if we can establish who it might have been. Now, I can't be certain, but I would look somewhere between 1999 and 2003, around that sort of area. I mean, as you will know, Colo, much of the 90s and the early ooms are something of a blur to me. Now then, they've gone up. Umpire unmoved. In fact, bowler very keen. Keeper and slips not so much. And Waite was giving the eyeballs there to Jamie Smith. Let's see if we can discern anything on here. Might have been a bit of pad, perhaps.
There was a noise.
Angle down the leg side. It's very hard to tell, isn't it? But
bat, pad, ball, all very close together. It's one of those, if we had the technology, we'd look at 27 replays and we'd have Sticko and Hawkeye and whatever else.
Well, Waite believed in it. He really believed in it. He didn't bother looking at the umpire. He was convinced.
You've got to believe in it if you're a bowler in a situation like that, I suppose.
So a maiden over, which is been a feature of Waite's bowling actually in this match. He's been very difficult to get away. 132 for 4 off 42.
Yesterday, 12 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 19. This is the second replay. That's not going to help. But
Well, you can see now that who's he having a look at? Yes, he's going to have a little stare at Jamie Smith here. As if to say, how have you got away with that? Well, the umpire's finger did not go up.
By the way, there's been no play yet. They're not called Old Pauline. Old Pauline.
Old Paulines.
I'm
Are you keeping an eye on that? Why are
I've
they
just
not
got the fixture
playing
up.
yet?
Well, it did rain overnight. I prefer them being called Old Pauline Cricket Club.
Old Pauline. Old Pauline.
Old Pauline.
All right, Pauline. I've played a few times against Old Paulines. They've got Old Pauline. They've got a wonderful clubhouse and a terrific bar.
Yeah.
And it was where I first encountered the parakeet. Because you know those green birds. Up to the stumps comes the keeper. Had out through extra cover goes the ball. A beautiful drive from Dan Lawrence, and that lead has now advanced to 221.
Oh, I was desperate to see a speed rating on that. That was a loosener from Leach. Knew in first ball of his spell, and he just floated it down there.
That really was floaty, wasn't it?
Well, I know that he doesn't bowl quickly, and that's okay. That's not what he's here to do. But that was a especially medium pace.
Well, I suppose what we do have to take into account now is that how long was Surrey's first innings?
54.1. 54.1.
So, because the game's moved on so fast, and because Surrey bowled in between times, you've got to remember that the Worcestershire bowlers have bowled 96.3 overs in this game already, and we're not at tea on the second day. So fatigue could start to become a factor. So there's been no play at Old Pauline's. 54.9. I wonder. I think it's a bit quicker than that.
Yeah, 50. I mean, that's my stock delivery as an off spinner, probably.
Oh, did you see that? We've got to have a word with Vitushan Hantharaja, our colleague.
Yes.
He went to do the old bowling test.
I did see
the
that.
Eyehawk thing.
Yeah. Wasn't bowling very quickly.
Well, Lizzie Ammon was quicker.
Hmm.
And she showed me footage of her. She was hitting the stumps, whereas Vish was basically hitting his own toes.
Well, put it this way: the video that made it to Instagram, you were certainly getting it in the right area.
Oh, did he? Yeah.
Funny that.
Ah, I didn't see that.
Vish can get a bit yippy. I net with Vish quite a bit. He can go through periods when, yes, he's bowling it in his half, and others when he's quite competitive. So.
Right. I've never faced Vish. Oh, thick edge, but there's no one down there. Chase is on, but it will be fruitless. So there's still something in the pitch, there's still something going on out there, but Surrey are now looking to just go that touch harder. I think they may sense that having got that reprieve, this is not the time to go into your shell. It's the time, if anything, to go a bit harder.
Well, they've added 17 runs since the drop catch, and that'll be at about a run a ball. Have to dig deep here, Worcester, and they've been doing that. Make no mistake, but
that's not where Smith intended either. Thick inside edge. The pigeons scatter, but they'll get back for a couple. And that is 13 off the over. An expensive one. Surrey at the end of it. 145 for 4. Adam Collins is jumping out. Ben's coming back in. So yeah, I rather like Old Paulines, but you know those green parakeets? They arrived. Rumour has it that they arrived in England in Heathrow in a crate, and they've proliferated ever since. And Old Paulines is very close to Heathrow, and that's where I encountered my first parakeet. Since which they have proliferated all over London and beyond. Now, Ben, you've been watching. Surrey, it seemed to me, look like they're a bit on the charge here.
Yeah, hard to know if that's a team decision or if that's just the players who happen to be in the middle. I mean, Darren Lawrence is going to play one way. I don't think even being dropped on the boundary is going to put him back into his shell. I think we're in for some fun one way or the other.
I think that we are, and with the two batters to come next, being Jordan Clark and Sean Abbott, I don't think there's going to be any let up in the fun for a while.
no, I think we're going to progress this game quite a lot more quickly than was happening when Burns and Sibley were batting.
Yep, I mean, they did the right thing for
sure,
Surrey, didn't they? They took the slight sting out of the game. They had a lead of 85, yes, but 85 is not a conclusive lead. So they needed really to see off the new ball and get a platform. But from getting to 79, there was in that clatter of wickets, 4 going down for 36, since which time these two have put on 28. Oh, a little flirt. The ball in the channel. It's been very impressive stuff from Waite all match. Mentioned before, he impressed with the bat, but he's been really difficult to get away, and he is a threat for Surrey here because you know they want to get after him, and he's giving nothing away.
Yeah, just real sort of gumption from Worcestershire in general. I mean, you think about, Yadvinder Singh making his first-class debut after all that time, all that kind of toiling county second 11s.
They might look for a second here, though they won't.
Doing his stuff in the club Premier Leagues, that sort of thing. And then he gets this first debut at the age of 28. He's worked his whole life for it, and it's not going as he wants. And he gets that one over before lunch, and that goes for 9 runs. And then he comes back out after the break and, brings Worcestershire back into the game, even if it's only for a little while. That's
well, they're still in it.
A moment for him.
They're still in it. 6 wickets to fall. Surrey will. No, they have not got by any means a commanding enough advantage yet. And Worcestershire know that they're a couple of wickets away from forcing their way right back into this game.
And what's your sense of the pitch? Is it that...
Well, it's still offering, isn't it? Wouldn't you say? There's still something in there.
But do you get the sense that possibly tomorrow that might be when it eases up, and that's a question in Surrey's minds as well?
Well, I wonder. I mean, the thing is, we haven't had the sun down on it. Last week it was quite spicy on the first day, and then it eased and eased. But the difference is that just turns Smith round ever so slightly. Though we had a number of warm days back to back, just the one off that over, 144 for 4. Whereas, it's cloudy, it's murky, and it rained last night, so you just wonder if it's going to flatten out quite as quickly. You see the match situation there, Surrey leading by 229. Rory Burns top scorer in this innings so far, with a splendid 70. It was an aggressive 70 from Burns, from just 101 balls. Sibley, more of the anchor role. And then Pope couldn't get going. And Folks trapped LBW. Strong call of no from Dan Lawrence.
This could be an interesting battle, couldn't it? You've got, Joe Leach is not going to miss his spot, and Lawrence is not going to be content to be bowled too.
And he's got keeper up to the stumps.
So going to keep him in his crease if he can, yeah.
Yeah, so when is he going to do that?
Is part of you hoping for the stumping off the seamer?
Never. There's 2 slips in place. I always think it's very difficult to field at first slip to a seamer with a keeper up. Very difficult because your sight is compromised, isn't it?
There's always that question of where do you actually look as the slip? Do you follow the ball as it comes down, or do you stare at the edge and wait for the ball to appear? But then you can't stare at the edge if you've got the leg in the way.
Now then, Gloucestershire have declared 706 for 6. That's their new high watermark.
Would you have liked to see him go for 800?
Yes,
I mean,
of course. Yeah. Yes. In much the same way as I would like Jimmy Anderson to keep playing and until bits literally fall off him. Yes, I would like Gloucester to go on, but they've got a match to win there, haven't they? But they've got quite the lick. 706, not even at tea yet. Although you never know, perhaps they are now at tea in that match. Now another man I mentioned earlier, another man who got his maiden first-class wicket today is Shay Simmons. Did you see that, playing for Warwickshire?
I did not see that.
You familiar with him?
No.
He's a UK passported Bajan, much like Jofra Archer. Slippery, quick. 2021, something of that sort.
So one to keep an eye on,
to
you
him.
think?
Yeah, most definitely.
Mm.
I'm going to take you around the grounds at the end of the over, so I'm not going to give you too many spoilers, except to say, well, I'm going to warm up Surrey fans for this. Essex are in deep trouble. How deep, you'll find out shortly. And we say this not because we don't wish Essex every success, end of the over 145 for 4, but because they're currently in second place in the county championship. So obviously Surrey fans will be looking at what Essex are doing. And in reply to Warwickshire's 397 that was built off the back of that incredible partnership between Burgess and Barnard, came together with the score 104 for 6. Essex are now 77 for 6.
Wow.
Wow, indeed. 77 for 6. As advancing again is Lawrence. He's desperate to get after weight. You just can't quite get him away. Critchley a duck. Pepper, that well-seasoned professional, 10. Westley 5. Brown 19. Cushy 10. Elgar 15. Jordan Cox is the not out. Battery's unbeaten on 10. Simon Harmer's going to come in next, but that is a massive deficit. 320 behind.
It's funny how quickly things can change, isn't it? In the context of the top of the table, you're looking at yesterday when Surrey are struggling early on. Essex are among the wickets. Somerset are building a big total, and you're thinking this could be around where Surrey's lead is really eaten into. And then, okay, Surrey aren't going to get the full bonus points that they've been racking up in previous weeks, but you know, Essex going to have to do very well to win or even draw that game. Somerset, is it still raining down at Taunton?
Is it still raining at Taunton? These are the questions, aren't they? Yes, it's raining at Taunton, which would be frustrating for Somerset. There's plenty of time left in that game. Somerset went very hard and fast, 554 and 120 overs, so they've injected time into the game, haven't they? They can afford a bit of a rain break, and with Kent 8 for 1. Thing is, it might force the hand if it rains so much. It might force you into that, right, well, we've got to bowl them out twice now.
Yeah.
Go for the follow-on. Time will tell on that score, but games around the country, well, there's been a twist at Trent Bridge as well. Hampshire, you may recall, were in all sorts of bother at 77 for 5 when Ben Brown was out, but the score has literally doubled to 154 for 5 thanks to Liam Dawson, unbeaten on 39, and of course Keith Barker's back to break the hearts of opponents everywhere.
Good to see Ollie Stone in the wickets in that game, bowling in a lively manner again.
3 for 41.
Yeah, he'll come back into the picture, you'd think, if he keeps that up this summer. Question with him is just fitness, isn't it? You'd almost rather he was bowling like this in a couple of months' time. You think if he's fit now,
yeah, so
decrease the likelihood of him being.
I know. You don't want to jinx him. But you can tell so much from a scorecard. That there are some eternal verities that never go away. J.M. Vince, Court Clark, Bowl Patterson, 36 from 35 balls. 7 fours. I mean, it's told you everything. Yeah. You can see that whole innings in your mind now, can't you? Another maiden for weight. Another maiden over for Worcestershire. 145 for 4. 46 have gone. I've got more news on Simmons. Bearing in mind I think he's made first-class wickets. I can't find any first-class record for him on Cricinfo. His bowling figures: 6 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 10. The players he's got out: Nick Brown, Tom Westley, and Matt Critchley for a duck. A first ball duck, no less. He got Brown and Critchley off successive balls and was on a hat-trick.
Right arm quick, is he?
I think so. I've got to say, I don't know a huge amount about it.
Okay.
But,
but he's your new favourite player.
Well, I'm always excited when somebody new, as we've seen in this match, takes their maiden first wickets. And the sun is creeping out somehow.
I'll tell you what, I've just been shown a clip of his, is that his maiden wicket? No, that's his third wicket, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it looks pretty good.
Does it?
Yeah.
Is it quick?
Yeah.
Does it get the heart racing? He has rather lazily been described as the next Jofra Archer. You can see why, I suppose. Oh, yes. Just seen it. Yes. Nice. Lively. Now, this is an intriguing passage of play as we move up towards tea. There'll be... Oh, I think I should be off, shouldn't I? You should have tapped me on the shoulder. 7 overs left to go after this one. And Worcestershire have gone to their most parsimonious bowlers, haven't they, here with Leach and Waite?
Yeah, well, when we promised fireworks, and
we did, didn't we?
Not even a Catherine wheel. Yeah.
Now he's got that fine. It's going to run away for 4. Is there anything on it? I think there was, looking at the umpires. Signal of 4, no signal of leg by. The very rare ball in which Leach has strayed down the leg side. And with the keeper standing up, that is something of a criminal offence. If the keeper had been standing back, he wouldn't have been able to stop it, but it just makes it even more irksome.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Jamie Smith appears to be just being a little circumspect, knowing that they get through this spell before tea. More miles in the legs of Leach and Waite. Different bowlers will have to be summoned after tea. And also they've got so long in this game. Sorry, there's no requirement for urgency, it's just the way they play.
And you know, it's encouraging to see that players can play in a different manner.
Continue with that thought, but I'm leaving because I've already stolen one of Simon Mann's overs and he's given me the evils.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that that Jamie Smith can play in that manner that you know that we saw last week, the dazzling stroke play when conditions were in his favour, and this is a different sort of challenge against a different sort of bowling attack, and so far he's risen to it. He's only 23.
Well, it's become an intriguing contest again. At one stage, Surrey felt as if they were running away with the game. And they've still got an imposing lead, 234 for 4, with 6 wickets left. You've offered them this at 11:45 yesterday. They've been very happy. But Worcestershire have at least picked up 4 wickets this afternoon to just keep Surrey honest. And these two, Smith and Lawrence, looking to really nail it down. Single out to deep mid-wicket. But your point, if they do pick up a couple of wickets, and then tomorrow, if they can not, they did bat again tonight, didn't lose many wickets. 150's up for Surrey, 150 for 4, and it was sunny tomorrow, and the pitch could flatten out, and suddenly you think, well, is, I don't know, 330 chaseable?
Yeah, and because the game was just on such fast forward yesterday, it makes it harder to act like Worcestershire will feel in the game longer than they otherwise would.
Yeah. Oh, where's this going? On the bounce out towards deep mid-wicket. Casey Valley's already dropped one out there. It was a bad drop as well. It might well have changed the game if you'd taken the catch. It was Lawrence. He got there, he got 2 hands to it. It was a roundabout chest height, and he spilled the catch. Okay, it went out there quickly, so he had to react quickly. Sometimes in the deep you get a chance to steady yourself and get underneath. He had to come in quickly, but he did, and it spilled out.
It was one of those where I'd just popped to get a coffee, and so I heard the crowd noise and was trying to work out what it was as I looked up to the TV, and I saw the shot and was like, oh, okay, it must have been, it either just went for 6 or it was dropped, and it, sort of clang in and clang out.
It's when you hate to drop, really. You feel you should take it at this level. It's actually quite good fun, especially if you're in India, turning your back to the cricket and trying to commentate on what's happened just from the crowd reaction.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, one of those where, you know, sometimes you'll get a wicket and you'll get the roar because of who happens to be in next.
Yep.
Or else the complete death silence, even though it's the key moment of the game.
It's really unfortunate if you happen to be batting before a mega star. They're almost happy that you're out, because they get to see their star player in. Talking about that, it's Dhoni against Kohli today in the IPL, in a game of much significance in terms of who's going to qualify for the last four.
Yeah, RCB need to win that, and with a little bit of a margin.
Just to say, we are a few overs from tea yet, 6 overs from tea. Well, we've had 38 left in the day's play, 151 for 4. During the Tata tea break, we'll be hearing from Emma Calvert, who this week was appointed Surrey's Director of Women's Cricket. That's coming up in the tea break. What a 20 minutes time, something like that, just after 4 o'clock. In the meantime, Leach is going to continue with the keeper standing up.
Be an interesting chat, that, because we've obviously been hearing a lot about this Project Darwin, the move to bring domestic women's cricket back to the counties, but so far it feels almost a bit light on detail. We know these counties are, but we don't know what they're gonna, what it's actually going to look like, and we'll get a bit of that, I suppose, from this, and also a vision for, you know, a much enhanced women's programme at Surrey in the years to come.
So that interview during the tea break. Meanwhile, Surrey 2:36 ahead. And before that tea break, well, Worcestershire, what would they give for 2 wickets here? Preferably, from their point of view, Smith and Lawrence, 2 players who can do a lot of damage to their cause. And really advance the Surrey one. Surrey here, what are they looking for? 400 in the bank. So much time left in the game. Well, not even tea on the second day. 24 wickets have gone.
I suppose they wouldn't have a target in mind yet, just looking to bat. They would have thought maybe it would have eased off in the afternoon session, and actually this has been, you know, still as challenging as it has been earlier in the game.
Yeah, they won't be saying, oh, we must get 400, but 6 wickets left. The players they've got out there at the moment, it's not realistic they get a 400 lead, but it's that kind of area that they're more than capable of from here. A lot depends on these two, and then possibly as well some late order swinging. Sometimes, you know, when you get 330 ahead, 340 ahead, the tail starts to take the game away from the bowling side. You got that freedom to play.
Yeah, it must be not much fun as a bowling side in this sort of situation, seeing Jordan Clark walk in with his, you know, with his biceps ready to have a bit of a swing. Just contributes in whatever facet he's asked, doesn't he? And this feels like a position that he could enjoy, I think.
Yeah. He's looking to do something about that and snuff this partnership out before it becomes too threatening. It's the end of a tidy over, a maiden over from Leach. Tidy figures but no wickets in this second innings. 5 overs to go until the tea interval. And Smith in particular giving himself some time. He's seen Lawrence play 1 or 2 bold shots. Partnership developing after the loss of those 4 relatively quick wickets. What was it, Andrew? 4 for 37, was it?
Been an encouraging sort of game for Lawrence, hasn't it? If you think
4 for 36.
started life at Surrey with a bang with that 100, but then just a couple of lower scoring weeks. I guess the thing as well, Surrey had only been batting once really, or not doing much in the second innings, so he was not really required. And you can just, it's an interesting position as a batter, especially down at 6 where he lower than he would have been at Essex. Just you can find yourself going a few weeks without getting tied in the middle just because that's the way it goes. And then,
especially if you're playing in a strong side, the others are doing the bulk of the run scoring.
It's obviously just the 19 so far, but add to that brilliant innings yesterday, really, given the context of the game. Just feel that bit more settled, I suppose, because you will feel that he's got a point to prove when you switch clubs, even though he's obviously played Test cricket. There is still a pressure when you come to a new side.
Got that away for a single. I was talking earlier with Adam Collins about how England configure their top 7 for the Test matches this summer. I'm talking about whether they can fit Jamie Smith into it. Of course, in a way, logically, Dan Lawrence is kind of the next cab because he has been around the squad. He was there in India.
Absolutely, and you look at his record this year, and he's not done much wrong to all of a sudden fall out of that position. And I think you saw yesterday the kind of the qualities that he does have. I mean, sometimes you wonder if there could be a bit more ruthlessness perhaps, and he could really cash in those positions when the going's good. But he seems like a very good analyzer of a situation. I think back to a Test he played against New Zealand, and he was left with the tail, but just was finding the areas to score runs, marshalling it really well. Got up to 81, I think, and that's one of his real skills, I think. And you wonder with how Surrey have set up their top 6, whether that's part of the reason he's down at number 6. Is not saying you're our 6th best batter. You look at the strengths of the players. We know Folkes is a brilliant player in a partnership, whereas Lawrence is one who can navigate a situation. When he's left with the tail, we know he can hit out, and that makes sense from that point of view as well, I suppose. But it's just so tricky to find a room for anyone. I mean, even the 7 they've got 8 at the moment, really, haven't they? When you include Harry Brook back in there.
Yeah, they've got some decisions to make. And all these two can do, Smith and Lawrence, just score as many as they possibly can. Try to dislodge somebody. It's not obvious to see who they're going to dislodge. I mean, Ollie Pope has not scored that many runs either in the Test series in India, apart from the first Test match where he played that scintillating innings, and this summer, but he's also the vice captain. He's in that number 3 position, which has been a bit of a problem for England.
Possibly the keeper would be something that they would look at. Obviously, Folkes technically the incumbent, and no, that's what you were discussing earlier. But there are several candidates there, and you wonder if, even if that's not the spot for the first Test, if that's where the next spot opens up. I suppose.
Right, some spin. Kashif Ali is going to bowl with 4 overs to go until tea. Well, that's not a great delivery to start with. It looked like a rank long hop, but it just skipped through a bit. And they're going to come back for 3. First time today we've seen a slow bowler. First slow bowler in the match, in fact. Lawrence picking up 2 there. 158 for 4, then lead 2-4-3. Surrey on course for a 250 lead by tea on the second day.
It's an interesting move, because you might think, bringing the part-time spinner on can be a bit of that's something teams can do if they feel that the game is gone, or if they feel the game is drifting and it's fine to let it drift.
tossed up invitingly. It's a far-flung field. You won't be able to see this, but there are 4 men back, or 5 really, long on, or mid-on's quite deep as well. Long off, deep cover, deep back of square leg, deep mid-wicket, and a deep mid-on. There's the deep mid-on in play. Well, sometimes a leg break bowler, part-time leg break bowler, can just induce that full stroke.
Well, I think that's the thing, isn't it? Is that they want something. They want something to happen. Actually, this isn't putting the game on pause. This is okay. They might get a few runs, but you know, there might. You know, how often do we see a long hop take a wicket? And actually, if you look at Kashivali's best balls, those do turn enough to trouble good players. And I guess it depends. You saw with that, as you say, that deepish mid-on where they did easily strike a single. I guess they'll have to judge between inviting the big shot and also keeping the singles not on offer.
Here's Gibbon. That was a beautiful shot from Jamie Smith. It's only going to bring him 1. Rifling off drive. It's so pleasing on the eye through that area.
It's interesting because the setup is not totally orthodox in terms of how he prepares for a delivery. So he sort of takes guard in an interesting manner.
Well, that's going to be 4, not where he was looking to hit it. I don't think any batter cares about that. Well, as long as it says 4 in the book, that'll do. And that is 50 partnership. Yeah, and the lead past 250 as well, or up to 250. So 250 in the bank.
It's always felt as if, obviously, Surrey had been, you know, a distance ahead, but the Worcestershire have just been able to just keep a finger in the game, and this is another point where it could just slip away from them.
And more runs for Lawrence, probably 2 this time. Jake Libby with the fielding. Yeah, it's ominous. These two, they know what damage they can do, Smith and Lawrence.
Still a long time until that secondary ball as well.
52nd over, yeah, another 28 overs away. The game could be well over the hill, down the next dale by the time that comes around. Let's just have a look at Jamie Smith's setup here. Well, when he's on strike next, anyway. As he will be for the start of the next over. So a couple of overs to go until tea. I imagine Kashivali is going to bowl again. Also has the bonus of getting Worcestershire through their overs. Where are they in terms of their over
just a
rate?
couple behind.
A couple behind, yeah. So every little helps. 2 overs behind. Surrey are +2 and Worcestershire -2.
decent effort from Surrey, that over 8, given not bowling any spin
I
on
know.
the first day.
I mean, they are used to it, mind. Having that battery of pace bowlers. So the point here about Jamie Smith's setup, Ben.
Yeah, let's see how does it. There's just it's just that the marking of the guard, I think, is as the bowl's running in. I haven't seen him so much against spin. Yeah, so I think there's an extra bat tap against the pace where the bat almost curves in the hand and comes down almost sideways, I think. But then after that, it's completely orthodox.
It's quite a low crouch. He goes low, doesn't he? Almost crouching down. Some players stand up a bit taller at the crease. Well, that was a gift. It's going to keep the fielders interested, but ultimately the ball the winner. Bad ball, dispatched. It was nice to get one of those.
And I was just thinking it had been a much tidier over from Kashi Valley so far after a slightly wayward start, but I guess that's what you get with the part-timer.
Mind you, there'll be lots of deliveries like that getting wickets in club cricket all around the country today. It's always worth experimenting with the full toss if you're struggling for a wicket in club cricket. There are lots of batters who just don't quite have the discipline to deal with it and actually do what Smith did there, which is just ease it away along the ground. Often batters' eyes light up, whack it to mid-wicket.
You can think I've got to baseball this, and actually, you know, to take some strength sometimes to generate all that power yourself and to muscle it away, even if it's on a club-sized boundary.
Right, 2:58 ahead then, and this is going to be the final over before tea. It's nice to see the sun almost with us. It's just managed to break through that pall of cloud that's hung over the ground all day. We can see a bit of blue upstairs now, and mercifully the rain has stayed away during the hours of play. There were a few brief bits of rain around this morning. Here's Gibbon to begin the last over of the afternoon session. And slid away by Lawrence. It should be stopped, and it is.
Taking 3.
3 runs. Just a reminder that interview with Emma Calvert coming up. Surrey's Director of Women's Cricket, newly appointed. Well, 4 more. This partnership beginning to take the game away from Worcestershire. Soft hands.
And in the last few overs, it hasn't felt as if they've taken the attack to them by any means. It's just there's been a few that have squirted through that third man region. Obviously, the part-time leg spin, you'll get a few runs against that, and then all of a sudden they're kind of not motoring along, but you know, going along at a rate that's going to see that lead build quite quickly.
Single out to deep point. Yes, you feel after tea Worcestershire are going to have a now or never session, really. It's got to happen for them straight after tea.
But then that's what this session felt a bit like as well at lunch, didn't it? And then they had that 4-wicket burst and they just about in touch. But yeah, they need another session with a scoreline similar to this, or better perhaps. and even then, Surrey will still be favourites.
Yeah. You feel what's achievable. That's a 6 for 60 session, 6 for 70 session at best, and that's still going to leave you chasing 330. But once that lead gets up to 320, 330, you've got that license that we were talking about, and that's when it can all fall apart from a bowling perspective. We've all seen it.
And especially because, you know, these two will be hungry for big scores as well, and there's time left in the game for them to do that.
Last ball before tea then. Oh, it so nearly takes a wicket. He was looking to run it down. Rather good competitive session. Worcestershire picking up 4 wickets, but then Surrey fighting back again, and they are in command at the tea interval on the second day. A lead of 267, thanks to a solid 5th wicket partnership between these two, Jamie Smith and Dan Lawrence. Surrey 50 for no wicket at lunch, so 132 for 4 in an entertaining afternoon session.
An entertaining game that's kind of done that throughout, hasn't it? You know, you think back to the first morning when Surrey are 4 down, and then have that brilliant stand between Pope and Lawrence, and then again the wickets tumble after that. Come to Worcestershire, who sort of get blown away, and then Surrey that doughty opening stand, and then each time you felt Surrey might just be getting the noses ahead, Worcestershire have managed to claw them back. So yeah, interestingly poised, but you feel that this could be the session after tea that Surrey possibly pull away, but we've thought that before in this game.
Yeah. So Surrey 267 ahead. Then summary of the match: Worcestershire 128 all out this morning, and you don't win many games of cricket against the champions, defending champions, by being bowled out for 128. They lost their last 3 wickets in an over to Warwickshire, 6 for 22. Surrey at lunch 50 for no wicket, and then those 4 wickets, one of whom was Rory Burns for well played 70. Singh taking his first wickets in first class cricket this afternoon. Sibley the first to go, former Surrey second team player playing for Worcestershire, but then that partnership team, Smith and Lawrence, just giving Surrey one more than an edge in the game, command of the game. 267 runs ahead. Let's have a quick look at events elsewhere. Essex 115 for 6 in reply to Warwickshire's 397. So Essex struggling in that game. Durham 213 for 5 in reply to Lancashire's 357. Ben Stokes out for 2, and Ollie Robinson for 0. Talked about as a potential wicketkeeper batter for England sometime down the line, both out to Nathan Lyon. Hampshire 192 for 5 in reply to Nottinghamshire's 235. Somerset 554, Kent 8 for 1, and into the second division, really the standout score of the day there. Gloucestershire 706 for 6 declared, the highest score in their history. Leicestershire 19 for 1. Middlesex in command against Glamorgan, 281 for 4 in reply to 183. Sussex have stabilised a bit against Yorkshire. They're 78 ahead with 7 second innings wickets in hand. And that's the state of the game around the country as the spectators drift onto the ground, perhaps to have a look at the pitch and just stretch their legs. So during the Tata tea break, let's hear from Emma Calvert, who this week was appointed Surrey's Director of Women's Cricket.
Emma, you've been appointed as the new Director of Women's Cricket at Surrey County Cricket Club. Tell us about your sort of immediate reaction to that.
Yeah, obviously absolutely thrilled to be asked. It's an honour to be part of the Surrey family. It's such a huge club, biggest in the country, and I'm excited to get started.
This is part of the new structure of women's cricket. The teams have been returned to the county setup. What do you think the impact of that new approach will be?
It's massive. Obviously, the women's game has grown so much over the last few years through the likes of the 100 and the domestic regional competition, but I just think it's time now that we come in-house at the counties to really push the game forward from like a fan-based perspective, a sponsorship perspective, and just generally making everything feel as professional as the team is.
And why is that so much easier under the county setup as opposed to the regional setup?
Well, there's a few elements to it. One, I guess, resourcing. We'll now have access to all the incredible staff that work behind the scenes at Surrey, making everything possible. And just the name comes with a lot. Surrey is obviously an incredible club, and sponsors want to be involved in that. And it also has one of the biggest membership bases in the country, and hopefully having that 3 feathers on our chest will mean they support us too.
Tell us a little bit about your own personal history, growing up playing cricket and then your working career.
Yeah, I don't know if we can talk too much about my playing days, but yeah, I played up until I was 18 at Lancashire. Unfortunately, at that point, there was no professional women's cricket, so I opted to go off into the work world. Worked in investment banking for 6 years for my sins, and then found my way back to sport. I knew that I always wanted to work in sport. So took what I did in investments over to City Football Group, who own Man City and football clubs all around the world, and was their head of treasury. And then this opportunity came up and I just had to jump at it to be part of something so special in the growing women and girls game, to lead that space. It was an opportunity that I couldn't not go for, and I feel incredibly lucky that I get to do what I do.
And that role was as Regional Director of Women's Cricket for the South East Stars. Tell us about your experiences with the Stars over the last sort of 18 months.
Yeah, it's been a crazy 18 months. It feels like 2 minutes since I joined, but obviously for the last 4 years we've operated under a regional model, and South East Stars has been a partnership between Surrey and Kent. So what that's allowed us to do is really grow our talent pool, really reach all players across the country, across the regions. And yeah, just helped us grow the women's game on and off the field. And it's now time for that next step. But what the regional game has done has been incredible to see. When I joined, we only had 5 professional players. We now have 11, and that's only going to continue to grow.
What's been your proudest moment with the Stars?
Oh gosh, there's definitely a few, but to lump it together, it's seeing our girls take those next steps in their career, whether that's playing for England under-19s, England A or England honours. We are incredibly good at producing players for England, and seeing our girls flourish in our environment and being rewarded for that with that England cap. There's no greater moment for me than seeing that.
And thinking about the new team, the women's team that will be the first fully professional women's team for Surrey, what are the priorities for the team on the field and then also off the field?
Yeah, I think they're very similar to what the men's team's priorities are, and we want to grow the game, and that is at domestic level, but below that at grassroots level too. We want to provide role models for the game. We want to push players to be working their way through our pathway into our senior squad and going on to higher honours with England, and of course we want to lift some trophies.
As the Director of Women's Cricket, what will be the philosophy that you look for the side to implement?
Yeah, look, we want to continue to play the style of cricket that we've worked really hard to build here. We play very dynamic, very flexible. We say just go out there and go for it. We play that aggressive form of cricket, and I think it's continuing that. We want girls to go out there, we want them to have fun, enjoy what they're doing and play their own game. It doesn't always come off, that's cricket, but I think as long as we're true to how we want to play and the style we want to play our cricket, which is the style that England want to play as well, which really helps our girls when they go up to that next level. So yeah, just keeping the style the same.
You've touched on it a little, but you know, Surrey is one of the sort of leading counties within the men's game and has obviously had a lot of success. Do you feel that there will be an immediate expectation to deliver the same level of success for the new women's team? I
think it's only right that there is. Joining an incredible club like Surrey should come with some pressure. We should want to lift trophies for the badge. But I think it's still staying true to what are our priorities, and our priorities have always been and will continue to be developing players to that next level, whether that's academy to senior or senior to England. Like, that continues to be the priority for us. Obviously we'll always aim to lift trophies along the way, but we want to see our girls flourishing in whatever next level that is for them.
And there's been sort of some great players who have played for Surrey over 100 years. How will you try and ensure that the new side continue that legacy of success for Surrey women's cricket?
Legacy is so important to us. Those players that you talk about are the role models for the girls that are out playing today. They care a lot about the history of the game, and what I think we're going to be able to do is just create even more role models for the next generation. Hopefully now a generation that won't have to think, can I actually be a professional women's cricketer? They'll see it and know that it's an option. I think seeing the journey that some of our players have been on to where they are today, working part-time jobs alongside playing cricket, they no longer have to do that. They can give this their all, and I think that's an incredible place to be. And that's only going to develop the game further and hopefully, like I said, create even more role models for all those young girls and boys out there.
A huge part of coming into the county setup will be the opportunities to play at some of the first-class county grounds around the country. For Surrey, that means playing at least 50% of the fixtures at the Kemar Oval. How important is it, and how much are you and the players and the staff looking forward to running out at the Kemar Oval wearing the three feathers?
Yeah, if you ask the players, they are so excited about this. The opportunity to play in those big grounds is something that they grew up dreaming of being able to do. I think it's incredibly important to us from a visibility perspective as well. We want Surrey members to be able to use their membership cards, come down and watch a women's game at the Oval, and to show them the standard and the quality of women's cricket. We are so excited. You just need to ask the girls, and they've got a massive grin on their face when they talk about it. They're living their childhood dreams.
You've mentioned earlier, but I'm sure you look back on your time with the Stars with a huge amount of fondness. How important is it for you and for the team to ensure that the next 6 months with the South East Stars, you're all focused on achieving success, and really that there's a continuity, that whilst this new change will happen at the end of the season, right now the focus is on the Stars?
Yeah, that's been the key message from the very start when all of this was happening with the tender process, is that nothing changes this season. What we want to do this season is we want to leave a legacy, and we've worked incredibly hard for 4 years to create the South East Stars, and there will be a tinge of sadness to see it go. We love the badge, we've put a lot of work into it, but the aim this season is let's go out there, let's enjoy our cricket, and let's lift some trophies and leave a legacy, so we can look back on our 4 years as the South East Stars fondly, like you said, but then move on to the next chapter and grow from there.
From a personal point of view, obviously this is a very exciting new opportunity for you to join Surrey, but over the next 6 months your focus remains with the Stars.
Oh, 100%. It's an absolute honour and a privilege to be given this new role with Surrey, but my focus right now is 100% with the Stars and this last season as a South East Stars team. We're very excited about becoming Surrey, and there will be work we're doing in the background to make sure that that transition is smooth, but like you said, the priority and the focus remains with the South East Stars for this season.
Can you tell us a little bit about what the values of the Stars have been and how you'll take that forwards into becoming Surrey?
Yeah, it's something that we pride ourselves on. We've put a lot of work into building what our values are. We always say we have 5 key values: committed, united, integrity, passionate and brave. And every single one of those will live and breathe through this season, and we'll bring into the new team, because there's something that they're so important to us, and we stand by them. We are so committed to growing the game on the pitch, off the pitch for the next generation. And the bravery piece is about the style of cricket we play. We want to go out there, we want to be brave, we want to play our shots, and all of those other elements are just incredibly important on who we want to be moving forward.
Since the announcements of the new teams, can you tell us about the support that you've received from the Surrey family, the Surrey fan base and the Surrey staff?
Yeah, it's been incredible. You can tell at their core that Surrey are so passionate about bringing this women's team in. Steve, as CEO, led the way in terms of our tender process and how much the club wants to lead from the front end with women's cricket. Alec has been an incredible mentor, peer throughout my time at the Stars, but particularly now. I know he's excited to see a professional women's team at Surrey, and he will always be there to help and support me with my journey to professionalising this team. But everyone at Surrey, the support that we've received and how excited every member of staff is to have this team and bring it in-house and give it the exposure it deserves.
We know there's an incredible history of women's cricket at Surrey, and we also know how passionate the supporters and the members have been. How have you experienced that?
Yeah, Surrey's incredibly lucky to have such a big and passionate membership. We've already seen so much support from that membership for South East Stars, but also for bringing a professional women's team in and under the Surrey banner.
Welcome back to the Kia Oval. 182 for 4. The score, a 67-run partnership between Smith and Lawrence, getting Surrey to a position of strength. Once again, they lead by 267. They did lose 4 wickets in a hurry in that middle stretch. Sibley, Pope, Burns and Folkes with the score, well, between 79 and 115, but they have both been dropped, both made the most of it, and play's about to resume with the sun out as well. Before we do that, the Xbox Power Players is back for a second year. You can see it on the screen there. Scan to enter for your chance to win the custom Xbox console. All you need to do is predict. Here it is. Simon's going to show it to the camera. See there, the Surrey badge on the front? You're born for this role, so look how comfortable you are doing this. Pick the best performance in the blast with ball and bat as the session begins here. First ball of it. And driven right out the middle of the blade to deep point for 1. So last year the winners, Sean Abbott 110 not out, Chris Jordan 4 for 21. All you need to do is scan the QR code there or Google Xbox Power Players. Go to the Surrey website and fill in the form with your predictions. Entries close on the 2nd of June at midday, just before the blast campaign gets underway. And if you win, you get the Xbox that Simon Mann was flashing to the camera a moment ago. Xbox Power Players. Get involved. Right. That's hit even better. And it snuck through for 4 as well. Just had the width to work with there, Smith, and didn't miss out. It's been a feature of Jadvinder Singh Chahal's performance over 2 days. He's got the wicket-taking delivery in him. He removed Sibley and Burns in the middle session, but gives you the chance to score plenty of runs. Ignore the bug down the bottom of the screen. It's not Gishu Valley continuing. It is the Seema Singh from our Vauxhall end.
What did he call it? The bug?
The little bug here, there's the out on the screen. That's what it's called, isn't it?
I would call it the strap, personally.
Strap?
Yeah. Strap line?
Strap, whatever it is, it's wrong. That much I know. It was a ball behind yesterday for about an hour. That was good to work with.
But all our Surrey TV watchers, they know their cricket. They know who's bowling, they know who's batting.
Yeah, they're across it. All good. They know that Jamie Smith got a life down the leg side, and well, Dan Lawrence got an even bigger one, and that was Kashif Ali, who's named in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, who at deep mid-wicket, short boundary, running in, miscued pull shot. It would have been a partnership broken on 9. It's now up to 72, which has allowed Surrey to really dictate terms in the final hour of play or thereabouts. This pair have been together for 104 balls now. Steered. Piece of fielding. It does rather open up the possibility of Surrey teeing off in these final 32 overs, and we know how quickly this pair can score. Smith duck in the first innings, but 155 this time last week. It's better. Finished to the over. 5 runs from it, 187 for 4.
Well, it feels as if Surrey have got Worcestershire where they want them now. They've got this 5th wicket partnership developing between Smith and Lawrence. And the other factor as well is, well, have a look at the shadows out there. The sun is out almost on full beam for the first time today. So in theory, these are lovely batting conditions now. The ball is also 55 overs old, so this is the opportunity for Surrey to batten down this game, you feel, to get a lead of, well, 400. Let's see.
Yeah, that's right. Leaden skies and all the rest earlier on when the ball was moving around. Now into its 56th over, there'll be naturally less of that. As we know from being here week in, week out, this Surrey surface tends to get better on days 2 and 3.
Which I suppose will just about encourage Worcestershire, if they can take some wickets here in this evening session. The forecast is good tomorrow.
It doesn't feel like the kind of game that's going to reach a fourth day from where we are, so far advanced. So I think that's right. But the key thing is they've just got to hold tight here. And they did so yesterday. The 148-run partnership with Lawrence and Pope was on the cusp of getting out of hand, but they contained for a 3 or 4 over stretch, and that was just enough to break the concentration of Lawrence initially. And Pope fell in the following over. They need something like that now, a moment of inspiration. Smith, their quickest bowler, the New Zealand international overseas, has been able to break partnerships, did so yesterday. But if these two are still there, yeah, we said earlier, didn't we, Simon? If they were there at tea, we're in trouble. If they're still here in an hour from now, they're in deep strife.
Yeah. Yeah, 273 ahead, and even if it does get a bit flatter and a bit easier to bat tomorrow, there's still that relentlessness of the Surrey attack to come up against. That 5-man pace attack. It wore so many teams down last season. In a way, it's been a bit of an anomaly that Cameron Steele has come in this season and, well, done well. Not that he's not capable of doing well, but the fact that he's got his opportunity when the formula worked so well for Surrey last time round. I guess they let him out of this game. Looking at the surface on the first day, you can understand why. Gone back to the strategy that served them so well last season.
I think Andrew Sampson had the stat in the first home game here when they were playing against Somerset that in the space of 2, maybe 2.5 bowling innings, they'd taken more wickets with spin there than they had in the entirety of the previous season. And the bulk of those were in the final game down at Southampton in 2023. So yeah, there was a distinct change in approach with Dan Lawrence taking a few wickets on day one at Lancashire. Steele getting 5 there. Suppose to an extent that was a Kookaburra ball thing. 1 run to finish, retains to strike Smith, 189 for 4, lead 274. And since we've moved back to the Dukes, there's as you say, a formula. I'm not entirely sure when the Cooker comes back, actually. I know we do have another. Is it the June games? Okay, so the midsummer frolic will have a Kookaburra ball. Where did you stand on that, Simon? There were strong views either way.
I don't mind having a look at something. I suppose the one thing is, at the start of the season, in early April, if you get pitches that are in theory juicy, it does become, or can become, we've seen it in previous seasons, a bit of a lottery with the Duke's ball. Teams just getting ripped apart by 78 mile an hour seam bowlers, 78, 80 mile an hour seam bowlers. Is that what you want? So an attempt to slightly redress that. And I know there were some really strong views, weren't there? Rob Key saying it's good, Alex Stewart here saying no, it's rubbish.
Catch the call. Not dragged in at catching cover though. 4 runs instead for Smith. Wonder if he did get a hand to it. Didn't feel like it live. It was Adam Hose in there at catching cover, although he is on one knee. Might have been a close run thing. See if we can see Hose in this replay. Yeah, not quite. There might be a different angle that sheds a bit more light.
I mean, you can argue that Kookaburra is actually quite a dull cricket ball to play with, full stop. Wherever you're playing. And the Duke's ball is more interesting cricket ball to play the game of cricket with. So I suppose it depends if you're looking at just county cricket. Does it make county cricket duller to use the Kookaburra? But the other side of it was, of course, they wanted to use the Kookaburra ball because they felt that it would benefit the England team. Perhaps when they go to Australia, you get bowlers used to bowling with it and having to work hard to take wickets on flat pitches.
I suppose, like all things, there are shades of grey out there, because the Kookaburra is a bit different to the one that most people remember. They put a lot of work into it a few years ago to help reinforce the seam, to make it go flat a bit later, because the perception was that, well, you get your 4 to 6 overs with it, and then suddenly it's a bit too soft and the seam's not giving quite enough. That's so well steered. And that'll take Jamie Smith to another half century. He went big last week, and today in different circumstances he's shown again that he's a player of some class. 197 for 4, leads 282.
Came in on a pair. He really has timed the ball sweetly, and more so than this one actually, allowing the ball to come to him. Delightfully played, finding the gap.
Like a snooker player there, just had to place it perfectly. To the other side of the sweeper.
So are you saying with the Kookaburra that they've improved the Kookaburra recently?
Yeah.
And have you seen in Australia, have they seen that? Is it there been tangible effects of that?
Yeah, definitely. So it was the 21-22 Ashes that new Kookaburra came in, and that was, you compare it to when we were there, Simon, in 17-18.
The only thing I would say about that series, in the last Ashes series, there were some quite juicy conditions in which to bowl, and there was a bit of rain around. The pitches were a bit, from memory, a bit greener.
Yeah, I think those two things have happened side by side. So the drop-in technology has improved, and the pitches have become a better balance between bat and ball. That's a great thing. Melbourne's the best example of that.
Well,
when we were there in 2017, that might be the worst test match I've ever covered.
Well,
and 4 years on in 2021, that pitch was genuinely sporting, and it tends to be sporting now at Shield level as well. So the pitches have gotten better, and the ball has responded well to it for seamers. So there is that. But you compare it to the Dukes, where the seam stays proud all day long. Well, at least that's the idea, isn't it? And the look of the thing, and it's darker and so on.
So you can get entertaining county cricket with the Duke's ball. You probably might get slightly duller county cricket with the Kookaburra ball.
Yep.
But if you can learn to bowl with the Kookaburra ball, then it may well be that England might actually be able to go to Australia and not necessarily win, but compete, because they have done that so rarely. Not just, I mean, they did win there under Alistair, when Alistair Cook made all those runs, but even before that they were getting wiped away. Back to the late 80s when Mike Gatting won there. There's so many series where England struggle to compete in Australia.
200 up, with that leg bite. Doesn't quite sneak it past mid-on. Ball's caused the fielder a spot of bother there. Fell on the shoulder. Yeah, we've been starved of close Ashes series in Australia. Over here, it just, for whatever reason, hits differently. You've got that sequence starting in 2005. It might have been landing on the turf there awkwardly that caused a minor concern. Then 2009, underrated Ashes series 2009, from where Australia were. The Cardiff, not quite. Losing at Lords, fighting back at Leeds, having the chance to square it here at the Oval and missing out, and England winning the series on the final day. 2013 was a little bit closer than 3-0 suggested, I think. If you look at it in totality, there were certainly moments that Australia had looks there and they didn't make the most of it. And a great test at Durham, where England were well behind as Stuart Broad won the test match when Australia were in a good position to chase 280 odd to square it up. And of course 2019 was exhilarating, some all-time great moments. Jofra Archer front and centre at Lords against Stephen Smith, the comeback summer for him, and the Leeds miracle with Ben Stokes. And last year, the best hits 2005, with two contrasting styles of play. So you got that on one side of the ledger. Australia, the last truly close series was probably 82-83, where there's both sides were in it all the way to the finish. Into the over, 204 the score.
Yeah, because those two series that England won, they dominated.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, so they weren't close series. They weren't. I mean, they're exciting series if you're an England supporter, because actually to go to Australia and dominate feels exciting from an England perspective, because it happens so infrequently.
They're both wrapped up with a test to go. So yeah, I think we're crying out for a series in Australia in 18 months' time where Stokes and McCullum and what they're doing and what they're achieving, which hasn't been perfect, far from it, but if that mode of play can bring the sides closer together in Australian conditions, that'll be tantalising. Again, seeing starting on the pads, leg buys, it's obscured by the sight screen there, was dragged back by Jones. They come back for a third.
Which partly takes us back to the Kookaburra ball, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And, learn to bowl with it and make the most of it, see what you can do with it.
Can I ask you a question from left field perhaps about balls? I was playing a game last week, maybe the week before now, up in Lancashire with a gentleman who works at Tiflex, and yeah, he works for them, so he's quite enthusiastic about his product. Out to cover, no run. I must admit, I don't know an awful lot about the Tiflex ball other than what I learnt that day, but I didn't realise that it had been the ball that was used at different points in county cricket, even this century, and it was the test ball for a long time into the 90s as well, the early to mid 90s as well. Do you have any
No, I'm sorry,
recollection of
I can't
how
help
that
you on that,
performs
no.
or how that played out? No, okay. I suppose what I'm interested in, how it was
how different it was.
Different to the Dukes.
Yeah.
Well, that gets past the outside edge. Again, this is the story of seeing across 2 days, isn't it? He's got the wicket-taking ball. He's got the ability to ask good questions, but it's what he does either side of it, which is why he isn't able to apply consistent pressure, which in some ways might make him more dangerous, you know.
Because as a batter, you're thinking, I'm going to take this guy
Yes.
down, and then suddenly he bowls me a beauty, as he did there to Jamie Smith.
Just one slip, 2 men back on the short boundary, deep backward point, deep cover point. Nice shape there again. Yes, ball politics, I love it. But yeah, the Rob Key thing was, I think his view, you talked about the 78 to 80 mile an hour Dukes bowler early in the season. I think he's more concerned about the 72 mile an hour bowler cleaning up. And I hate to always come back to Darren Stevens, because I don't think it's fair to Steve-O that he's used as an example of what was wrong with the domestic game. His career was a mighty one over a long stretch of time. But still, bowlers like that, who cleaned up for years, bowling in a way that in all probability would not work at the next level up, and the Kookaburra ball makes it harder for bowlers like that to excel. Hits so well to deep cover point. Ends the over. They look like one-day figures. 2 for 48 from 10, 204 for 4. The score, the leads up to 289.
So instinctively, I mean, it can make for some dull cricket if the pitches are really good. Cricket is about that, always trying to get that balance right, isn't it, between ball, pitch, conditions, and that the best matches are when all the top players, I think, are in the game and can produce something special. So if you can get 100 when the ball's just doing a bit. Oh,
Glorious. Smith's found the rope through cover consistently. Partnership up to 93.
no, he's a beautiful player through the offside. When it works, it just looks so nice. The sound off the bat as well. There have been a few that hit out to that long boundary that haven't quite made it, but when he hits it, there's absolutely no doubt that it's going to hit the rope.
10 fours in his 58. Gets inside the line, gets 4 more. Just the bottom of the bat. He gave himself a chance on that angle. Partnership now to 97.
Oh, this is ominous for Worcestershire, this.
Yeah.
They needed a couple of quick wickets after tea.
That's the extra pace of Smith too, isn't it? That any bat on it's going to run away.
And the Surrey supporters who are here, I think they can just sense them just rubbing their hands together. They're watching 2 really high-class players, Lawrence and Smith, enjoying themselves in the sunshine, especially Smith at the moment.
Just to your point before about the different circumstances that cricket's played in, it's one of the great joys of being a global game, the conditions and the ball and the surfaces, and yet we all want to see, to the extent that it's possible, a nice balance between bat and ball, and where that ends up out of kilter, I think it's right to criticise it. But generally speaking, the fact that we do have different cricket balls and we do have pitches that behave differently, that makes it different to a sport, I don't know, say basketball for example, where you don't have that volatility.
So why do you think it is that Australia have been competitive here, but England have not been competitive in Australia?
I think of late, it's had to do with the bowling group. They've been able to take to England a pretty consistent group of bowlers for a fairly long time now, with the big three, Cummins, Stark, Hazelwood, and you add Lyon to that. Lyon's been on every Ashes tour since 2013. So just being familiar with how to do it and being to adapt. Maybe it's easier to adapt when you're a high-class fast bowler to bowling in England, where you get a bit more assistance from the ball and the pitch, than it is to adapt to batting in Australia, where typically it's a lot more hostile and you're doing it against bowling that's consistently upwards of 145 kilometres an hour.
But the other side of that is that England have had Anderson and Broad, who are, you know, taken 500 and 700 wickets each, and yet they've not. Okay, there was that one series where Andrew Strauss led England to victory, but you know, they've not been able to exert the same sway over a series that Australia's bowlers have. Well, not totally done it, because there have been times when they've been smacked everywhere. Like, you know, Old Trafford last year, they were, that bowling, much vaunted bowling attack, was thrashed everywhere, weren't they?
Might be a psychology to it as well. Just not just 9 runs taken from the over 213 for 4, leads up to 298 with a couple of boundaries from Smith there.
Well, that England's a more benign place for Australia to tour than Australia is for England to tour.
Possibly.
You think Australia's more hostile?
Maybe it comes down to Australia having, over time, had enjoyed more success in England than England have enjoyed in Australia. So when England go to Australia, it's built up as the biggest series, the defining series, and so on, where, of course, it's the biggest series for Australia when coming to England, but it's only just ahead of Australia visiting India in the public consciousness, the way that relationship's evolved over the last 20 years. In fact, you know, Steve Ward described it best, India is the final frontier for Australian cricketers. They see it as more difficult to succeed than coming here. So yeah, the extent to which psychology folds into it, possibly. I mean, there was that story, that well-publicised story in 2021-22, where when Stark picked up Burns' first ball of the series, that they had a team meeting that related to what happens if something goes wrong, ball 1, and someone gets knocked over ball 1 up. Now, I don't think that's the kind of conversation that would even get a start in the Australian camp. That's just my impression. But I mean, even that's generalising to such an extent. The 300 lead is up, recognised by the crowd here at the Kia Oval. And what's turned into a lovely afternoon for batting and making the most of it, this pair. They came together with Surrey, needing plenty more from them, and this pair have put on an even 100 as well. So 2 milestones with that one ball.
Yeah, I think that was it. Was it the 100 partnership and the 300 lead?
Yeah, even that, I'm totally generalising there, because different groups of players. Do you think this current England dressing room lacks confidence? Of course they don't. So that will be interesting, I think. The personalities who are there at the moment, the way that they've been able to unburden themselves of any sense of fear. That's the most important thing that McCullum's done, right? He's made them feel like failure's not that important. That if they miss out today, they'll cash in tomorrow. That kind of mentality that prevails, and everything you hear from them, all the public commentary, all the interviews they do are along that theme, that Stokes and McCullum just want them to play their best cricket, and they don't mind when they miss out. That in Australia will be interesting. You won't, I don't think, end up in, like England came back from 2-0 down last year, for instance. Could you ever imagine England coming back from 2-0 down in Australia in tours we've been on? Square drive struck so hard. It's a 68, 12th boundary. He's motoring since tee, Jamie Smith.
Right, it's delightful to watch. It's a real treat for the crowd that are here. Quite a lot of them sitting on that far side of the ground in the Galadari stand in the sunshine. Really enjoying this post-tee session.
He's hit 30 runs since tee, just a couple of runs for Lawrence in that time. Up-ish, but gets away with it as well. Straight of mid-on, 2 more into the 70s.
It's got to the stage, I can't imagine England winning a test match in Australia, not coming back from 2-0 down. I mean,
yeah.
The last few tours there have been so difficult for them. Anyway, we'll talk about that because that's essentially why the Kookaburra ball is being used in county cricket, to try and help England win in Australia. Teach bowlers how to bowl with it. My impression is, watching England and Australia, when you watch the two, it is about the attacks. Australia have a bit more pace and venom in their attack, and in England, of course, you can use the pitch more. You've got the Duke's ball, so that's how you can get your wickets. In Australia, you feel as though you need a bit of extra pace, and so you do seem to see that variation in attacks when England play in Australia. Australia's paces are up.
Oof. Takes off from Gibbon, back in the attack, starting round the wicket to Lawrence. Barely seen any strikes since tee, past the edge.
And Australia do that devilish thing as well of playing in Brisbane first up. So
well, actually, they won't be playing at Brisbane for the first test of the next Ashes.
Is that right?
Yeah, there's the internal Cricket Australia politics, Simon. Perth have negotiated their way to being the first test. And from what we understand, that'll be a medium-term arrangement. So Perth's pretty hostile now as well, that new stadium.
Yeah.
It's the quickest pitch in Australia for Test cricket.
Well, that's not going to help, is it?
No. through the hands of Gully. On the bounce, they'll get a couple on the misfield. Libby wasn't able to take it cleanly. Lawrence into the 40s.
So we'll have the Perth-atoire, will we, instead of the Gov-atoire?
Yes. There'll be the Perth test followed by probably the Brisbane test at Adelaide in the Ashes. That's how it's sequencing for the India series. Just on matters Australia-England, the embargo has come off the Amazon documentary a couple of hours ago, and by that I mean the latest instalment of The Test, season 3.
And what does it cover?
It covers last year's Ashes and the World Cup win. No, not quite the World Cup win, sorry, but certainly the Ashes was the centrepiece of the whole thing. And the headline story on the Age website at the moment is "You wrote the rules, you idiots." Inside Australia's dressing room reaction to the Bairstow stumping. Yeah, quite right. The laws, as Daniel says. I think the quote here, it's a Marcus Harris quote. They were kicking off over the fence. Reserve batter Marcus Harris says, "I was like, you wrote the rules, you effing idiots. It's not our fault." That's going to be interesting watch. Out to square leg for 1. So board ticking over at ease now. But yeah, the documentary last time around when they were in England had the vantage point of filming in the dressing room. Remember when Steve Smith got felled and they had the footage of him. So I assume what we're going to get is unseen pictures from what happened in the long room. In fact, I know that's part of it, with Usman Khawaja especially. So
with the members?
With the handful of members who behaved the way they did, or however many there were. I'm just saying handful, it could have been a big handful. I'm not entirely sure that the footage will tell more of the story. But yes, the documentary will be headline grabbing. It always is. It's a 3-parter. I'm just reading here, as opposed to I think it was 6 or 7 from memory in previous seasons. So it must just be the Ashes of last year. Marnus Labuschagne. I don't think I've ever seen a group of grown old men. This bloke was foaming at the mouth. A bloke kicked David Warner. all past the edge again. Gibbon twice in the over since returning, 2 off it, 223 for 4. Daniel Norcross is going to jump in. I'll just finish this quote. A bloke kicked ball when he went up the stairs.
Is that right? Okay.
Again, if they've got the footage, we'll all be tuning in to watch that, I suppose. Daniel Norcross in for the next 8 overs. Simon Mann going to stay with us.
Well, that'll be worth watching, I'm sure.
Well, one's come to expect unruly and hooligan behaviour from the second oldest test ground in London. It's what happened over the river, I'm afraid. Unlike here at the Oval.
It would have all been offset if Johnny Bairstow had just stayed in his ground
Do you know,
until the end of the over.
Wouldn't it?
Do everything you can to preserve your wicket.
Well, it did make for a really fun day, though, didn't it?
It did. Well, the interesting thing about it, strangely, perversely, is that incident actually seemed to give England a better chance of winning than if it hadn't happened.
Well, Stuart Broad actually batted properly
and
for one of the last times in his career.
And they seem to wake the Ben Stokes beast up.
Yes.
So,
you see, I thought Cummings missed a trick there because they were going to win. They were sailing to a victory. Oh, he's got that fine enough. There is no long leg. There hasn't been for much of this game, so they should get at least 3 here. It might creep over the boundary. It does.
You shouldn't be getting 4 for that, really, should you?
Well, it's the field. It's the field, and they've done it throughout the match. They just haven't had a fine leg or a long leg every time, and it means that the bowlers cannot afford to stray onto the pads.
Oh, this is I mean, you know where the field is, don't you? But it's a regulation tuck off the hip down to fine leg for a single, isn't it?
That's one, yep. I mean, I like the fact that they've got a deep third, because it annoys me when runs go down there and you get more than full value. But the same principle applies at fine leg as well. But now I was going to say that Pat Cummins had this great opportunity to utterly destroy England in that game if stumps had been broken and the umpire had given it out, and then he'd gone, do you know what?
We're going to win anyway.
Come back. And, yeah, we've got you. And then we wouldn't even have been able to say typical Aussies or cheats or all that, and the whole moral ashes, all wouldn't have been there. And then suddenly, sort of from that moment, the series ignited, didn't it? Focus and concentration.
Well, my mind goes back to an incident in a one-day game when England won the T20 World Cup. Didn't they play a warm-up series against Australia beforehand, and there was an incident where Josh Buttler
swing, I mean a drive and a miss,
could have appealed for an obstructing the field.
That's right.
I think the game was in Perth, and England actually went on to win that match, but it was quite tight at the time when he didn't actually appeal for obstructing the field. And I think his comment was, "We're in Australia for a long time, so I'm playing the long game here. I'm not." And actually, I thought he was well within his rights, because I'm just trying to think who the batter was who did obstruct the field. Quite clearly obstructed the field.
I think I did that game, you know. Yeah. Yes, and we wondered about it at the time, but it worked well, didn't it?
Yeah, because he didn't appeal.
229.
England won the game, so that was fine. They won the game. They didn't
a warm up.
They didn't rile anyone.
No
one sort of wrote headlines about it, and on they sailed. Well, not entirely serenely, because they lost to Ireland, but they won the T20 World Cup. And you wonder whether Cummins, if he had just called Bairstow back, okay, it's fine to think, right, he is out by the laws of the game and the way we play the game, but actually read the room, possibly. Perhaps they were a bit surprised by the reaction to it.
Well, I mean, I'm not surprised that they were surprised, because I see attempts at that in league cricket, or used to when I played it, every week.
Yeah. Well, league cricket, you push the batter out of the ground and then take the bails off, don't you?
Oh, crikey, yeah.
Only kidding.
Well, I don't think I've ever seen such poor behaviour as I see in the further down the league you get as well. But by the end of my time playing league cricket, I was playing for the third 11, and I think the Premier League third 11 might be where I saw the most egregious examples of poor behaviour.
Yeah, so games I played in where things got out of hand.
Great fun though.
Well,
I like to access my inner Aussie.
Lawrence 3 away from a half century.
Not going to get it there. Although that said, I think the timed out of Angelo Matthews had taken the biscuit for me. That was spectacular. Really spectacular.
There's a little bit of beef when those two come up against each other, Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. It's the game to do in the T20 World Cup. Are they playing each other in the T20 World Cup? They're probably not playing each other, are they? But they might end up playing each other. Yeah. It would be the game to do, because there's not a lot of love lost between those two teams. It's Australia-England cubed.
I don't quite understand what the genesis of their animus is. Do you know the first time?
Someone did explain it to me. It's about a song being played or a dance being played after a particular match. I don't know. I'd have to go back and check it, but it's something to do with the reaction to a particular result and how it was celebrated.
Right. By the way, I heard Colo talking about the revised schedule for the Ashes. It must delight you, because you could go direct to Perth.
Well, there's a lot of water to go under a bridge before that happens, Daniel.
Oh, but it could be, couldn't it? Direct flight, no faffing about in Hong Kong or Singapore.
Or Darwin.
Jet lag's not as bad. Could be great. And also, I think you missed a slight trick. I know, strictly speaking, it's not true, but the Wackatoire, I think, is... I know it's not strictly speaking the Wacker, but the Wacker's a Western Australian Cricket Association, isn't it? So
the Wackatoire,
the
as
Wackatoire.
Opposed to the Perthatoire.
Yes.
I don't think either work, to be honest.
The Wackatoire?
The Wackatoire.
It's close.
It's not at the Wacker, though.
No, I know, which is a shame. We got to do the last Test match, though, didn't we? I'd never been before. You've been a few times, and it genuinely felt to me like a stadium that I loved, but that was held together by duct tape. Like every single part of it was patched up. It was like the Sean Tate of cricket grounds.
I think that's why they moved in the end.
I love that grass bank though, and the floodlights, of course. And we got to witness the second most scandalous restart of a game of cricket before it should have happened as well.
Yeah, and what was the most scandalous? We'll explain the second most scandalous in a moment. What was the most scandalous?
Bangladesh versus India in the T20 World Cup in Australia. I went outside to check on the rain, end of the over, the maiden over, 229 for 4, and the rain was still slightly falling. I was doing a live update into Henry Moran, who informed me that they were taking the covers off because they were getting so close to the point at which Bangladesh would win the game on Duckworth Lewis.
They had to play again.
They had to make sure they got out there, otherwise India wouldn't have qualified for the semi-final.
What are you trying to say, Daniel?
And the very first ball that was bowled, if you remember, the established batter Lytton Das unsurprisingly slipped on the greasy surface, turning for a second and was run out. So I think that probably beat the Wacker, but the Wacker was bad. I mean, do you remember?
There was a storm overnight, and they got underneath the covers.
And everybody, including, some pretty partisan Aussies, Shane Warne, Michael Clark, they were all in our box of saying they can't play, they won't be able to play today. And well, blow me.
They did.
They very much played. Pretty much the first ball hit the damp patch and bowled poor old Johnny Bairstow, didn't it? Who the day before had made a sumptuous 90-odd. I don't think I've got all the details of that right, but it's something of that sort.
I think a sumptuous 71 not out from Jamie Smith here.
Have you seen much of him live?
Yes, but not to this extent in terms of length of innings. Yeah.
Do you like what you see?
I very much do. He's got a delightful cover drive,
hasn't he?
I'd like to see him against a quick bowler.
Yes, I would. There have been a couple of short balls that he hasn't dealt with brilliantly. But I forced my wife to watch a boundary package of his. I came back, an attack of the vapors.
You know how to show a good time, don't you?
Oh, yeah. And, well, she got her own back. She just kept saying, his torso is so still and
so much nicer than yours.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, not a lot of competition there.
Well, still struggling away to get this half century. It'd be nice for him to get 2 in a game. Playing so well in the first innings and just changing the emphasis of the game as Surrey under pressure, just saying, right, we need to do something here, make something happen. And ultimately, you could argue that Dan Lawrence innings, it might well be the innings that kind of effectively wins the game for Surrey. Okay, Dan Worrall takes 6 wickets, but Lawrence digs them out of a huge hole.
Thick edge. They could get a couple for this. Again, it would be 1 if there was a long leg, but there isn't. So they do get back for a couple. I mean, we've got to say, in tandem with Ollie Pope, who gutsed it out in difficult batting conditions. But this has been a slightly unusual innings from Lawrence. He started much quicker than Smith, didn't he? Came out very aggressively, and now Smith has, I think his strike rate will have overtaken that.
He's a bit more of a strike, hasn't he, Smith? 106 balls to 78. They came in at quite close to the same time.
That's gone through a little low, yep. Well, Smith came in. Well, Smith came in with a score at 82, didn't he? And Lawrence came in at score 115. Is that right?
112 and 115. 112 and 115.
Sorry, I beg your pardon.
So quite close together.
Yeah,
so he's had a bit more of the strike. Sometimes that can affect a batsman's rhythm if you don't get as much. And you've got a greedy player at the other end.
Ooh. Again, past the outside edge. 65 gone, 232 for 4. We've got 21 overs remaining, so there's no need for urgency, but Surrey will be eyeing up a lead of 400 by the close of play, won't they? If they go 4 and over from here, then that would give them, if they've still got wickets intact, you'd reckon a session to bat and then bowl for 2 sessions tomorrow. Do you think that would be the broadly speaking, the plan?
Yeah, and you probably you'd bat to be bowled out rather than think about a declaration. So there's never that oh, we've declared too early or too late or whatever.
It's much nicer that way, isn't it?
Yeah, it just takes it out of the equation psychologically.
You don't want to find yourself in an Adelaide 06 situation, do you? 551 all out would have been so much easier for England to cope with than 551 for 6 declared.
Absolutely. I remember screaming at my television as they walked off saying, don't declare, why are you declaring? This is Australia.
It's got that fine. We do have a sort of long leg in for the left armour, but that's because Gibbons bowling quite wide of the crease and spearing it into the thigh. So did you not go out for that tour, or
I can't remember why?
Was that the one you went out to and then you had to fly back again?
No, that was, I think, I'm not sure the BBC had the rights for that one, possibly.
067, really?
I can't remember. I honestly can't remember, Daniel.
So you've done a few tours out there now, haven't you?
That I can't remember how many either. Quite a lot.
Oh, it's great for listeners at home to realise just
how much we can't remember.
How much getting to do this absurdly lovely job. Just after a while, you forget it. Apart from Andrew Sampson, he knows exactly which grounds he's commentated from and which countries, because I know you've still got. Which one have you got to tick off? Is it you've done Ireland? You've done the island, right? So ticked them. What he's been to? I'll tell you in a minute. It's almost bowling for that dismissal. Yeah, Andrew Sampson has covered a test match in every country which has hosted a test match. Covered is a strong word he's claiming, but been to. It's pretty good. Well, I mean, Zimbabwe would have been easy for you. What's the toughest one?
What about Afghanistan?
They've never hosted it.
Andrew says he would go to the first test match in Kabul.
I can believe that. I can very well believe that.
I might not.
I can also believe that. Another leg by, so the crowd there, some of them thought that was Lawrence's 50, it was not. You'll have to wait a little while longer. Smith is ticking, you feel here. last, sunshine. Isn't it beautiful? We've got more of this tomorrow.
We have, according to the forecast. So that's the one thing that might encourage Worcestershire.
Yeah.
If Surrey do just fall a bit short, just given a very fair wind, I think it would have to be a very fair wind against this Surrey attack. It's at you the whole time. If it does flatten out.
5 seamers.
5, I know. It's a lot, isn't it? Just to keep on rotating. No respite whatsoever.
Oh, it's got him! Straight through. Looking to thump that ball through the offside. Off stump come careering out of the ground. And a terrific innings ends on 72. Worcestershire pick up their 5th wicket. Perseverance from Gibbon, because he's been coming round the wicket to the right-handers, trying to spear the ball in. And that was just full enough to tempt Smith. He went after it. You miss, I hit. He has hit.
Well, I was just praising his cover driving as well.
We were, weren't we? Let's have a look again. Very wide of the crease he comes, Gibbon. Angles it in, we'll get a good view of it from here. Does it do a great deal, or does it just come in on the angle? Maybe a touch of shape. Touch of shape to take the off stump out the ground. And Smith will not repeat his 100 from last week, but he's played a very fine hand. End of a partnership worth 119, more than doubled the score. And when they came together, it was a little perilous in a way. The lead just 200, and they still haven't got as much as they would like. The lead is now 319, but they're getting close. Simon's on his way.
It did curve in.
Yeah.
And it was an extravagant shot.
But we sort of suspected that. Thought he was ticking a bit, was going to go after it. But Smith top scorer at the moment with that 72. Dan Lawrence will now be joined by Jordan Clark, and we'll say goodbye to Simon Mann, who's coming back tomorrow after a birthday party today. So be careful; they can get raucous, those things. It's not your birthday party, but that's what I mean. Your birthday party would obviously not be raucous, but the one you're going to could be. So take care of yourself. Andrew Sampson's coming to sit in the hot seat.
The hot seat?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Yeah. Well, it's a disappointment for fans of dashing stroke play in one sense, but Jordan Clark comes to the wicket and so it does much the same.
Well, exactly. You're going to get a bit more dashing stroke play. No doubt.
Well, you would imagine they'd have a bit of licence, and it's a relatively small but with weight coming in to bowl, and he's been supremely accurate all match. Surrey haven't got what they want yet. That lead 319 is commanding, 5 wickets still in hand, but they won't be entirely comfortable until they've got the lead up around 400, will they, you think? That's 50 for Dan Lawrence. His second of the match. He started in very aggressive fashion when he came in. Surrey had lost a cluster of wickets. 4 of them had gone down for 36. And as he did in the first innings, he took the attack to Worcestershire with great effect. It's come off 84 balls. He's still got some work to do, but he's laid a very good foundation and put Surrey in a very strong position in this match, both with his first innings 80 odd and now 52 here in the second and counting.
Yeah, he did start quite quickly. I think it was 17 of 18 at the start, didn't he? But this, interestingly, is only the second time in his first class career that he's got a 50 in both innings.
That's nicely played by Clark, waiting for it, then guiding it past second slip. He's going to get off the mark with a boundary. Beautifully played. It's the first ball he's faced.
Yep.
Just waited for it. Just let it glide off the face of the bat.
I suppose carrying on a bit from where he left off in the first innings.
42, not
42, yeah. Or 45, I think.
And it would have been more, I think, were it not for an extraordinary brain fade from Dan Warwickshire, really.
Yes, it was a bit.
Because when we saw them chatting, didn't we? We
Yes.
saw them talking very intently.
Yes.
And Jordan Clark did all the talking, and Dan looked sort of, thoughtful.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. And I can only presume that he had actually said, I'm going to get on strike come hell or high water. If it goes through to the keeper, we're running. And Dan's, Yep. That's what it looked like at any rate. It went through to the keeper, he runs.
Yep.
And Worrall's like, coming at me. I better run. Too late.
It was a bit of a brain fade, yes. It was quite spectacular, but these things happen.
That's part of the fun of cricket, isn't it?
There you go.
That is an unusual fact, though. Only twice in his career he's got over 50.
Long career for a high-quality batsman.
Yeah. Gone after that. Clark's absolutely leathered it. He's only going to pick up the single, but he's timing it so well. All season he's timed it brilliantly. He's obviously got 100 in this summer already. We saw that 42 not out in the last innings. Oh, what's he averaging? For 2024.
So 42 plus, what's he got now? 5 already. 215 runs for 217 runs in the season. He's averaging 72.
He's only been out 3 times.
Only been out 3 times, so not too bad for number 7, 8, 9 where he's been batting.
Wide of the off stump to finish, but and there's 1 ball left to come. 8 runs in a weight over is positive riches, because he has been a hard man to get away.
Parsimonious.
Parsimonious, as the great Jeremy Coney would say. Oh yes, Dan.
Oh dear, sorry, I shouldn't have said that.
You might have set me off on one now.
Yeah, sorry. Let's change the subject.
He's a veteran of this live stream, of course, Jeremy.
He's a veteran and genius.
Yeah.
Veteran of many things.
The praying mantis. End of the over.
One of the best of the lot, isn't he, Jeremy?
Oh, an absolute joy. As we take a look back at that leave, it was close to off stump by Dan Lawrence, but it didn't hit. 8 off the over. Now, I think we know what to expect here. Jordan Clark has come out pugnaciously. I think it would be safe to say pugnacious.
Pugnacious. What's the immovable object?
Yeah,
the immovable object.
Irresistible force.
Irresistible force meets the immovable object. What does the pugnacious force do when it meets the parsimonious object?
Well, it feels. Oh, Simon's off. We'll see him tomorrow. He's back tomorrow. What does it do?
Well, so far
we're going to find out.
5 or 4 balls, 5 or 5 balls. That's probably a fairly even match. Anyway.
Now, I've quite liked this spell from Gibbon. He's really wide of the crease, though, isn't he? I mean, his angle, he's a tall man, firing that in. If he loses it ever so slightly, it can then drift onto the pads, and that's why we have the lesser spotted long leg in at the moment.
It's been lesser spotted. Very, very unusual, isn't it?
Yeah, it just, I mean, you know when you look around a field, you sort of don't even bother to look for the fine leg because it's there. Oh, that's jagged back in on the angle again. So you're having to remind yourself that there isn't a fine leg. It's been quite unusual.
Yeah.
Now, this angle for Clark could prove challenging because he does like to drive, and Gibbon's sort of spearing the ball back into him.
Yeah, I mean, that angle, you'd think rules out LBWs, but he was fairly close to one a couple of overs ago, wasn't he? Could have gone either way.
Down the wicket comes Clark. There's intent for you.
Intent, that's one way of reducing the angle, obviously, as well.
Quite know why my phone's so hot. Has something happened in the county championship? Well, Kent have lost a second wicket, you know. They're back out there at Taunton after lots of rain. They're 42 for 2.
There's always something happening in the county championship.
Always. And Hampshire have gone into a healthy lead over Nottinghamshire. A dance as old as time. There's a 6-wicket partnership between Dawson and Keith Barker. Those two ended up putting on 157 for the 6th wicket.
All right.
And now James Fuller, formerly of Gloucestershire. I'd forgotten that.
Yep.
The very first game I did here for the BBC was Surrey against Gloucestershire, 11th to 14th of May. There were 2 players in the Surrey side who are playing in this match. And there was one player in the Gloucestershire side who played that round of county championship matches 10 years later, namely last week's round. But he was on display for Hampshire, not for Gloucestershire. I'd forgotten that Fuller had played for Gloucestershire.
Yeah.
He's also at Middlesex.
At Middlesex, I'll just check. He's been around a little bit.
Liam Dawson is 8 runs short of another 100. So Hampshire somewhat in the ascendancy there, although they have lost a 7th wicket. Fuller is now out. It's a nice little flick away for a single. Just 2 runs off the over. Gibbon proving difficult to get away. 244 for 5. The lead now 329. It's impressive, but Surrey will want more. They will want to be batting still at the close of play, and they'll probably want, you fancy, at least sort of an hour tomorrow morning, if not a bit more.
Yeah, I mean, there's still plenty time in the game, isn't there? Fuller did play for Middlesex.
Yeah.
Born in South Africa, brought up in New Zealand, I think, wasn't he?
Is that right?
And played for a few teams. Yeah.
Well, there's much
made his first class debut for Otago in 2010.
2010.
Oh dear.
14 years ago.
Yeah.
Wait will resume to Lawrence. I'm going to take a look further around the grounds because poor Leicestershire, in reply to 706 for 6.
Yes.
96 for 3. Hanscom's at the wicket. There's hope there. Durham have been bowled out. I didn't spot that. For 236, conceding a lead of 121 to basement dwellers Lancashire.
They've been not as good as you would have expected.
Oh, have you been surprised? I've been surprised.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at their bowling attack on paper, you think it's among the best in the county championship.
Yep.
And their batting is far from shabby.
Yep.
So I thought they were a serious threat. They may still yet be. This is only the 6th round, isn't it? But after the next game that's played, which finishes this first tranche, we'll be halfway through the county.
Yep.
Be halfway through the county championship.
Sad.
Oh, that's a lovely cover drive from Dan Lawrence. One of those rare occasions when weight has just erred in length, and Lawrence got right onto it. Beautiful transfer of weight. By which I mean Lawrence's weight.
Not the bowler.
Not the transfer of ball from weight.
He didn't transfer the ball at all. He transferred the ball.
He transferred the ball very successfully.
Yep.
The lead, Triple Nelson, 333. So yeah, I've been very surprised by Durham's form. Well,
Lancashire.
Lancashire's form. Well, and
Durham.
And Durham.
Well,
both of them.
Yeah.
Both of them.
Yeah.
Lancashire got like a decent bowling attack. And the signing of Lyon, I thought, Lyon and Hartley in tandem, they might prepare wickets that turn, and there aren't many other sides out there who have a comparable spin attack, if any.
First game at Old Trafford did turn, except that Surrey took 9 wickets with spin, and Lancashire only bowled about 4 overs in the match.
Yeah. I did wonder how that game might have turned out.
Oh, I actually went on the first day of that game.
Oh, did you?
And it was the weather wasn't particularly pleasant.
No.
But there was no rain, and they didn't bowl a ball. They called it off for 12:30 because there'd been so much overnight rain. So it was rather disappointing. I did go on the second day, which is when the play happened.
Cold, I imagine.
It was pretty cold.
Yeah. I do feel for you though. You come from a lovely warm climate like South Africa. You get over here. I mean, it's not as if you're unfamiliar with England, but you've had to endure our winters now.
A couple, yeah.
I don't know if this will happen to you. End of the over, 249 for 5. But I habitually, at this stage of the year, have a recurring dream in which it is already September.
Dear.
And it's so depressing.
Oh dear.
Then you wake up and oh, phew, it's May. But this is an anxiety that will come to you. But it was fueled again by the thought that sort of this time next week we'll be nearly halfway through the county championship.
Yes.
I mean, I suppose at least the international summer for the men hasn't quite kicked off yet, so we've got that to look forward to.
Yep. But there's still lots to look forward to. But
there's plenty, isn't there? Plenty to look forward to.
So,
yeah.
So there we go. It's only May.
But yeah, it's tough, this part of the world. Now 16 overs remain after this in the day. We're probably a little bit behind other matches because of where the wicket's fallen, but in second place, Essex at home against Warwickshire, whom Surrey beat last week by 9 wickets. Well, Warwickshire made 397. I'm sure you remember. Splendid partnership, getting them out of a hole. It's nicely cut away, but there is a sweeper. So it'll just be the single. Essex have been bowled out.
Yeah, well, they were struggling all along, weren't they? 77 for 6.
Yeah, well, they won 62 all out. 250 comes up. That's a ripple of applause. With wickets spread around, Rob Yates, who barely bowled here last week, if you recall, took 3 for. Shay Simmons, 3 for.
Did he finish? Did he bowl again after the first spell of 6 overs?
He bowled 1 more over, but finished with 7 overs, 3 for 12.
That's Shay, C-H-E, for those of you who haven't looked up his name.
It might be Che.
It's kind of probably not too difficult to guess who he might have been named after.
I would think that there's a strong possibility of that. Yeah. I wonder if he wears a beret. But Essex have therefore conceded a first innings lead of 235. What do you do if you're Warwickshire? You bat again.
They'll bat again, won't they? They usually do.
I mean, it's a lovely old lead, 235. It's pretty similar.
Yeah, it's still quite a long time left there as well. You probably would bet again.
I think so. Try and get that lead up above 450. That's a nice shot. Not a great bit of fielding at short extra cover. They'll come back for a couple.
Yeah.
But as the sun comes out now for the last 16 overs of the day, I think we might be in for quite a fair bit of entertainment, let's put it that way.
Yeah, there's not much point in hanging around anymore. Just keep going after it quite quickly. And well, what have we got? 16 overs. So
I think 400 lead is definitely on, isn't it? 400
definitely on. That's 60. That's not even 4 and over, is it? To get to that, it's just under 4 and over.
Nicely worked away, but there's plenty of cover on the leg side. Sort of forward, deep, square leg, as well as a very wide, long leg, almost a deep backward square leg. But Clark, who was cut off in his prime in the first innings, may look to cash in against bowlers. It will be tiring a bit. They've bowled nearly 70 overs in this innings, and what was it,
54 yesterday.
54 yesterday, yeah. It's a fair old shift. End of the over. 16 remain. Surrey 254 for 5. That lead growing inexorably. All from Andrew Sampson. Then to take you through the next half hour or so, it's going to be Adam Collins.
Yeah, we're looking at, as we say, over 400 lead by the end of today. Probably bet for an hour or so tomorrow. Not much more. And I would guess probably bowl Worcestershire out before the end of tomorrow as well, but you never know.
You never know. Hello, Samo. Yeah, I suppose the plan now that they got through that tough period, which does feel like an awfully long time ago, but there was a moment. I remember in the middle session, Surrey lost wickets at 79, 82, 112, 115, and only 9 runs on from that, Dan Lawrence, who's on 62, was dropped to deep mid-wicket. There's half a chance down the leg side as well. If either of them are grasped, then it's a different kind of afternoon, but now this partnership have already put on 20, or this pair, sorry, and we know the way that Clark can punch the bruise. Likewise, Abbott, who'll come in at the fall of the 6th wicket, so they can really take advantage of this and reach an insurmountable lead, one would think. Already up to 339.
Yeah, I mean, that dropped catch on the boundary. It was a crucial moment. I think Worcestershire was still in it at that point.
Whenever I see numbers like this, I invariably think about scores. 339. I feel like I should just do a pop quiz here, like first class 339s.
339s.
Is there one? Oh, there is one actually. I've got it in front of me. This is fun. Beat the champ stuff.
You think I'll be able to guess that?
Go on, have a go.
339. I can't think offhand.
He was a.
It's not Test cricket. Because there isn't a 339
it wasn't.
Test.
It was a Test cricketer though.
Was it? Okay.
A big bloke. Down
Big
leg. Now we're on to 340, but we'll deal with 339 first. Darren Lehman made 339 for Yorkshire with Durham in 2006.
Yeah.
There's a Test 340.
That's Jaya Surrey.
Here we go. This is fun. Is this fun or is this?
I don't know.
I don't know.
It's in the 952 for 6. It was.
Yes, yes.
The highest total in Test cricket against India in '97 at the Primadasa Stadium, which I don't play that much Test cricket at.
It's a shame they don't play much Test cricket there. It's got a presence, the Primadasa. A few one-dayers there. Can make something happen. He's that kind of bowler. Not from there, he won't. Clouted out to deep point for one by Clark, who's building into a bit of rhythm here. There's a couple of 3-4-1s. 3-3-4-1s.
3-4-1s.
It's improbable you'll get. Oh no, to be fair, one was only a couple of years ago in the.
We've got more chance of getting the one further ago.
Yeah, the one further. Craig Spearman made a 3-41.
Craig Spearman, that's right, for Gloucestershire, yeah.
Against Middlesex.
And the other one?
We've got one here in 1905 by George Hurst.
George Hurst.
Played a bit of Test cricket as well. Another single to deep point. That short boundary, and they've got to protect it, and they've got to protect it. But yes, bowling wide of the off stump, they place ones out there. And where Waite's been most threatening in this match isn't actually with the outswinger, although that did bring him a couple of wickets yesterday. It's the one that goes the other way and can catch a batter on the crease. It's what he did in that middle session to Ben Folkes. Caught him just on the knee roll. It was a judged leg before.
Yeah, he's been pretty impressive the whole game, White.
Oh, inside edge. Will run away to the rope for 4. Frustration for Worcester. Clark profits by 4 and moves into double figures. 346 is now the lead. We'll see it again. Was it the one that comes back off the seam? No, that was the outswinger. Just misjudged a wee bit.
Yeah.
261 for 5 becomes the score, and moves from Justin Langer's 342. And it jumps over a couple of blokes called Grace and Goodwin and Headley and McCartney. They're all pretty good at cricket. To a number that we haven't had, our first non-number, 346.
Okay. Hurst, of course, was famous for being the only player to do the double of 2,000 runs and 200 wickets in the first class season.
Wow. Back
in 1906. Unthinkable these days. Nobody's got a 346.
Surprisingly.
Yeah,
Daniel and I were looking at a couple of things the other day, which included we're going to see some
Joe Leach.
Some keeper up to the stumps action with Joe Leach. First slips not back much further than they would be for a spinner. He's bowling genuine medium pace, just trying to find something. Won't find it there. Carved away, work to do, long boundary, doesn't matter. Lawrence 68, he's got more than enough time to press through to 3 figures by stumps as well. Still roughly an hour to go. And if they feed him out there, after making 84 yesterday, he'll have the chance to get his second ton of the season.
Grace made, they were the first 2 triple centuries in the history of first class cricket at that point. The one and then the 344. In the space of 3 games. He got 160, I think, in the game in between.
Handy. That's better. 3 needs to be. Yeah, we're looking at a tour game here in 1899, Daniel and I, and it included some chat around Tom Richardson, who, other than Titch Freeman, has the most wickets in a season. 290 wickets bowling seam up. Well, break back balls, but still.
Yeah, he was supposed to be quite quick, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And he famously got 1,005 wickets in the space of 4 seasons. Tom Richardson.
Wow. which is that sort of that Freeman span as well, isn't it? Which did something equally ridiculous. Always good to have Andrew Sampson with us on the call. We can talk about a bit of history, we can drift into some numbers. The lead's an even 350, by the way, with that boundary. Another mini milestone along the way. There has been a 350 by Rashid Isra for the Habib Bank Limited against the National Bank of Pakistan at Gaddafi Stadium in 1976.
There you go. I think that might have been. Was he a wicket keeper? I think it might have been highest score by a wicket keeper. I better check. Force and definitely.
So no scores between 345 and 350. What are they doing, Samo?
It's the nervous 340s.
Yeah, evidently. The nervous 299, which is another number that comes up. 3 299s in
Bradman,
Crow and Glamorgan player in 2006. Caught behind for 299. Another easy single into the onside Mike Powell.
Yep. Not to be confused with the other Mike Powell, MJ Powell, who played at the same time. Yeah, Grace, 344, 177, 318 not out in consecutive innings. Back in 1876 when team scoring 300 was a massive score.
That's the thing with Grace. You look at his raw numbers and it doesn't contextualise that well compared to what we now consider to be exceptional. I mean, yeah, the 100 hundreds and so on. End of the over, left alone. That's better from Leach. 5 from it still though. Leads 351.
I'll give you a number on that, a stat on that. When Grace hit his 50th first class 100, in the history of first class cricket to that point, which admittedly wasn't that much, no one else had got more than 8 centuries. I think that was the number.
Blimey.
Run scoring was pretty difficult until probably the 1890s.
There was 2 351s in the space of a couple of years, about a decade ago. VKV Vithangji in Sri Lankan first class cricket, and SM Gugale for Maharashtra against Delhi in the.
I think that was the one
at the Wanka Day.
That was the one with
a doctor away. So he's
the one where they should have broken the first class partnership record, but they declared.
Yes, that's right. That came up on our podcast at the time, I think. Anyway, where are we here? Some spin. Shifali, who bowled a couple of overs before tea, conceded 12 runs. The scoreboard said he was bowling after tea, or should I say our little strap here, but he wasn't, I promise you. Took 2 wickets last week, and as Ben Gardner noted earlier today, has got a second team fifer bowling. Bit of wrist spin at the front of the hand. 352. Ponsford, one of his massive scores at the MCG. There's a few of those. 2 quadruple hundreds at the G.
Yeah, the Ponsford stat.
Helped away, gets it fine, and does enough. So Clark's to 16. They're dealing in boundaries now, Surrey. 356 the lead.
It's the third 4 down there in the last 20 minutes or so without a fine leg, although there is a, I don't know, you can't call him as fine leg now? Where he's standing, he's a bit more
long leggish, isn't it?
Long leg rather than fine leg, yeah. The Ponsford stat, of course, is that in the space of 4 games,
too short.
He famously got a century, a double century, a triple century, and a quadruple century. Sadly, not in that order, but he got one of each.
First class average of 70, Ponsford.
Yep.
Scarcely believable, some of those numbers. Straight to the sweeper. Yes, Ponsford went on a run where he just would bully teams that came to the G. Made 352 against New South Wales in 26-27. And 2 quadruple tons, one against Queensland and the other against Tasmania, which come a bit later on. Maybe we'll, on our commentary stint, we'll get to that number. 357 now, which is a significant number because it's a score made by, what's the highest score at this ground? 357 not out by Bobby
Bobby
Abel,
Abel, yeah.
in 1899, that year again, comes back to us.
We-
6 runs taken from the over, 272 for 5 leader, 357.
We missed 356, which is Barry Richards, of course.
Yep. And 357 Bradman too, for South Australia.
That's right, yeah.
But yes, the Bobby Abel one. Amazing to think that a record like that has now lasted for 125 years. Came close to being broken by
very
Peterson.
close by Peterson, of 355.
355 not out, but yes, Bobby Abel, who it's Suffolk Park, isn't it? Not far from here, where the cricket ground's named after him. Leach starts a new over. He's been wicketless today, into his 15th over. He was very tidy early on, into his 3rd spell now. First from the pavilion end throughout the course of the match to now he's bowled from our Vauxhall end.
You know, there's a bit of video of the Barry Richards innings, because Richards famously made 325 in a day in the first day of the game at the Wacker for South Australia when he played the one season there. There's actually a video of the last half an hour of play, which Laurie Colliver, Australian statistician, put on to YouTube.
It was on TV, wasn't it?
So yeah,
they cut to the television. Yeah.
So there wasn't. I don't think there's much of anything other than that last half hour of the day's play. But I was a bit surprised to see there was any footage. So it was good to know.
I've seen the bat up close. He came to
the bat, yes.
Yeah, he came to the first day-night test match at Adelaide Oval in 2015.
Yes, that's right.
He was one of the ambassadors for it, I think, from memory, and he took the bat out to the middle of Adelaide Oval.
Yeah.
That he made the 356 with. That's better. That's a more probing line from Leach, just trying to keep the stumps in play with the keeper up to the stumps. It all stands to reason.
Just managed to quieten it down a little bit.
Yeah. So what, you know, there have been moments of time where it has felt contained, but there's always been a get out of jail over or something like that. What they need here is a decent little run to try and give themselves a chance of finishing Surrey off today. That's their only hope from here. Has to happen very, very quickly. Oh, well, that's moved prodigiously off the seam. Yep. So the one that comes in and the one that moves away, beating Clark all ends up.
It was a good ball. Yeah, I think 357 is pretty hard to chase at the best of times, as it is, and it's almost certainly going to be over 400 at this stage, isn't it?
Feels right that we've kind of stopped on Bobby Abel. You're jumping off in a sec, Samo, but that was a nice little exercise to go through.
Yeah, we can stop it. Bobby Abel is appropriate at the Oval.
I feel like we've hit the right concluding number.
There we go.
2 left for Leach. He's got the slip. That's the tempter. Ball taken by Roderick up to the pegs. So with Kashif operating down the other end, maybe trying to buy a wicket to an extent.
Yep.
Something different. Change the rhythm. De Oliveira captured well yesterday. Had a bit of a Midas touch thing going on. Whenever he made a bowling change, it seemed to bring a wicket through that 6 for 50 collapse, the second of the two. Over complete. Andrew Sampson says goodbye. We'll catch you tomorrow.
Yep. Okay.
And as you make way, we're going to take a quick look at Dan Lawrence and how he's played so far today, reaching 70 so far. Came in tough circumstances with Surrey losing wickets. Was equal to the short ball there, out towards the long rope. The first of his 7 boundaries through the offside where he's so strong. After tea, sun was out. Story was the same. Seeing here, bit of a tempter perhaps there from Waite, but getting to the pitch of it and making no mistake. Dan Lawrence, 70 not out, 7 boundaries, back on strike here. Might need a second look at this. Just lost it. It just turned, didn't it? For a moment, I'm like,
turn, yeah.
Ended up with first slip. That's encouraging. Ben Gardner's in here to see us through to the close. Beats the man at cover. Gets off strike, lead 358. So you were saying yesterday, or earlier today rather, that Kashif Ali's got a fifer for
I think they're not second 11.
Not second.
Yeah, because I mean he has been all around the houses. We talked about the second 11 cricket. He's played Kashmir Premier League as well.
Full. Email in from Andrew. I know Surrey are going to carry on batting for a while, but realistically, do you not think that... just get this on my screen here. Do you not think that it is already a very tall order / too much for Worcestershire given the quality and variety of Surrey's attack? It's going to be at least a couple more here. No, just one. My apologies. Short boundary. Lawrence 72. Your thoughts on that basic point? Do they have enough? 360 ahead?
Well, if Surrey were to lose 5 for not here, I think they would still be favourites for sure. But the question you have to ask is just how do you work out what the batting conditions are actually going to be like tomorrow? It might be that tomorrow is actually the best batting day of the game if the pitch has just lost a bit of that green tinge, the sun is fully out.
He's played that shot well, Clark, already a couple of times where he helps it down the fine leg, gets 4, too much work for Leach to do. Put in the dive, but parried it over the rope.
So no ball as well?
No ball as well, so 6 from it. Inexcusable bowling, spin and overstepping.
So Andrew's probably right, but that's the beauty of this game is that you just never know, do you?
That no ball was called quite late. Just trying to... It was called not as the ball was delivered, and I mean it's from behind the bowler on our camera angle, but he looked behind the line. Was there possibly a third man behind square? Anyway, over complete. 282 for 5 lead, 3, 6, 7, 11 overs left on the day. Yeah, Andrew's point probably true, almost certainly true, but that doesn't mean they should declare and stick him in again either. There's a gap between what is safe and what could be interpreted as reckless, especially with more and more fourth innings chasers around the world.
I mean, as Surrey will know, chasing 500
exactly
last season. You know, still a few points of interest today. You know, Lawrence, how close can you get to that 100 by stumps, and 5 overs until that second new ball?
I went downstairs in the sun a moment ago. Heaps of people here. Leach new over. A crunching cover drive from Clark. He's up to 27 at better than a run a ball. We saw him do exactly this against Hampshire 3 weeks ago. When he gets motoring in the second innings, or at this stage of a game, he's a real handful. Partnership's already up to 50. 52 this pair have put on. I'd be surprised if they face that many balls. We'll get a graphic up on the scoreboard in a moment, I suspect, to tell us just how long they've had together. It's one of those that I'm surprised second slip comes out as a consequence of this, by the way, that they bolster the cover region. So a deep point plus 3 men on the drive inside the ring on the offside. And one there as well at backward point, but it's past Libby. Just 2. I'm surprised that the highest fourth innings chase, the 418, is still the highest fourth innings chase. So it strikes me as the kind of number that'll go soon. I mean, we're seeing so many more 300 plus chases. I think Jared Kimber did the number crunching on this in the last 5 or 6 years. With, I suppose it's just the confidence of chasing big totals in white ball cricket.
I suppose
outside part of the bat, more runs.
It's one of those things where a lot has to go right, not just for a team, but actually in how a whole game pans out to chase a total that big. So you normally have to have maybe like a flatter wicket on which there is a batting collapse still at some point, so that you get to a stage where someone is set 400 in conditions where that's possible, but also with enough time left in the game for that to happen, and all those things happen, and then you still get to that chase that's been set, and a team's never going to be favourites chasing that. So that's why I always take, you know, successful chase records with a pinch of salt as well.
Mm-hmm. Third time in the over, it's found the outside part of the bat. But all of them into the gaps and along the ground, and frustrating Leach. A couple more expensive over. 376 now the lead. Lawrence 26 away from 100. Worcestershire's highest successful run chase against Surrey came after a declaration, Sampson tells me. 376, the number we're on right now for 7 at Worcester in 1961, after Surrey declared leaving Worcestershire the whole of the last day to get the runs. That seems quite a reasonable declaration, a full day to get the 10 wickets. So no fault from the captain, whoever it was in 61. Not sure who was leading that team. Andrew Sampson will tell me in a sec, possibly Peter May.
So this would now be a record chase because they'd need 377.
That's it.
Yeah.
And the last time that Worcestershire won here in 2006 against Surrey, so we're going back 18 seasons, they hauled down 287. So a fair bit short of that, but you know, if you like these kind of omens, that was Phil Jakes, and that was in no time at all. That was in 30-something overs, going at 9 and over to win. Crazy. Phil Jakes made 107 off about 60 balls to make that possible for Worcester. End of the over, lead 376. Mickey Stewart was the captain in 1961.
Phil Jakes is the perfect example. We were talking about the overseas sweet spot where you get a player who is an exceptional player but is just below the international reckoning. And obviously, you know, played a bit for Australia, but you could feel if you were signing a player of that quality, of that calibre, you'd have them for most of the season, but you'd also be signing a proper player.
Yeah, and they got Jakes just before he had that run with Australia, before his back injury ended his career for Australia prematurely. We got some shots from the Mickey Stewart Pavilion between overs there as well. Nice healthy crowd all around the ground. Towards our left, the bottom of the JM Finsand, it's the sunny part of the ground this time of day in front of the gasometer. Loads of people out there giving grief to the fielders, and that's going to be the fielder chasing the ball out towards the Galadari stand. Clark, another boundary. How many times has he found the rope so far? That's his 6th boundary out of 34.
So almost caught up with Lawrence on the boundary count.
Yeah.
Yeah, this feels like the perfect free after tea day to me. You know, the sun's just come out. You know, you're in for a session of what Lawrence and Smith at that point, but whoever's in is going to be pretty entertaining. Time to bat, but you know, also the comfort of a big lead. It's glorious, isn't it?
It was Nathan Smith who they were giving a bit of grief to. I think he was playing along, which is always part of it, right? It's in that direction, and it's 4 runs out to where the fans are congregated in the sun. Clark 38 joins Lawrence with 7 boundaries. One short of 300 now, and to think at one stage 115 for 4 in this game. It wasn't in balance, I don't want to overplay it, but it felt like it was a wicket or two from being near enough to that marker. Very, very different story now. Lead 384. Yeah, I think it only works when the crowd are getting stuck into a player, when the player wants to engage and play along as well. When it's one-way traffic, it's boorish. But when the slips come out, crunch, thud. Wow. 6 runs for Clark. Might be the short boundary, might be hitting with the spin, but that's all muscle. Up to 44 with a bullet.
Yeah, and 14 off the over and still 3 balls of it left.
Always love it when you can hear it crack into the seats as well. 6 away from a half century, only with that 31 balls. Plays it conservatively. So 2 4s and a 6 to start this over. 391's the lead. We were sort of talking about maybe 400 lead by stumps. Well, you can scratch that out. They're going to be an awful lot further ahead than that unless something dramatic happens from here. Not entirely sure what Lawrence was trying to achieve there, but anyway, all's well that ends well.
Well, I suppose he'd had the slight warning of the ball the previous over that had turned from quite wide out.
No appeal from the bowler, so no hands on it, but those wrists from Dan Lawrence that he was able to get that with such great timing, dead straight from where that ball had pitched. You see the flick of the wrists and gets back to the off stump in no time at all. End of the over, an expensive one. 306 for 5, and the strike goes back to Clark. Now whisper it. Clark rattled off a century in a session a couple of games ago here. He's on 45, there are 9 overs left. The way he's going right now, you could not rule it out.
Yeah, and we were talking a couple of hours about is Lawrence going to get to a century this evening, and he's not getting the strike at the moment. Jordan Clark's just fully taking charge. There was actually a run out in the IPL game going on at the moment in that exact fashion, driven down the ground. Mitch Santner got a finger on it. Faf du Plessis looked a bit confused because he thought he'd got his bat in, but they ruled his bat was just in the air. And Jordan Clark's batting like he's in the IPL.
Gee, they ended up getting 218 for 5 there, RCB. They were tracking for about 200, but that's the IPL. This always happens now. Leaving Leach alone to start the over. I don't know whether Jordan Clark's going to play along with this century in a session chat. What are we? 8.5 overs to go. So let's storyboard this. Let's give him 60% of the deliveries. What would that be? So 54, 53. Let's give him
33, 35 deliveries.
Let's give him 33. 33 balls from here. The same as what he's already faced.
Yeah.
You need to get 55 more. I mean, I'm going to dare to dream on this one. Because we've seen how he can motor. Although Leach is going to keep him honest with balls just like that. Got the ring field in. Backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off. Deep point's a sweeper. Deep square legs, another sweeper, but the rest are all on the one. 6-3 field. Very disciplined line and length that Leach maintains.
They haven't quite plugged that third man gap, though, that he was scoring all his runs down to a couple of overs ago.
So 3 dots to start the over. That'll just calm us down a little bit. So good weather tomorrow. Chance to come down to the Kia Oval and see Surrey go through their paces. They won't be long, you wouldn't have thought, before they're bowling again.
Although equally, they want to give these two ample time to reach their milestones, I guess.
Yeah. What's that? Absolutely, there's no reason why they would deprive, especially Lawrence, the chance to do that, and there's so much time left. The only tiny consideration might be that the radar, well, the forecast isn't completely free of messiness on Monday, and you wouldn't want to tempt fate when you're this far ahead in the game.
Yeah,
but yeah, we're a long way from that being a consideration. Run out chance, maybe? No. Direct hit, so good bit of fielding. Coming in there from Singh on debut.
Unless Lawrence does something here, Jordan Clark's nicked the strike again.
It's been a good over this from Leach.
Feel for Worcestershire, because for the most part their ground fielding has been pretty spotless, hasn't it?
Yeah.
But then you've got the two big drop catches.
Yeah, the Lawrence one felt psychologically the most important, didn't it? Ends the over, ends my day as well. I'm going to hand over to Daniel Norcross to take you through to stumps with Ben Gardner, who'll give us some further thoughts about the performance of Dan Lawrence so far today.
Yeah, well, it's just been so impressive from Lawrence to show he can play in all these different types of ways. He's come in yesterday in trouble and played as if they weren't really in trouble and batted them through a pretty difficult period. And then today again, they weren't in trouble when he came in, and there were a few jitters early on with that drop catch. But since then, he's been serene, and it's just a guy who's England's next man in, batting down at number 6, and showing just how strong Surrey are and why he's got that status with England, I suppose, as well. Hello, Daniel.
Hello. Well, there's a change of bowler. Warwickshire, they tried to buy a wicket but it's Surrey who cashed in.
Cashy Valley, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. That's yeah, it's all right. So the debutant back into the attack.
What I do like about Cashy Valley is that it's just cash on his back, isn't it?
Me too. I like that. It's cash only. No card payments accepted.
Have you seen the TikTok of the little girl who's outraged at the price of ice creams and also that it's card only?
I have. Yes, I found her rather charming.
Yeah.
It's got a great turn of phrase. That's close. That is close, but is it going down perhaps? Let's have another shifty at this one. Well, I think it's just tailed at the last minute, hasn't it, there? Now, one of the things to think about is a new ball. There's always something to think about in cricket. One's available in 10 balls' time. That's slashed away, but there is a deep third.
And we hadn't seen much hint of that tail, but if that is swing, it's reverse swing, if anything. But you'd think, and you know, new ball, always a chance it flies away. I mean, they're scoring pretty freely anyway. And if Surrey had been scoring at 3 to this point rather than close to 4s as they are, Worcestershire might think that new ball is the last chance to rattle through them, but rattling through them feels like it's sort of gone now. So
well, they've also been bowling for quite a lot of this match, because although the game's only been going 2 days, Surrey only had to bowl for 43 overs or so. So Surrey's bowlers will be pretty fresh. Worcestershire's bowlers, on the other hand, have bowled the best part of 130 overs. Just over 130, 131, 131, 32. And it's sort of looked a bit that way, hasn't it? In this session particularly, we've seen a little bit more ragged fielding. And also, I wasn't quite sure of the experiment of not having a third when 3 balls consecutively got squirted past slip down towards the deep third boundary.
Yeah.
So,
well, they've got that in now, but yeah, does feel a bit bolt from the gate after the horse has gone.
and will this be his 50? It will. Great effort in the field on this occasion, but can't stop Jordan Clark. Moving to another 50 for Surrey. 51 off 42 balls. It was exactly what the doctor ordered. When he came in, Surrey had a good lead and had a great base from which to work. And they really just wanted to inject a bit of pace into their play, and that's exactly what they've done. This partnership has been a terrific one, and that, well, some sort of bludgeoning drive. Some really good effort in the field. The fielder got a hand to it, but couldn't stop it going over.
Yeah, especially with how short that boundary is out there. But you're right, it's felt as if Worcestershire have that window's been closing and they've done their best just to keep it open, but after tea.
We see here, it does get, I mean, it's really good diving effort, and it's hard, you know, at the end of a long day. Worcestershire have been in the field for nearly all of it, not the first 40 minutes, but thereafter they have. And it's an uphill task for them as Gibbon is back into the attack. That lead approaches 400. That is Jordan Clark's fastest first-class 50. What a day to be alive it has been. Gloucestershire with a 700 total for the first time in their history. Jordan Clark's fastest 100. Warwickshire are collapsing at Essex despite having a first innings lead in excess of 230. There were 13 for 3 when I last saw. And the horrid travails of cricket. Ed Barnard, 165 in the first innings, goes up to bat at number 4. First ball duck today. She's a cruel mistress, cricket. She brings tears to your eyes and blood to your shoulders. The lead is 400. That's what the ripple of applause is. It's a very knowledgeable crowd here at the Oval, as I keep telling you. I would say, and I'm going to do it one day. I'm going to get a questionnaire out, and I'm going to go around every ground. I'm going to find out who is the most knowledgeable crowd. It's the most irritating cliche in cricket. We're going to get to the bottom of it.
I suppose there's so many metrics by which you can measure that. Is there? There's the sort of the speed of reaction between milestone and then the applause starting. There's also the sort of the nicheness of the milestone, like a 400 lead. That's a decent thing to notice, because you've just applauded a 50 as well. So to be switched on, to then applaud for a 400.
They're keeping
not every crowd can do that.
Eyes peeled, exactly. I would say very few crowds can do that. And it's these 1%ers that make such a difference. Top of the game. Ooh, inside edge into pad there. Wanted a run. It's not on. I mean, I suppose, why don't you get in touch with the Surrey Broadcast at gmail.com. Let's try and compile the questionnaire, because to work out what a knowledgeable crowd is, yes, cricket's going to take a large part of it, but, you know, maybe we'll throw in some questions on nuclear fusion.
There's also, do you have to tailor it slightly per ground? Because if you're asking,
a little bit.
If the quiz is if there's a predominance of Surrey questions, then you're tilting it in one side's favour there.
Oh yeah. Well, let's work it out in categories. Categories of question. It's flicked away fine, and it's going to be 4 more. Runs are coming aplenty here. Dan Lawrence moves to 80. He may well be eyeing 100 tonight. Is that far-fetched? 6 overs to go after this one. But the way Surrey are batting, they're eyeing quick runs against a tiring attack. It's, again, more of this in the second innings, and more actually as the bowlers have got tired. They've strayed slightly onto the pads. The long leg is quite wide. It's quite a short boundary on this side. Oh, now has he got an edge on that? I think he may have done. That's been put down. It was a difficult chance.
All eyes to the umpire, but no signal.
No signal. Definitely got an edge on that. It was a nice bit of bowling in from round the wicket, and it's a meaty edge, and it carried, but only just very low down. A rather tired effort from Roderick. End of the over. 320 for 5. Now we have some people watching us today. I know that seems odd to say, since we're you would hope that they are. John Surtees is in Dublin, thoroughly enjoying watching the live stream. Waiting for a Bruce Springsteen concert at Crosk Park? Not Croke Park, Crosk Park. That could be a typo. Must be Croke Park, surely. It must be Croke Park, which is the sort of home of Gaelic games, isn't it? And he's with Lawrence, Dave and Sue. Hello, Lawrence, Dave and Sue. Lovely to have you on board. Hope you're enjoying Surrey's dominant performance here at the Oval. Their lead 406. Jordan Clark going like a train. Dan Lawrence, serene progress. It's been whacked away through the pigeons again. Sweeper's got a lot of work to do out there.
I suppose it's ironic that John Surtees is off to watch Bruce Springsteen when Surrey have left out Cam Steele, who was, of course, born in the USA.
Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good, Ben. As Ravi Shastri would say, you've come to the party. Umpire not interested. Again, might just be snaking down leg side. That's certainly the signal there that you saw from Dan Lawrence. He waved his left hand in that direction. It's a decent shout. I think it probably is just tailing down.
He is just getting a bit of tail though, isn't he?
Yes. With this old ball. The new ball hasn't been taken. I'm not entirely surprised with only 5 overs remaining in the day, but I wonder if they'd take it tomorrow. I don't know. Worcestershire's highest successful run chase against Surrey did come after a declaration when they made 376 for 7 in 1961, as I'm sure you're aware.
Yeah. Mickey Stewart captaining.
Was he? No, let's not go too long on that. After Surrey declared leave in Worcestershire the whole of the last day to get the runs. Well, at the moment, you would imagine Worcestershire will have about 5 sessions to get whatever runs Surrey offer them.
Yeah, one of those where the run rate won't particularly be a problem. It'll just be a question of
Time.
How long can you actually bat for? And we had an email in just pointing out just the relentlessness of that Surrey attack. So you from one point of view, looking at things like, you know, if you get through that new ball, you build a bit of a partnership, but there's just so many options they can go to.
And really, they've got a lead now as that ball goes out through deep backward point just for the single. They've got a lead now, which means that should they require it, they will have 2 new balls. It'd be surprising, even if they lost an last 5 in a heap, for Worcestershire to get up to that target. It'd be surprising to get to that target. It's a big old target for 4th innings, but there would be time for a second new ball, you would imagine. 3:24 for 5. We've got 5 overs remaining in the day. Chances of Lawrence getting 100 are receding slightly today. 5 remaining.
Just needs that one big over though. Just needs to get a few away and one over.
One big over.
Yeah.
Hey, tick that one. House. He needs to strike as well, and he's got it now. What they are doing by going so quickly here, when I was on with Andrew, we were looking at could they get a lead of 400 if they went at 4 and over. Well, they've gone considerably more than 4 and over since we were on comms together.
A lot of that's just been Clark. I mean, you saw from that very first ball he faced, it wasn't a big shot. He just angled that one down to third man. He was like, he is going to score at every opportunity he can.
Down the leg side. But what it does mean is that they may well just look for an hour tomorrow. You know, 15 overs or so in the hour, and try and go 5, 6 and over, get that lead up to 500, and then that would give them 2 bites of the cherry either side of lunch, wouldn't it? It'll just be the single here. I am going to take you round the grounds though, because there's some very interesting cricket going on, as there always is in the county championship. First to Derby, where I have to say there's the least interesting cricket. Northampton 422, Derby 170 for 2. But at Chelmsford, Warwickshire, after scoring 397 and then bowling Essex out for 162, a lead of 235. They did not enforce the follow-on, and they find themselves 24 for 3, a lead of 259. They're in a dominant position, but just a chink of light there for Essex, perhaps, on a pitch that can get a little easier. Middlesex have a lead over Glamorgan of 114 with 4 wickets still in hand. They've just lost their 6th wicket. Ryan Higgins is there. He's having a great season with the bat, unbeaten on 51. Lancashire have a lead of 186 now. They're 65 for 1 in their second innings, having got a first innings lead of 121 over Durham, who will take no batting points from that match. Leicestershire, who toiled away in the field, watched Gloucestershire score 706 for 6. Well, they're 130 for 4. Peter Hanscom, the latest to go there. Nottinghamshire, they've lost Hasib Hamid, but slightly steady. Well, steady the ship. They're 10 for 1, still trailing by 31 against Hampshire. Oh, drive and a miss. Through to the keeper. Frustration for Worcestershire. End of the over, 4 remain in the day. 327 for 5. The lead 412. And a potentially very exciting low-scoring thriller going on at Hove between Sussex and Yorkshire. 2 sides who are vying for promotion. Yorkshire doesn't look like it from the table, but you surely imagine over the course of the season they're going to be there or thereabouts. Sussex 174 for 7. Tom Alsop still there on 70, but they're grinding away. It's taken them 70.5 overs to get there, 70.3, and they lead by just 129. But it's a low-scoring game. No sides reached 200 in that match yet. Oh, this looks close. Not out. Clark survives. He's probing away here. the debutant.
And at first glance, I thought that was the best of the three shouts so far, but each of them have tailed more than. No, that was sliding down again.
Sliding down, yeah. But he's not a million miles away.
No, and yeah, if that line is just a tad to the offside, just about there really. If he can stick there with that tail, that's going to be pretty tough to play. But they're doing it okay. I mean, luckily the ones they're missing are the ones that are sliding down, which always seems to be the way.
Yeah, it's brutal, that, isn't it? I just wonder if maybe, with just the 22 balls left, a bit of circumspection has come into Surrey's batting as we move towards the close. Obviously they won't pass up opportunities to score, but the mindset might alter slightly as the thoughts turn to tomorrow and having a dart in the morning session.
I suppose so. The only thing is you don't want to be a not-out batsman asleep on, 92 not out. The only thing that's worse than that is a batsman who's out asleep on 92.
That's true. But perhaps you don't mind being asleep on sort of 87.
Yeah. So you can actually just give Clark the strike for the next however long. Unless you're Australian, yeah, good point.
Unless you're Australian, yes, but there aren't many of them knocking around. Damn Warwick, I suppose. Although this time next year, who knows? He might be getting the call up the way he's bowling. To play for England down the leg side again. So we believe he's qualified to play for England from next season. Is that correct?
That's what we understand. Yeah. And we're interesting because England haven't tended to go for. You hesitate to call him a stopgap pick if he is just the best bowler in the country, but for guys who aren't going to, helm the Test team for an era and who are just coming in because they're the best player at that time, it's not tended to be how England have gone.
No, but you're right. End of the over, 3 to go. 3:29 for 5.
But maybe next year, if there were ever a case for that, it would be when you have that back-to-back India-Australia series, because that is just the only thing that will matter at that point. You're not building for 3 years' time. You're just looking to win those next two.
Those are two big series, aren't they, for McCullum and Stokes? You sort of wonder if no point really in speculating, but you can't help but wonder if that's what the whole project is building towards.
It just feels as if every English era somehow ends with back-to-back series against India, Australia, somewhere.
Well, it used to be a World Cup of the Ashes, didn't it? And they shifted the cycle. Another single for Lawrence.
Yeah, they shifted the cycle and then ended up with a World Cup and then a tour of India. So
instead, yes.
It isn't much easier.
No. Joe Root would have spent a long time in India this winter.
Well, Johnny Bairstow, he's the only one that's
Johnny
done
Bairstow, of course.
The World Cup and then the Test Series and then the IPL.
Is he the only one?
I think so, yeah.
Of course, because Stokes didn't play in the IPL. He would have been a candidate for that, wouldn't he? While I was in India, I had masala dosa for breakfast every day. I don't know whether that's Johnny Bairstow's routine, but if he does, I wonder how many masala dosas that amounts to now. Because they were there earlier than us for some warm-up games in Guwahati.
Do you think you never get tired of masala dosa for breakfast?
Not really. I mean, breakfast, I'm a man of habit when it comes to breakfast. Once I've alighted upon my breakfast of choice in the country I'm in, I like to repeat it. I don't like to think too much about breakfast. Are you My wife is quite a heavy breakfast thinker.
No, I don't think about it, but sometimes you do sort of. Do you find you're sort of dreaming about it? You're going to sleep thinking like, oh, I'm really looking forward to that.
I do actually, yes.
Next bit of food.
Yes, I really do. Yeah. Perfectly cooked bacon with the fat nicely rendered, a sort of tan colour.
That's in England, is it? That's
in England. Yeah. Masala dosa in India. Never really taken to the crushed avo in Australia. I don't mind it, don't get me wrong, but it doesn't. I don't go to sleep dreaming of it, let's put it that way. South Africa had some of the best food I've ever had in my life. Loved South African food.
And your breakfast there?
When it was in a cafe, so it tended to be a sort of South African take on a traditional English breakfast, really, which was boerewors, exactly, that sort of thing. It was fantastic. I can't fault the South Africans in a culinary regard. I had the best tuna tataki I've ever had in my life. There are very few meals that have made me cry with joy, but there was this tuna taco thing. I can taste it now to this day. That and lobster and crab raviolo in a bisque, but that was in England.
I had an oyster the other week that made me cry in other senses.
Oh, did it?
Yes.
You get a rogue one?
Yes. Well,
Oh,
actually,
sorry.
I didn't. My partner did, and then I caught it from her.
Oh, you sure it was the oyster? Oh.
We looked it up. It's not norovirus apparently. You can get, and I didn't realise there was an oyster season. Oh,
Direct hit, but he's well home, comfortably home. Jordan Clark, good bit of fielding again there. His stumps have been hit a couple of times by fielders in the last 10 or 15 minutes, which shows commendable sticking to the task from Worcestershire. As we see on the super slow-mo. Clark comfortably home. He was home by 3 or 4 frames, perhaps.
yeah. The only thing is he hasn't slid his bat. He's just plonked it, but his foot was in by the time the. Yeah, it feels like Worcestershire have done the right bits of fielding at the wrong moments.
Yes, I know what you mean. Yeah,
they've had a few genuine run-out chances where they've just missed the direct hits. They've had the drop catches, but some good ground fielding efforts.
Well, the drop catch by Roderick, I think, was a hard chance because the ball was angling down, end of the over, 2 to go, 3:31 for 5. So he had to sort of go back against himself, didn't he? And then it kept strangely low.
It almost seemed to slightly loop off the edge, didn't it? In a way, so it like died in an interesting arc that you wouldn't normally see off a genuine edge like that. But I guess just thinking back to that Cashy Valley.
We've got possible masala dosa update. This is assuming that Johnny has masala dosa for breakfast. 150 days he's spent in India since the World Cup. That is a long old time, isn't it?
I think he's going to go straight from there to what, pancakes and syrup in the USA. Although England actually don't play in the USA, it's the Caribbean. So
yes, Caribbean breakfast. Quite fruity, yogurty, fruity. Yeah, probably, I would imagine. I can't do pancakes and syrup, though. I mean, that's it. I don't quite have the same palate as our American cousins. That's tailed in again. This old ball's still doing a bit, which will be a bit of a worry for Worcestershire, because Surrey have got 5 bowlers who will like the ball to continue to do things even as it gets older. We've got a lush outfield. There's been a lot of rain, obviously, this spring, which you all know about, and then there was even more rain last night, which I was blissfully unaware of. Fast asleep for all of it, but apparently there was a lot of it. So that sort of may preserve the ball for a little bit longer. And I think we can safely say now that Lawrence is not eyeing up 100 tonight with 9 balls remaining. I fancy that really eyeing up coming back tomorrow. And as I say, with the match situation the way it is, that could be 15 overs of hard thrash, and Worcestershire could find themselves put into bat before lunch. So if you're coming tomorrow, I would advise you to get here on time, because there could be a lot of entertainment there.
Do you remember in the Caribbean, England's last pre-Bazball Test tour?
I wasn't on that.
Dan Lawrence at Barbados, day 1, played absolutely brilliantly, reached the last over, 92, and then is obviously thinking,
oh, that's cut him in half. This late stage of the day.
He's thinking, I've got 3 balls to get to my 100. First of them hits it straight to the fielder in the circle, and then sort of crouches down over his bat, having a.
Oh, that does ring a bell. Yes. Well, that one nearly got through him. Just kept a little bit lower. Some signs of unevenness perhaps in the pitch, which we'd expect after the ball's been bowled into it for a couple of days. Not going to take any unnecessary risks there off the last ball of the over. We have 1 over remaining today, so if Kemar Roach was even thinking about having to come out as night watcher for Sean Abbott, they might have done that. He won't have to now. He could take his pads off if Surrey were to lose a wicket. That would be stumps. So their final task today is to see out this over, and then they will say to themselves that they have had pretty much the perfect day. They arrived this morning with Worcestershire on 112 for 7. Last 3 wickets went for 16 runs, all to Dan Warwick, who finished with figures of 6 for 22. The next task was to snuff out any hope of a Worcestershire recovery, which they did well with a first wicket partnership of 79 between Burns and Sibley, which took their overall lead to 164. Yes, there was a bit of a wobble as 4 wickets went for 36, but they still had a lead of 200 with power to add, and from that, I suppose, low point of 115 for 4, they have added another 217 runs just for the loss of Jamie Smith. Dan Lawrence with his second 80-plus score of the match. Jordan Clark adding 59 to his first innings unbeaten 42. It couldn't really have gone an awful lot better for them, could it?
No, and you'll wonder if there's any part of them that is glad that they've been tested a little bit at times in this game. You know, they've been so dominant across the last 3 weeks, and you know, Gareth Batty saying that the only issue is they needed those 2 extra points, and they've got 70 out of 72 in those 3 games.
That's been got away, but should just be the one. They'll come back for a second. He'll have to hurry here. And he gets home. There's Clark. That's very good running late in the day. Put pressure on the fielder.
And you do just obviously, sorry, well,
that must be the 100 partnership. This very knowledgeable crowd, once again.
More knowledgeable than us, yeah.
Way more knowledgeable than us. We're taking our cues off them.
Obviously, sorry, well, they would have looked, obviously they'll always want to get full value from every game, but it is encouraging to know that they can, lose 4 wickets early and still establish a position of dominance.
Beats the bat. It's just 2 balls remaining today, yes. And my Zero Ducks partners, Stephen Finn and Toby Tarrant, and my producer Sal, they predictably sent a WhatsApp through to me with Surrey 15 for 4 and saying, you okay, Dan? Well, I've waited to get my revenge. Snuffed out that particular line of inquiry. That's been clattered away for 4. A bit of width, and as I say, Clark's not going to miss out on any scoring opportunity, whatever the state of the game, however many balls there are left in the day. Shot of real power, width, walloped, firm bottom hand. So just 1 ball remains in the day. Lawrence will go to bed on 86 not out, not 92. No worries about the nervous 90s for him yet. And Jordan Clark will be with him on 69 not out. A brace of boundaries to finish the day. 10 runs coming from that last over, extending Surrey's lead to an increasingly mammoth 427, with still 5 wickets in hand, and crucially still 2 days of play. It's pretty rare that you find yourself having bowled a side out and 427 ahead 2 days into a game. That's fairly remarkable, especially after they were 15 for 4. Their last 11 wickets have added well over 500 runs and has turned the game.
Yeah, and
Worcestershire for 128 in between time.
And I don't know whether you've texted your podcast friends back, but to get that position of dominance, having been 14 for 4 on the first day, we're used to you know, Surrey being in strong positions, but it is still worth remarking that, you know, this could all have been very, very different. And you go back to that Lawrence Pope partnership on day one, but since then, you know, everyone's put their hand up to some extent. Even, you know, someone like Jamie Smith has had a quieter game by his standards, but batted importantly in that middle session.
Well, wickets fall in clusters in this match, haven't they? And it's another century plus partnership. Lawrence and Smith put on 119. Lawrence and Clark have now put on 108. There's the match situation. Surrey making 213 in their first innings, and they only got there thanks to that partnership between Lawrence and Pope. Jordan Clark making 42 not out, nobody else really troubling. Worcestershire 128 all out. They lost their last 3 wickets this morning in double quick time to Dan Warwickshire, who finished with very impressive figures of 6 for 22 from 12 overs. Roach with the other 2. D'Oliveira, the skipper, left high and dry on 30. Their top scorer, though, Matthew Waite, who's impressed a lot in this game, firstly with that innings and then with the ball, although you'll see him up there in the first innings where he took 3 for 19. Hasn't quite got the rewards in the second innings, and then in Surrey's second innings with that lead of 85. Wasn't a precarious lead, it was a strong lead with a long time left in the game, but there was a little wobble at one point when they lost those 4 wickets for 36 runs or so. But since then, it's been all about Dan Lawrence, unbeaten on 86, Jamie Smith, unbeaten on 72, and Jordan Clark, once again proving his magnificent value with bat and with ball, but in this match, mostly with the bat. He's unbeaten 42 in the first innings, unbeaten 69 in this. He's scored 111 runs without getting out, and all of them a fair lick. Good for Singh there, who picked up his first 2 wickets in first-class cricket, 2 for 76 for him. A trifle expensive perhaps, but Surrey's bowlers were getting after him. And Gibbon, who impressed me with his pace sometimes and his angle, and he got Jamie Smith with one that hooped it a bit, knocked out the off stump when Smith was going so well. It was a very fine 72, very enjoyable to watch. But Surrey at the end of the second day have a lead of 427. They've still got 5 wickets in hand. We expect them to bat tomorrow morning. I'm not sure they'll bat the whole of the first session. I don't know. I mean, Worcestershire would like to bowl them out. In a way, they probably quite like Surrey to get in a pickle with their declaration, but I don't think that's going to happen because Surrey are in too strong a position for that. So you imagine a fair bit could happen certainly tomorrow morning. You need to get with us by the time that first ball is bowled. We'll be on air from 10 to 11. You'll be able to see some of the highlights of today's play, and then we'll crack on with the action at 11 o'clock on what promises to be another fascinating day at the Keir Oval, with table toppers Surrey in a very strong position against Worcestershire. But from Ben Gardner, from Adam Collins, from Simon Mann, from Andrew Sampson, from
Ben Jones,
Jones, Yaz Rana.
Yes, yeah, but people who aren't here, yeah.
Yeah, Sharky next door, from Jake behind us, and, well, from all of our cameramen who are festooned around this great venerable old stadium. It's time for us to say goodbye. I hope you can join us tomorrow, where we should see some fireworks first thing. 10 to 11 tomorrow for the 3rd day. From all of us now, good night.